Ya udahlah, tapi lu harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya, lu nggak sekolah-sekolah, itu biasa nggak danuin. Ya ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana, gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia benar salah, tapi gue malah belain. Mungkin.
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
why?
Because
This is smooth. And this?
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Kepada sang legenda, nikmatmu sungguh tiada tara. Berjuang menjaga cita rasa hingga menjadi besti dengan api. Apalagi yang bisa kami lakukan selain menuruti perut yang bergejolak ingin menyantap? Inilah wujud terima kasih kami bersama GrabFood Resto Legendaris. Kobarkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
wiped out.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti kuas, pasti beli.
Beli pasti ori.
Pasti ori. Download sekarang. Pasti kuas, pasti beli.
kita punya mindset ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
Saya Anggi, kerjaan saya baru-baru ini jadi driver Grab.
Mas Anggi ya? Terima kasih ya. Terima kasih Mas.
Saya super fans dari Esports.
Saya Hafiz Kerunanda, kegiatan sehari-hari aku sekarang hanya mahasiswa aktif dan juga salah satu bagian dari super fans RRQ.
Halo, nama gue Dandia Ovar, gue umur 21 tahun, pekerjaan gue wirausaha, dan gue juga super fansnya EVOS.
Kalau orang tua gue tuh kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lo jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lo mau ya udahlah, tapi lo harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah, itu biasa nggak danuin. Ya ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana, gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah, tapi gue malah belain mungkin.
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because this is smooth. And this?
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome.
Awesome details.
Awesome details.
Awesome details.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Kepada sang legenda, nikmatmu sungguh tiada tara. Berjuang menjaga cita rasa hingga menjadi besti dengan api. Apalagi yang bisa kami lakukan selain menuruti perut yang bergejolak ingin menyantap? Inilah wujud terima kasih kami bersama GrabFood Resto Legendaris. Koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Beli. Beli pasti ori. Beli.
Pasti ori. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Kita punya mindset ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
Saya Anggi, kerjaan saya baru-baru ini jadi driver Grab.
Mas Anggi ya? Terima kasih ya. Terima kasih Mas.
Saya super fans dari Esports.
Saya Hafiz Kerunanda, kegiatan sehari-hari aku sekarang hanya mahasiswa aktif dan juga salah satu bagian dari super fans RRQ.
Halo, nama gue dan dia Ofar. Gue umur 21 tahun, pekerjaan gue wirausaha. Dan gue juga super fansnya EVOS.
Kalau orang tua gue tuh kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lo jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lo mau ya udahlah, tapi lo harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah, itu biasa nggak danuin. Dan ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana, gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah tapi gue malah belain mungkin.
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because this is smooth. And this?
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome.
Awesome details.
Awesome details.
Awesome details.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Kepada sang legenda, nikmatmu sungguh tiada tara. Berjuang menjaga cita rasa hingga menjadi bestie dengan api. Apalagi yang bisa kami lakukan selain menuruti perut yang bergejolak ingin menyantap? Inilah wujud terima kasih kami bersama GrabFood Resto Legendaris. Koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Beli-beli, beli-beli. Gratis ongkir, beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli-beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli-beli.
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 Beli-beli pasti ori. Beli-beli.
Pasti ori.
Beli-beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli-beli.
Kita punya mindset ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
Saya Anggi, kerjaan saya baru-baru ini jadi driver Grab.
Mas Anggi ya? Terima kasih ya. Terima kasih Mas.
Saya super fans dari Esports.
Saya Hafiz Kerunanda, kegiatan sehari-hari aku sekarang hanya mahasiswa aktif dan juga salah satu bagian dari superfans RRQ.
Halo, nama gue dan dia Ofar. Gue umur 21 tahun, pekerjaan gue wirausaha. Dan gue juga super fansnya EVOS.
Kalau orang tua gue tuh kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lo jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lo mau ya udahlah, tapi lo harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah, itu biasa nggak danuin. Ya ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah tapi gue malah belain mungkin.
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because this is smooth. And this?
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome.
Awesome details.
Awesome details.
Awesome details.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Kepada sang legenda, nikmatmu sungguh tiada tara. Berjuang menjaga cita rasa hingga menjadi besti dengan api. Apalagi yang bisa kami lakukan selain menuruti perut yang bergejolak ingin menyantap? Inilah wujud terima kasih kami bersama GrabFood Resto Legendaris. Koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Beli-beli, beli-beli. Gratis ongkir, beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli-beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli-beli.
Beli-beli. Beli-beli. Beli-beli pasti ori. Beli-beli.
Pasti ori.
Beli-beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli-beli.
Terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Jalani ambisi, aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuhkan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. kiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite.
Super App partner, Grab. 8 most prestigious teams in Indonesia will prove that hard work makes the dream work. Who will be the best? Let's see. We own this.
The season of surprises is back for week 4, day number 2 of MPL Indonesia season 10. With all the surprises, you guys are gonna be expecting a whole lot from 3 of the matches that we have today. As you can hear probably from the atmosphere here, it's an RRQ match. They're gonna go up against Aura Fire very, very soon. But before that, we are here on the English caster desk with Mirko, Eterna, and Arashi. Eterna has a few words, awesome words for you guys.
Of course, guys, don't forget before we get into this, if you want to play like the players, go ahead and get your Samsung Galaxy A series because it presents the pleasure of playing games with an 8GB of RAM, 256GB of memory, a Super AMOLED screen plus 120Hz refresh rate. So even better than your common monitors at home.
Even better than a computer.
Better than a computer,
And the
100%.
connection? It's
And
5G
the connection.
ready.
Exactly.
5G, boys.
With 5G, right? I play a lot of Mobile Legends, but I use 4G.
That's why you're lagging so much, bro.
That's why I'm not Glory.
Not yet.
Well, if you guys want Glory, Awesome is for everyone. Go ahead and check it out because right now we're going to check out something else. The standings that's also presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series here for week 4, day number 2. After a whole day in week 4 yesterday, we did see a few changes with RRQ dropping to the 4th place. And now they're going to battle up against Onyx and Aura for that 2nd place position.
Yeah, I don't remember the last time I've seen RRQ Hoshi fall this far into the standings. Like max, they dropped to level 2, but here they are in level 4th, and you can see in the upcoming match it is going to be Aura Fire against RRQ Hoshi, so they are going to start, grasping their way into that top bracket list.
Both of these teams have shown a lot of growth here, Arashi, and they have changed a few things as well. Aura tried the roster with Tayet, but wow, speaking of trying, RRQ, they're bringing up Banana from the MDL to the MPL, and he's playing in the match against Aura. This is a big match, Arashi. This is the determining match for the 2nd place position.
Aura has been trying to actually overthrow the hierarchy and actually land in victory all the way in the 1st spot themselves. So RRQ going up against them with Banana, not with their usual roster. This is a very bold move, especially because we've seen that Aura has improved so much, and there's a lot of doubts right now about RRQ and their performance considering the results of the last match.
Yeah, you're right. And this is interesting, right? Because Banana playing will signify that R7, the team captain, is not going to be playing as well. And we can see here already some differences even in appearance. It seems like Clay got a buzz cut here as he walks into the tunnel cam by Head and Shoulders.
Man, yeah, he's looking fresh. He got the blonde hair out, but Banana obviously still rocking that blonde hair. Speaking of RRQ Hoshi, though, ladies and gentlemen, the man, the myth, the legend, the grand final MVP of Season 9, it's Clay, the man that's been playing in the mage role for so long, especially on his signature pick here, the Farsa, that we saw so much success. We saw him playing with so much success here against Geek Fam in the first match of the season. Obviously, this isn't really a meta pick, but he just makes it work. Whenever you have a high ground hero, a hero that can position very, very safely, going in for those long-range damage abilities, you know, Clay can definitely use it with his high kill participation. He also values heroes who can move around the map really, really well. In terms of damage per minute, he doesn't do as much as the others, but again, it's because he tries to assist. He tries to enable his team with his 4.5 KDA, and obviously, assisting gets you a lot of assists. 37 total assists here in Season 10 so far. But he has a few words for Aura. Don't scream too loud, because the Kings are coming back. Ladies and gentlemen, onto the stage, RRQ Hoshi.
RRQ Hoshi, also known as the Dragon Tamers, as since the franchise league begun, Aura has not been able to win a single game against RRQ Hoshi. So a lot of pressure on the shoulders of Aura this time around. But I gotta say, both teams have a little thing in common right now. You know what that is?
What?
Two things.
Two things.
Both of them have been taken down by RBL, and both of them have shown discipline issues.
Ooh, man. I would argue that right now, considering that the pattern is that RRQ are the ones in the lead, they have a lot to be scared about, because this is the league of upsets. This is the season of upsets. And if you're usually winning, you need to be concerned right now, because all the quote-unquote underdogs are having a field day.
Well, for RRQ, they're coming off 2 losses in a row. For Aura, they just got a victory yesterday. This might be the momentum that Aura can bring into this matchup again with their main 5. They're not experimenting here in Week 4.
Yeah, no bargaining right now, because they do want to make it in that top bracket of the playoffs. I mean, this is already the end towards the leg 1 of MPL ID Season 10. But yes, all of the players now are going to be walking through the tunnel camp by Head and Shoulders, with Fluffy leading the pack.
Fluffy, Godiva, Facehugger, High, and the man himself, the Dragon, Kabuki as well. But Aura Fire here, we gotta talk about the mid lane. Facehugger, we've mentioned so many times that he has such a shallow hero pool in the MPL, especially Season 8 and 9, but it does seem that Facehugger has improved on that. Obviously still so lethal on the heroes we've all grown to love him on, the Yve being the best hero. The most success he's ever found in MPL has been on the Yve, because it enables his team so well. As a utility mid laner, very similar to Clay, he plays to give opportunities for his team. Again, with a lower kill participation and even a lower damage per minute, he goes for the defensive items a lot, even the utility items. But the thing is, for Facehugger, he's much more consistent, staying alive and keeping that incredible KDA ratio. And man, it's a huge contrast when you talk about the total assists, 114 to 37. Good luck and have fun. Simple words from a simple man, but man, this team is definitely not simple. Welcome to Dragons, the people's champion, Aura Fire.
Aura Fire this season, they have a lot to prove. Last season they made it into the playoffs, and this time around they don't want to just land the first day. They want to go further, and you can see from the development per game. We talked about their discipline issues just before this, and I gotta say, they are really good at adapting from that first game loss that we saw yesterday.
They've mentioned that they are not content just being the people's champion. They want to be actual champions. So today, this might be the first step in the right direction for them. Going up against RRQ, let's take a look at the team head-to-head by Head and Shoulders. Aura Fire, higher kill percentage, higher death and assist as well, showing that they are a lot more volatile, but that is exactly what you need if you want to surprise the reigning champions. Right now though, the objective rate and the first lord rate in particular is very high for RRQ, so a lot more consistent, a lot more objective-oriented performances from RRQ. As Ichana mentioned, the previous match history shows that RRQ has always had the upper hand against Aura Fire, but as we saw again and again in this season, that might change today.
Man, I mean, season of upsets, right? We had no idea that RBL could win that dominantly against a team like RRQ Hoshi. So even if we have our own predictions, it's still going to be a huge question mark, as now we're going to take a look at the keys to victory here by Axe.
Godiva and Kabuki getting their comfort heroes. The Kadita, the Beatrix, both heroes are just OP in the right hands of Aura Fire. Needs to be respected. Objective discipline in the early game, Pirate or Turtles, especially against a team as disciplined as RRQ right now. Contest Skylar's Beatrix, because that man, he has the nickname of the Indonesian sniper. That is something that they do not want to deal with right now, because for sure that will be a problem, especially in the mid to late game. But for the side of RRQ, Banana mirroring Fluffy's rotation, which is very, very active. He needs to make sure that Fluffy doesn't get out of control. Shut down Kabuki's movement and farming patterns. No gold lane, no late game damage. That can be the strategy they want to go for against Aura Fire. And of course, anticipate the cheese strats. That is where Aura can catch them by surprise. And then afterwards, it's all about discipline. It's all about setting up for the right team fights, setting up for the Lord, and just taking down Aura in a very calculated fashion.
Yeah, when we're talking about cheese strats, I think one thing really came up to me, emphasized in their game yesterday. They lost to RBL against the Faramis and Matilda cheese strat, being able to rotate around the map through and throughout. And yesterday, they tried to utilize that. So I think there are a lot of things that can be brought to the table by Aura Fire in particular.
A lot of things here for both of the teams, but town prediction by Axe here for all three of us on the English desk, favoring RRQ Hoshi. Again, RRQ have looked super, super solid. Yes, they did get 2 losses in a row against EVOS and against Rebellion. 2 blue teams. Now they're up against an orange team.
To be honest, I didn't know that Banana was playing.
Right.
So what do we know about this player who's filling in someone like R7?
Oh, he could heal. Firstly, he has a lot. He needs to fill in the shoes of a legend. Here, though, we are going to take a look at the audience prediction by TikTok. It is still also favoring RRQ, but again, like we just mentioned, they didn't know Banana was going to be playing in the first match here against Aura Fire. So, in this matchup, Banana, in the MPL, he's had a stellar performance. He has had some struggle being stable. He's very inconsistent in the MPL. Whenever he gets ahead, he is able to carry his team literally on the back of his plays. But when he falls behind in lane, when he falls behind in those rotations, it really doesn't feel like he finds that comfort, and he can falter really, really far, actually. He tilts very easily.
Ooh, mental game for sure. It will be a factor here, because this is his first time showing up in such a big match with the audience in the venue as well. There's a lot of problems to actually deal with, and he has, as you mentioned, big shoes to fill. Even though I hear he does play a mean Cho, but in the EXP lane, it does seem like consistency is key, right? You need to be able to actually withstand a lot of pressure. You need to be able to draw attention from the opponents. But right now we go straight into the banning phase by the Samsung Galaxy A series. Franco and Fanny already off the game.
Yep, we already see a Franco as well as a Fanny being banned here. Within the drafts of the Samsung Galaxy A series, the 1-1 is going to be the next respect ban as well, coming in from Aura Fire. And I'm wondering, in the first phase, are they going to utilize this pick to ban the Kadita, and the Kadita is going to be banned?
Usually for RRQ, they always go for the Fanny Natalia. Every single match, every single game. They either ban it or they pick it up. Fanny always being banned, but Natalia, it's a banner pick for RRQ. This time though, they opt to go for the Kadita. We understand why, obviously, going up against Aura Fire, a team that knows exactly how to maximize that potential for the Kadita. But 2 respect bans already from the side of Aura. The Franco, the 1-1. I'm predicting maybe now they might just go for, I don't know, I think they might leave the Valentina and Faramis open. They want to go for those crazy team fights. They want to pick those heroes up. Maybe going for a ban towards an Akai. Yeah, there you go. It's going to be a solid choice. RRQ now on the hot seat. They need to decide, do we want to trade the Valentina Faramis or do we want to ban it out?
Do we want to go for the to ban the Beatrix as well? Because we've mentioned how OP essentially Beatrix is. It's just too flexible, too much damage. The Faramis will be the option for RRQ, but Aura, will they first pick the Beatrix?
Ooh, Beatrix, they have...
Yes, they will. That was quick.
Oh, right, okay. So
That
the
was
Beatrix
quick.
is going to be the first pick here for the side of Aura Fire. Definitely, they don't want to see that in the hands of Skylar. It is a huge respect pick as well to take it away. And in the hands of Kabuki, we saw how he could carry and even utilize it in a way that he was able to straight push into that base and eventually take that game yesterday against Geek Fam. And now RRQ Hoshi, they have the next 2 picks available. Are they going to be utilizing this Valentina, or do they have a different choice in mind?
I think that Valentina will be very, very good for RRQ. Clay, we expect some high ground plays from him, but Eve actually comes out, so Valentina will be available for Aura instead. And knowing Aura, that flexibility will be quite an issue. But again, with Kabuki on that Beatrix, they need to find some answers. For RRQ, they have the real-world manipulation, and they can use Masha to dive towards him. But we have seen that in the right hands, the Beatrix in the right hands won't really fear a Masha diving in.
It depends on the team, honestly, because the Beatrix alone, you'll never be able to 1v1 a Masha if you both are the same level. Masha is one of the best counters towards something like a Beatrix, but we'll see how Aura plays around it. They already picked up a Paquito, again, adding a little bit of peel into their composition, and they picked up the Valentina to probably match up with the Reeves real-world manipulation. So RRQ now, they need to wrap up their draft. They already have an XP laner and a mid laner. Maybe wrapping things up with a gold lane pick will be an option for them. We know that they really, really like the Claude. But no, they actually pick up an Esmeralda. So, the Masha and Esme right now. This is the big question. We have seen Esme in the jungle before, but I don't know if Albert wants to use it in the jungle. Masha can be flexed, XP or roam, but right now, if I'm looking at RRQ's draft, I'm thinking Masha, roam, Esme, XP.
It sure makes sense for that RRQ, but will that be enough to deal with the Beatrix, right? I think a legit strategy that we've seen is that the Yiv can just zone the Beatrix away with the reward manipulation. That is a very clear option, but will the Claude come in? Because when RRQ wants to go aggressive, when teams can just dive in together, the Claude can be a quote-unquote counter for the Beatrix for sure.
Yeah, I was thinking that Skylar would have picked up that Claude, but I think Aura Fire was able to read up on that. And now, this is starting to diminish his hero pool. What else can he play? The 1-1 has been banned, the Beatrix taken. The next two picks that he's used in the past was the Popple and Carry, but I do feel like Carry is very situational in that gold lane. It doesn't naturally shine against the composition that Aura Fire is bringing to the table just yet. So what does this leave?
We've seen usually the Irithel come out. We have mentioned the potential for a Bruno to come in. The Brody is also available still if they want to go for that option. But again, it all really depends on how the composition works with each other, right? At this high level, it's not only about how good the hero is, how meta a singular hero is, it's how well it fits into the composition.
I think the choice for RRQ right now is either the Brody or the Clint. Two heroes that we have seen Skylar play many times before. Clint as well, really good against the Beatrix in the early phase, getting that early win, obviously with his passive, his whole kit revolving around just winning that lane early on. But again, Beatrix, way more flexibility. Once he gets that ultimate, it's going to be kind of a nightmare for this Clint. But Aura Fire with the final ban, they might as well just go for the Popple and Koopa ban. Two bans onto Skylar, limiting his hero pool, forcing him to play either the Brody, the Clint, or like you mentioned, Irithel, Bruno, still as well up for grabs.
I would have preferred the ban towards Brody, because the last time we saw Skylar on the Popple and Koopa, he didn't perform. He was basically shut down really easily. But now, RRQ Hoshi have actually picked up the Irithel like Arashi mentioned before. So now, Aura Fire, they need to start closing out their drafts here in the second phase, as we're going to take a look at a comment by Skylar. Beatrix's backdoor won't happen to RRQ. Let's contest the Beatrix. But I mean, in game number 1, it seems like Aura Fire was able to get it.
Well, first pick, you know, first pick prio. That's what Beatrix, the power of Beatrix right now. That's where we're at.
They could have banned it though, so I mean, the coach didn't age that well. But for Aura, I think what is going to be very telling is the roamer pick. With the 2 picks left, we're going to see how exactly does Aura want to play. Is this going to be a kite-back mobile composition? Is it going to be an all-in team fight composition? It all really depends on the final 2 picks. Will the jungler also be a bit of a tanky member? It's going to be Ruby and an Amon. Whoa.
Amon and Ruby picked up by Aura. RRQ Hoshi now to finish their drafts up. I don't know. I don't know why. I'm thinking Esme jungle.
That'll be a surprise.
That is going to be a surprise. You know, Banana, one of his signature picks that we have seen many, many times in the MDL is his Cho. Very similarly to R7. Up against someone like a Paquito in lane, that's the Kung Fu versus boxing kind of matchup that we have seen before. Will we see it again, though? That's the question mark.
That's the question, I guess. RRQ Hoshi with the last pick, but I do want to mention that Aura Fire, I did not dislike the Ruby pick. I think they needed a little bit more CC with the dive potential coming in from RRQ Hoshi with the composition they brought to the table. And we can see here now that the Cho has been picked up. It does seem that it was on Albert here, Mirko, but we are going to see in a few seconds before we get into that tunnel to see whether or not that it is going to be a Cho jungle, because we've seen this a few times before already here at MPL ID.
At this point, I'm not even surprised if the Cho goes to jungle, if the Esme goes to jungle. That just shows how crazy Season 10 is, Arashi.
Expectations are broken every single day of the MPL. And honestly, what I'm wondering about is the Cho in the jungle, okay, is he going to build tank or is he going to build damage? Because there's so many options that all these teams can put into use. It depends on what they want to do. If they want to go for full damage and delete the B-Tricks in those team fights, that is an option they can explore, the same way EVOS did when they were up against this B-Tricks.
Mirko, Albert was on Cho.
Wow,
is this
ladies
the debut?
And gentlemen, it is the debut, perhaps, of Albert's Cho in the jungle as we jump into the Land of Dawn for match 1, game number 1. The Dragon up against the Kings here in the series.
Man, this is going to be very interesting because face value, I feel like Cho has a little bit of an upper edge against Hai, who is on the Amon. Every time they want to go for those contests, the Cho could just easily use his ultimate as well as the Jet Kundo to shy him away from that retribution.
It is a Demon Slayer emblem on Albert, so hinting a bit at possibly being a tank. We'll just have to see though. The matchup between a fighter and an assassin usually favors the fighter for sure. He's too tanky to get bursted down, and he has enough damage to whittle down the assassin. So for Hai, the only real target he has on the side of RRQ Hoshi is Skylar on the Irithel. Because Clay, with the real manipulation shield, he is really quite a bit more durable than most high-ground mages.
Oh, Clay though, already in a little bit of a trouble situation here in the mid lane, but he will still be able to get out even without this sprint. And then that top side, this is what we expect. Skylar on the Irithel should be able to actually bully Kabuki out in the early phases before he has the shotgun, but Godiva now is gonna get engaged on by Albert, who doesn't have to win the dragon just yet. Finally gets it, but Facehugger is able to punch him back. Fun fact though, by grab, this is the 3rd time that the Cho jungle has made an appearance in MPL ID.
Yeah, it was first on to Fearless and then Jana QT, and now 3rd in the hands of Albert here in the jungle. And so far, he does seem quite, you know, okay.
It's doing pretty okay. The clear is very healthy as well. There's a shield. There's a skill with 3 uses essentially, so his clearing is a lot faster, and he is all around the map right now. He is level 4, so he has the options of making these ganks happen, but on the bottom side, Vin is the one getting jumped on.
Well, with the Masha and Roam, you are very, very tanky, obviously, with those 3 HP bars, but I do want to just focus on Banana, because he hasn't really been able to stop the movement coming in, but Albert finally able to find a pick in the mid lane with his Way of the Dragon. First blood presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series. RRQ take the lead in the early stage, instantly converting onto the objectives, securing the first objective as well. And meanwhile on the top side, Kabuki is going to get dove on. Skylar with a solo kill, even with the help of Godiva. Godiva will be able to find a trade, but again, that's a solo kill for Skylar.
The thing is, this is what I love to watch about RRQ Hoshi, the way they're able to utilize those picks on the board and convert it onto objectives. So far, Aura Fire has not been able to replicate the same success, as now we can take a little sneak peek into the emblems, Arashi.
Well, Banana has the Avarice emblem, so he is aiming to just scale as soon as possible. And right now, with the flank coming from Vin, they might go for a fight here.
Thunderclap is available. The real world inflation able to immobilize him for a bit for Skylar to dish out a little bit more damage as well. RRQ knowing this though, they do not overcommit. They get a good chunk of damage onto Hai, and even putting some pressure onto Kabuki, but they do not force anymore. Albert though in the mid lane, gonna get hooked over. Godiva failing that combo. RRQ still in a very good position.
Oh, did you see his face when he mis-executed that as well? He didn't look pleased, but look at this. Already Albert getting very aggressive once again. Is still able to get out, but look at this, Mirko.
Oh, Albert gonna get taken down by Facehugger's IMU as he stole away the real world manipulation. Banana now jumping in onto Facehugger with a thunderclap as well. Play picking up the kill. Godiva's gonna be next here. Immobilized there. Hai jumps in with the damage. Godiva with the I'm offended once again, bringing it back for Fluffy to knock them up. still, Godiva on the run. Clay finding him as that's going to be taken down. Endless charge. It's another trade. A 2 for 2 so far. Godiva facehugger for Albert Vin.
And even then, RRQ Hoshi is leading in only a little bit of gold. So at this point, 4 minutes in, they're not too far off as Banana here already sniffing the whereabouts of Fluffy. But 10 seconds left to the next turtle. We'll see who's able to set up first.
Aura needs to be a bit more, they need to play with a bit more urgency here. They do have an assassin that will not scale as well as the other heroes in the game. So Hai will have a lot of pressure on his hands as the turtle is up right now. Aura Fire wants to contest, but overall, in long engagements, RRQ Hoshi has been having the advantage.
XP lane pressure is where it's at, and Banana has it. 1 level lead over Fluffy, clearing the waves a little bit faster, and obviously with the mobility, jumping into the turtle faster. But Godiva is able to actually force that reset on the turtle. RRQ and Aura need to be very careful, but Banana gets caught on a knockout strike there. Endless Shards taking him down in the bottom side. 1-man advantage for Aura Fire as they look towards the turtle now. 3v4, real world inflation popped in, but Fluffy's still able to get away. The thunderclap comes in, but Albert with the retribution comes in to secure it. Now Albert with the way the dragon of his own going on to facehugger, still able to dodge away from now, but the damage comes in again onto the back lines. Terrified, Vin doing the same towards Hai, but both of the junglers surviving here. Vin will not survive. It's going to be Godiva who picks up the kill as they look towards Clay. I'm offended, not ready yet, but the damage might be enough to take him down. Clay forced to flicker out, and Aura win out even though they lost an objective.
And now they're actually putting their focus onto this mid turret. They are going to be able to put a little pressure onto it, but so far, Aura Fire, they've actually equalized that gold gap, and now it's just going back and forth here with RRQ Hoshi. What differences in item can we see happening here, Rashi?
Hunter Strike Rush for Kabuki, so he is aiming to be very aggressive in that lane. On the other hand, Skylar already has the Windtalker, so the DPS is going to be a lot more, but the issue right here is that Aura Fire has a lot more burst damage, and RRQ Hoshi, they win in the long, prolonged engagements, so if Vin can just take a lot of damage and make the fights drawn out, RRQ Hoshi has an advantage here, and that is true all the way to the later game.
Oh, Godiva with the flicker there, and the real world inflation popped in. Way the dragon though, bringing facehugger back to the thunderclap from Vin. Godiva in a bad spot, trying to run away now. He will be able to get out, but again, no, might not be, as that's going to be Skylar dishing out the damage coming in from the gold lane to pick up a kill. RRQ leading again, getting a 2 for 0, as Hai will be zoned out of his own jungle.
A little miscalculation in the setup there by Aura Fire. RRQ Hoshi was able to just pick up the pace once again, set it to their own tempo, and now Hai might be caught in a bad situation.
And Lashard not enough to take Skylar down. Albert comes in with the Jeet Kune Do, taking the damage onto the turret as well. Clay picks up a killing spree. Albert has built tank on this Cho, so he can afford to actually go in very, very aggressively, even deep in those team fights.
Right now, RRQ Hoshi has a lot more pick-off advantage because Albert has been so good at finding those opportunities. It's quality, not quantity, that he's going for on this Cho, and it's been working out. Although, again, Aura Fire still has the advantage, but it won't be until the late game. In the mid game, they will have to pull the trigger and play a lot more aggressively. But RRQ, they are securing all these neutral objectives.
That was crazy. I mean, Aura Fire was first to set that one up, but RRQ Hoshi, Albert in particular, with that clutch retribution, able to take it away from Aura Fire. I think this is something that we were mentioning as well before we begun. The Amon against the Cho in that jungle position, it is going to be a little bit more difficult for Hai. And now RRQ Hoshi, they're starting to reap the rewards here. Already so much pressure, but Godiva as well as the other members from the side of Aura Fire, they're pushing their focus in this bottom lane.
Oh, they're already going to go on to Vin, giving him a lot of damage. But the real world in relation actually going to take Hai down with the help of Vin's thunderclap. Albert trying to find facehugger with the Jeet Kune Do, not able to, as Fluffy will be able to get out of this one in the mid lane. He has actually taken a lead over Banana here, which is surprising. And Esmeralda Paquito matchup, not a matchup that we usually see the Paquito winning.
Well, Banana has been just actively trying to help his team around, but right now, with everyone grouping up together, with the pressure advantage, RRQ Hoshi is pushing everyone away and actually just brute forcing this next objective. They're taking control all the way in the early game, despite having a lot more of a solid composition in that late game.
This is going to be tough, actually.
Yeah.
Coming into the late game, Aura Fire will have that Beatrix control. Power as well. Checking in the bushes, the burst damage as well towards Vin, Banana, even Clay and Skylar. Does Skylar have a Wind of Nature? yet.
I don't think he has it just quite yet. He will be building it quite soon though, but Vin here is still trying to pressure as much as possible. Aura Fire, they're getting bullied out of their own jungle.
Yeah, they're getting bullied here as well as RRQ Albert already putting the tempo once again, opening up the map. And this is insane to see because there were so many questions regarding RRQ Hoshi this season in particular. Lee Clay. People have mentioned that because Lemon has been filling in that role, they don't really see the synergy as well as they saw last season. But so far, Clay has been such a reliable engage tool as well as disengage tool with that real-world manipulation. I mean, still standing at a 304 KDA. Clay, once again, really performing to his max.
Oh, Fluffy even in that jungle, missing 2 of the knockout strikes, but the falling Sun Moon will catch onto him, taking him to half HP. Bottom side turret though, it's gonna be taken down. It's actually the Lord take who gets it. It's Kabuki who finally is able to make the plays happen for Aura Fire. Again, equalizing in terms of gold, but Aura, they stayed way too long. Godiva using the flicker there in this skirmish. It's gonna be taken down anyways, but Aura were able to secure 2 objectives. The Lord and also the bottom side tier 2.
Wow, honestly, Banana is losing out in the macro gameplay department because Fluffy, he was able to actually cut the wave, and that allows them to get a free turret in the bottom side, and it allows him to have impacts in the skirmishes in the mid side, in the jungle early on, and that distracts RRQ away from the Lord attempt. So this is now showing the difference in experience between Fluffy and Banana.
I mean, so far we can see that the Wind of Nature has not been built yet, and Albert basically takes no damage right now. So every time Aura Fire, they want to go in and look for a contest, perhaps a pick-off on the board against RRQ Hoshi. The problem is the way that they've been maneuvering around the map is 4-1. So it's really difficult now that Fluffy is going to be looking for an opportunity here.
Whoa, Vin jumping in with a thunderclap onto Kabuki. With the help of the real world manipulation, they're going to be able to take him down. Number 1 damage dealer taken out. Albert kicking Godiva back to his team, as that's going to be Godiva caught in a 4-man skirmish, a 4-man sandwich. Amon up top high, trying to split push, but I don't think he's going to be able to find much value there. Might even be caught. He has the invisibility, but Albert, he's cutting in the movement from high. High recalling the bush, and Aura still able to get their jungler safely out. Fluffy taking the Lethal Wanderer, stealing it away from Skylar as well in that top river.
RRQ Hoshi, they've been winning the fights right here, but they have not been able to actually get a lot of value afterwards. They were able to win the fight in the Lord as well, but Aura Fire got the Lord there, and that just delayed the plays, but Albert goes in.
Oh, Albert jumping onto high, has the endless shards, but again, it does no damage. In the back lines though, Fluffy trying his best to find Clay. He was taken low, but now Banana jumping in onto 3 members. Whoa. Punished instantly as Fluffy jumps in with a knockout strike onto Vin. Oh my goodness, Kabuki. He didn't even aim that one. He just shot it and it hit onto Skylar. Now they're looking for the siege into that mid-tier 1. Albert has a purple buff. He might be going for something, but they just clear out the waves. RRQ not wanting to take these prolonged fights.
That was insane setup though by Albert. If you notice, he was just waiting in that bush very patiently. I gotta say more than 10 seconds even to wait on the perfect moment to get onto high, and he was able to do that. So we can see that RRQ Hoshi already with this assassin type situation that they can also portray on the board, but once again, Kabuki!
That's the damage you expect in the late game. Arashi, we saw Wesker, we saw CW. Wait, was it CW? No, Kabuki. We saw Kabuki 4-shot the base yesterday.
With the Wesker.
With the Wesker against Geek Fam. So Finn getting taken down there. That's why they first picked Beatrix.
It's a good attempt, man. Clay, along with Vin, trying to burst Kabuki. He was very, very low, but the Wesker damage is just too high. And right now, Aura Fire pressure for the Lord. They get it. They back away. They play that disciplined game that we've been talking about. The improved Aura.
The problem is RRQ Hoshi, they didn't want to engage either. So I don't know if it was Aura Fire being disciplined or RRQ Hoshi actually making that decision for them. And this was something that we also highlighted yesterday as well. Aura Fire, after they're able to get these objectives on the board, they have a tendency to overstay. And actually, RRQ Hoshi can actually capitalize on that. As now, we're going to take a look at the damage dealt by Axe here, Arashi. And it turns out, Facehugger as well as Fluffy are on the top there with the highest damage dealt.
Clay is close behind, and Kabuki comes there as well. Despite having the very rocky early game, Kabuki is still up there in terms of damage. That is power of the Beatrix, man. Again, when the fight is just quick, when it's about burst damage, Aura Fire has so much advantage here. RRQ Hoshi needs to survive the initial burst, and then their superior DPS can shine through in this late game.
No, the real world inflation was opened up by both of the members here. Fluffy gonna be able to get the knockout strike, but Banana with the flanks there. Now gonna get chunked really low, forced to use the sprint. Kabuki trying to deal the damage again. The endless charge was popped in onto Banana. A lot of resources spent already. Kabuki with the wind of nature still able to get away, but the way the dragon finds him, bringing him back to the team. Banana with the falling star moon now jumping onto Kabuki, but Banana might be punished for this. He goes in and he's the one who's taken down. Skylar going deep onto Kabuki with the wind of nature. He finds him as he goes for an all-out flank. He's still trying to run away, kiting everyone back, and he's actually zoning the members away back to his team. RRQ are able to defend, but at what cost? That's 3 base turrets taken down. Vin is still going for the chase onto Godiva. I'm offended popped in. Vin finally backing off. Aura still with the much more valuable trade.
Man, but Skylar, what was that?
Insane. That was really cool.
What? He was, oh my god, he didn't, oh, that was so beautiful to see. RRQ, Skylar really outplaying that situation, taking down Kabuki, and I hope we get an instant replay here by the Samsung Galaxy A series of what went down.
It began with that play coming from Albert, but there was no follow-up. And then they tunnel into Banana, and they're able to secure that kill, but Skylar just comes in without any care in the world, starts dashing out a lot of damage while moving. That is the advantage that the Aerial has in that late game, but now Vin still has to be very, very careful. I'm offended does not land, and right now RRQ Hoshi have no control, but so far Aura Fire, they are the ones in control. They are the ones that can look for opportunities right now.
You know what's funny? Take a look at the scoreboard. Take a look at the entire thing there. In the team head-to-head, wait a minute, Banana gonna get caught again, brought back with a knockout strike, and Banana gets caught again! 4th time this game. RRQ lost their XP lane, and look at the death timers, 35 seconds, 15 seconds for the Lord. Albert trying to find Fluffy, trying to find compensation, but they will not be able to find that. Again, it's Aura getting the really good picks onto Banana, and now they're gonna go on to the Lord, 1-man advantage.
I think it's the EXP lane difference right here. Fluffy is a lot more experienced in just playing out this late game, avoiding death traps from the opponents. But for Banana, you cannot say the same thing. Aura Fire has now secured the Lord, and they are playing it calm and collected. They still have the chance of using Kabuki as that siege tool, although Clay has still 0 deaths. He has a lot of kills, a lot of gold, and he has a lot of damage that Aura Fire needs to pay attention to.
I don't know why, but I feel like their gameplay kind of shifted in towards this mid towards the late game. I mean, RRQ Hoshi initially was able to get the better trades on the board and actually be able to convert onto it. But it turns out now Aura Fire is actually leading in terms of that economy, the map control, as well as the neutral objective is now it's going to be marching here in that mid side.
Vin's HP bar melting down as the real world inflation is going to be popped there. Fluffy diving in very, very deep onto Skylar, losing out a lot of HP. Banana going to find that immortality, popping it. Fluffy has to back away. The real world inflation here still activated by Clay, and they will be able to find the pick on towards Facehugger. Albert with a brilliant pick with the G Kundo. Now the falling star moon connecting on the 2 members. Skylar going crazy with the sprint as well, jumping to the back line, finding Fluffy, finding everybody. He's going to be able to get that double kill. No, 1 more shot. Fluffy was able to survive. Kabuki flickers forward to kill the... Wait, well, who's that? Banana, actually, who overchased a bit, and Godiva's gonna go for the back door here with the minions that he has. Fluffy again jumping with a knockout strike, getting this heal from the side of the Bloodlust Axe. Again, getting the shield as well. Skylar doesn't get the damage, but Fluffy, once again, he's able to survive for now. He might be able to turn it. He jumps in, jumps back. Oh my god, Aura, they are able to disengage. And again, what I do want to mention is, team head-to-head, it was RRQ with better objectives, Aura with more kills, deaths, and assists. Here, it's a complete opposite.
Yeah, complete opposite already now. And it's interesting because the way that they're able to see and grasp on each other's gameplay is insane. RRQ Hoshi, they were able to maneuver around this, able to outplay Aura Fire, but in the end, Kabuki was able to do the same. In terms of this item, because of this basically 0 economy gap, what can we say?
Well, we can say that Aura Fire will have better pickoffs, and RRQ Hoshi, they are just very concerned about that backdoor potential. You saw that Skylar and Clay were both trying to get the kill onto Fluffy, but at the same time, they were very concerned about the base. You can see that they were very reluctant to leave it, just in case again, in case Kabuki makes that play yet again. That is the power, that is the pressure that a Beatrix can bring for your team. Now it's back to square one. Aura Fire with the pick-off advantage. RRQ Hoshi with better DPS, better AoE. We saw that earlier in the base defense. Clay was able to use that real manipulation and he just held it on. He activated it and just kept it there to make sure that the rest of Aura Fire are unable to push along with the Lord, and that just gave him the space to defend against that very aggressive push from Aura Fire.
Right now, I feel like RRQ Hoshi, they have one clear winning condition. The winning condition is they need to keep Iritel alive, right? Because if Iritel gets taken out, they don't have a source of DPS. They do have Albert with the damage, but unfortunately, it's a combo type of thing. So if that is used on one particular person on the side of Aura Fire, they don't have another answer. Meanwhile, Aura Fire, they have damage from Facehugger. They have damage from Kabuki. They have damage from even someone like Fluffy in that EXP lane on the Petito, as well as High. So there's just so many sources of targets that RRQ Hoshi have to control. Meanwhile, Aura Fire, they only need to take down one.
And look at how Fluffy is managing the waves. When he cut the mid lane wave, he only used a knockout strike and a jab, and that's it. He didn't go for a full clear onto the waves. Again, trying to set up that slow push. Obviously, RRQ did not want that to happen, noticed that, and cleared it up. But you already know the idea as to why Aura are trying to make this happen in the side lanes and even in the mid lane with the way pressure slow pushing into the base. RRQ are going to have a very tough time micromanaging 3.
You can see that Banana is very concerned about pushing deep into the side of Aura Fire because he's been picked off so often. So now Fluffy, he has the advantage of being able to cut the wave and leave Banana alone in the bottom side, gaining a man advantage for Aura Fire.
Here as well, you need to see. Fluffy's buying so much time, distracting the members, and again, making them look. He's going for the flanks now. This might be dangerous for RRQ. They gotta be careful. They cannot engage just yet. Banana is still in the bottom side. Aura knowing that they have a one-man disadvantage.
Oh!
Skylar's gonna get bursted down. Still has the win of nature. Still has the sustain. Kabuki not gonna be able to get that render shot. But Vin is gonna go on to High, who's still able to run away for now. Terrified, CC'd and melted down by Kabuki. Godiva's gonna go in as well, and that's a kill picked up. Fluffy's still able to buy so much time. Again, so annoying. Onto the back lines of RRQ. Facehugger jumping in with a sprint. Real world inflation popped in, but Albert still gonna be able to cancel it out, as now it's gonna be Clay who's gonna be targeted. Knockout strike finding him, shutting him down. Banana in the midst of it all, jumping in with the falling Simon, able to time it perfectly to find Facehugger. High is still on the Lord. It's a 2-for-1, and Aura have won another skirmish.
Another skirmish, and it is going to be the Lord taken by them as well. Initially, it felt like RRQ Hoshi was able to read the setup happening from Aura Fire, but it turns out Aura Fire comes out on top, and now they're really just asphyxiating RRQ Hoshi without any source of everything that they have. They're taking away the jungle, they're taking away all the neutral objectives on the board as well as the buffs, and now they are going to be managing all 3 lanes to push and just clash onto RRQ Hoshi at the same time.
That was the first death for Clay in this game. That was how chaotic that fight was. Fluffy is just doing a great job of disrupting the backline setup, and now with the Lord Aura Fire, they're going for a decisive end to this very exciting game.
High again, dishing out damage onto Albert, taking half HP away, as the rest of the damage is going to be placed onto Vin, who has lost 1 HP bar. Thunderclap on the back lines, but man, that's the Wesker for you. They are able to actually zone away from the Lord. Skylar killing the Lord, taking him down to prolong the game once again. It's still just a 1-for-0. Aura have a man advantage. Bumping the knockout strike, able to find Albert 2 times here. But look at Clay in the back lines. He's going to be able to try to go for this engage once again. Godiva's going to get got onto the way of the dragon there on the bottom side. Kabuki not even giving a chance for them to defend, flickering straight for the face with the Wesker, ending the game, sealing the deal, taking the lead in this series.
Man, that was just so well played by Aura Fire there, and you can see how impactful that a lot of sources of damage can have from the side of Aura Fire. The Iritel was struggling to get out of position because of the way that Godiva as well as Fluffy was zoning Skylar away, and it was so difficult for RRQ Hoshi to even clear out those minions at the very end.
I think honestly that first pick, Beatrix, was just so valuable, man. Again and again, any other marksman in that situation would have been zoned out, would have been taken out by the Masha Yves combo, but it's just a different story when the Beatrix is the one in the picture. In that final fight as well, the only marksman that can make the play, they can just go in for the base and burst it down that fast, is the Beatrix, and Aura completely abused that pick despite the best efforts from RRQ Hoshi.
Now, though, it's back to the drawing board for both of the teams, but for Aura, a massive confidence boost, as again, according to history, they've never been able to take RRQ down. Now might be their chance. The People's Champions, the Dragons, and Fluffy, man, in game number 1, you gotta give the MVP over to him. he made so many he enabled all of those opportunities to happen for his team. Kabuki, sure, dealt the damage. Sure, everyone played their part, but Fluffy did far and beyond, more than anyone else. Fluffy, not so fluffy for RRQ in game 1. He was not fluffy. He wasn't cute in game 1. He was scary.
He was annoying.
He was rock solid. He didn't care at all. You almost feel bad for Banana, right? This is his first time
you're up against this monster,
and you're up against Fluffy, who just outclasses you in the mechanics, in the macro gameplay as well. You can see the contrast just makes him look so much more inexperienced.
I mean, there were moments where Banana did something for his team, right?
Yes,
you could see that he was able to do the ganking from the bottom, the backdoor strat with the Esmeralda by a lot of time too. But there were also so many times where he went in uncharacteristic and was taken down, and that gave Aura Fire so many advantages when it came down to those critical moments, like before the Lord spawned or before the Turtle spawned, and so on and so forth. And that was very difficult for RRQ at that stage.
Yeah, I mean, they have a lot more better late game, but the way Aura was playing it, if you pay attention, when the fight begins, it's just fast and chaotic. There's no long drawn-out battles for DPS. It's always bursting down, right? Whenever Aura gets the advantage, someone gets taken out really early, and they all back away. We saw that earlier. They just traded 2 for 1, and that just seems to be the story, right? They know that they can't out-damage RRQ completely, so they're content just taking one person out and then backing off and then going back to the objectives. Rinse and repeat.
Back again though, I do want to talk about that team head-to-head, Arashi, that we spoke about before the draft. RRQ, more objectives secured. Aura, more fights taken, but in this game, it's the complete opposite. 22 minutes in, take a look at the objectives, take a look at the kills. It's swapped.
It is swapped, and Aura Fire, they're just... Again, this is just a different look altogether, and maybe that is exactly what's confusing so many of their opponents. The fact that they're usually just so aggressive, so bloodthirsty, and yet right now, they're just doing something completely different, unless they want to actually go back to their usual chaotic style. So being able to switch it up like that is just so dangerous. Looking now at the items, Skylar at the end there picked up a Has Claws because only 1 or 2 hits from Fluffy, and he is already chunked down to less than half HP. He needs a lot more sustain in that game, and it's just very difficult. You almost think that instead of a Win of Nature, he'll be more, have better of a time if he just went for something with more physical defense. Because honestly, it's just happening so quick, and you can't really like predict it because it's not a charged up ability. For the rest of the team though, they just go for 3 tanks and 2 backline members. Unfortunately for them, Aura Fire, they know exactly what to do in the situation. Just diving towards that backline, and the rich guy is still Skylar, who has a lot of time, a lot of setup from his team to be farming all the way since that early game. But the carry is still Kabuki, man. Put this man on a hero that performs, he does wonders. Put him on the Beatrix, and it's just unfair.
It was difficult, right? Because Skylar was actually leading in that early game, right? But it was so difficult later on in this game, even though he had his items, even though the damage was there, for him to have an impact in the game because of the way Aura Fire was able to make him a non-factor, basically, the way Fluffy was playing around Irital. And you can see even Kabuki taking those snipes, and Irital was forced to back out of those team fights.
In a lot of those situations, right, like I mentioned in the draft, Beatrix gets countered by Masha only if the others are able to follow up though. The Thunderclap will not be able to take him down alone, but as we expected, 1-0-7. How do you go deathless on a Paquito in the late game, 22 minutes in, with more physical damage? Well, he has more defensive items, but 2 physical items there. 1-0-7. Your MVP by Samsung Galaxy A series, definitely deserved. The man, Fluffy, that literally carried the team with his macro plays.
This is what Fluffy likes to do. He does not enjoy going for 1 physical damage item and full tank. He goes for a lot more aggressive items so that he has more impact in that late game, and we can see some of that in the MVP highlights by the Samsung Galaxy A series. Although this is the early game, he was doing a lot of work, putting on a lot of pressure, and setting up for the kills onto Banana again and again. And even in these macro situations, he's just able to actually have a lot more pressure. Look at the wave. At every moment, there's not a single time where Banana is able to quote-unquote out-push Fluffy due to his macro plays. And Skylar, speaking of Skylar, it's not like he wasn't making insane plays. He had stand-up moments of his own. Kabuki just outshone that with even crazier plays. and that just seems to be the story of the game. Maybe it's Kabuki being too good, maybe it's just how OP that hero is.
This moment.
Is exactly, Banana
that shield.
just wasn't ready at all, man. He just got completely outplayed. And right here, Vin got caught out. Clay here gets jumped on as well. Whenever Aura is able to just get their hands onto the very important backline members, that is where they get an advantage. Clay was playing very, very smart as well, holding the ultimate, making sure that it zones everyone away. But at the end of the day, the way Aura was playing it was just way too clean, man.
It was really clean. Again, Fluffy on the back of it all. Sometimes in the team fights, the camera's not pointed at him because of how weird his movement is. But in the end, you understand why he's making those flanks, why he's moving weirdly on the map to really look for those flanks and to pressure Clay and Skylar. Without Clay and Skylar following up, they don't have the damage, maybe because they also don't have the axe. The new axe effect that you guys can get right now for 48 hours of freshness. You guys, the better you smell, the better you play. Play more confidently with the Axe dual action technology that provides up to 48 hours of freshness. Hurry up and buy Axe right now and you can get prizes up to tens of millions. Man.
What?
Talk about value.
Tens of millions.
Tens of millions. You smell fresh. Good deal. What else is there?
Can women wear Axe as well?
Of course.
Yeah, why not?
I need to get me some Axe then.
You get that Axe, you can perform better in the game as well. And maybe, right, with the Axe effect, that is where that combo, right, like for example, the Yves and the Masha, it can have better performance because in that game, it really wasn't working out as intended. It worked out once. See, they lacked the Axe effect, guys.
Yeah, but something else that they lacked in that game, I believe, is, I don't know, RRQ were just not disciplined in that game. Very weird. The fact that they kept on looking for fights, the fact that they have taken, well, every single time they get on the neutral objective, they force a fight. They never back away. They get the turtle early on, they force a fight, and that led to Aura actually able to take one member down. Neutral objective traded for one member every single time. There's not a single clean objective take.
I honestly think from the side of RRQ Hoshi, they didn't expect how aggressive Aura Fire would play when it went into that 5v5 team fight. Because face value, I think I mentioned this in the game, their draft heavily relied on the Eve with the real world manipulation and of course Iritel dealing that DPS damage. Both of these could not happen at all. We saw time and time again Clay trying to open up that real world manipulation. It instantly gets cancelled by Godiva. Fluffy already zoning away the Iritel as well, and they didn't have a source of CC in their kit, in their composition to deny that aggression coming in from Aura Fire.
They lack the protection for the backline members, and with 3 tank members and 2 very critical backline members, the composition from Aura is just very good. Well, it depends on how you play it, but the fact that they have Fluffy on the Paquito and they have High on the Amon, whenever Skylar or Clay mispositioned by just a bit, they are forced to back away so far because that's burst damage. So I don't know if that's part of their game plan, but again, when you have only 2 main damage dealers and you're up against 2 assassins, this seems to be the strategy that Aura likes to go for. Physical burst and magical burst combination that makes the squishy heroes unable to itemize efficiently to try and survive in that teamfight situation.
The impact player, though, in that game was still Clay for RRQ, and obviously Fluffy, the MVP of the game, the man who made so many of those crazy moves to kind of stop this man right here that you see on cam to make those plays. The real-world manipulation was basically a non-factor in the last few team fights because of how Fluffy positioned himself. Even though he didn't use a knockout strike, he's got to be scared for his life, man. If Fluffy gets that knockout strike, then that's goodbye Clay, because the follow-up comes in instantly for the side of Aura Fire. But now, again, we're going to take a look at the coaches, Tezet and Achil. Fiel, who just moved up as the head coach now. Achil is actually the analyst for RRQ Hoshi.
It's already a different look, and we have to see what kind of adaptations both these coaches can make, because for Aura, it seems very, very solid, but for RRQ, if they want to go for backline, they need more protection. If they want to match Aura in the aggression, then they need a lot more setup tools. They were able to actually outplay, quote-unquote, Aura in the early game, because they have a lot more pick-up potential. But Aura was just able to survive that early game, and then came back in the late game, probably because they're wearing that JBL Quantum headset, man. Of course.
Probably is.
Sound and survival, Eterna, and they have the best sound in the building. Obviously, the better player, the better team will win on the day, but that JBL Quantum definitely gives you an advantage, especially for the coaches who need to communicate, who need to tell them, hey, it's all right, we got next game.
It's an audio buff.
It's an audio buff.
Exactly.
But it does seem like everyone is chill. Albert's still smiling. The whole team is still smiling. They're still in good spirits coming into the second game. Aura, maybe even more after that win. But the sandbag, wow. #1 highest damage taken, 2,656,346 total damage. Man,
that's ridiculous.
After taking that much of a beating, how are you still fluffy?
You would expect he would adapt and evolve, and he'll be like, I don't know, hard instead. But no, he's still fluffy. So
he's still fluffy,
not
man.
solid.
Good luck, Aura, though, from Nonia here. You can see the fans, they were loving it. The Aura fams. RRQ Kingdom, maybe not so much in that game, but again, in game number 2, it's a complete reset here, as we are going to enter the drafts very, very soon. I think RRQ will need to go for that first pick. They need to contest the Beatrix. Skyler said it. He wants to contest the Beatrix. They have to do it. The Beatrix, this week so far, has 100% win rate. Every team who got the Beatrix, who takes the Beatrix, wins the game.
I mean, that's a lot.
Wow, okay.
That is a lot to take in, because it's almost like a guarantee at this point. And in fact, you can see that a lot more gold laners are just shining in this week, partially because of how effective this Beatrix has been in this particular week. It's always been strong, but teams seem to be abusing it a lot more in the past 1 or 2 weeks.
Okay.
Let's see though, we're jumping into the drafts for game number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, RRQ still opting for the red side. Second pick, Aura banning the same 2 heroes. Franco, 1-1, probably the Akai ban as well. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, but RRQ, it broke for them. They're still not fixing it. Panikadita. Oof.
I think the Kadita is a good ban, not just because it's a comfort ban from the side of Aura Fire, but the way that RRQ Hoshi likes to play around the map. They like to group up as 5, and going against someone like the Kadita might be a little too difficult for them to maneuver around. But now we can see that RRQ Hoshi have once again opted for that Paramis ban, and Beatrix is going to be the first pick once again for Aura Fire. This is the exact same thing that happened in game number 1. Perhaps this time around though, RRQ Hoshi know better than to choose what they did before. Maybe they have different priorities on the board.
Masha Valentina might be a better option here, or Paquito Valentina. Switch it up. Don't give the Paquito over to Fluffy. We know what he was able to do on that Paquito. Pick it up for ourselves. Banana, he is a very good Paquito player. In the MDL, we've seen many, many times on that Paquito, he's made the plays happen.
They can switch it up and instead go for their own backline dive heroes. But they're going for the exact same thing. This is deja vu in game number 2. For Aura though, will they go for the same thing? Because if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So, Valentina.
Paquito next.
Is it going to be Paquito next? There's no reason for Aura to feel pressured in the situation. RRQ are the ones who need to be considering this.
Oh,
wow.
Man. And again, Eterna, Arashi. This is something we saw from RRQ in the Grand Finals against RSG Philippines at MSC 2022. All 4 games, they went for the exact same bans and the exact same picks.
I wonder if they're thinking that, no, it wasn't the draft, it was just the execution, which makes sense, right? You can make an argument that there are moments where RRQ had success, but overall, why make it difficult on yourself? You can remember how difficult it was for them. Maybe they want to go for Masha and Yves, and then for the roamer, they'll go for someone with a bit more crowd control, a bit more security, and save, the same way Eterna was talking about.
There is a possibility that they want to secure a gold laner this time around. Perhaps the Claude. I think it would have worked better than the Irithel, being able to go in without any hindrance. But no, it's going to be the Cho pick for the side of RRQ Hoshi. So now Aura Fire once again have the option to start limiting that gold lane if they want to.
Now, I do think it actually is slightly better than game number 1's draft, right? Because with the Cho, you pick up a Masha, you pick up a Cho. Now, both of these heroes will be able to be flexed, right? Masha, XP, roam. And for the Cho, XP, jungle, roam, 3 lanes as well. They picked up the Esmeralda last game, and I called it. We have never seen Albert on the Esmeralda. It's probably going to go to the XP lane, and Masha's probably going to go to the roam. Now it makes it a little bit more unpredictable for Aura Fire. But they might just, well, they will go for the same exact bans, I believe. They went for Klon and Popol in game 1. Go for it again. I mean, the gold laner still is very, very vulnerable to those bans. I don't think Aura needs to change anything here in terms of the bans.
They want to go full dive. The Claude is so perfect. Ban it out, ban it out. That's the only option they have. But
Natalia.
now Aura Fire, they're actually going to shake things up with a Natalia being banned away. So
Interesting.
they don't think that Masha is going into that roam position once again, perhaps.
We saw a bit of a fun fact, but the highest win rate on the Beatrix is still on Skylar, but he's not getting the hero at all. Looking at the, the head-to-head almost between Facehugger and Clay here, it does seem like they're both high ground heroes, but you can see that Aura right now is a lot more flexible. They can put Facehugger in several different heroes, and Clay, we just haven't seen the same kind of flexibility, the same kind of adaptability. So maybe there's something that they're trying to go, they're trying to abuse. But it seems like Aura, they're expecting RRQ to go full dive and make sure that that Beatrix is a non-factor. So they ban out the Natalia, and RRQ, they're going for the same exact bans. You're right.
Same. Five. All five. Same bans. But Aura, they leave the pop wall and the Claude open for RRQ to take. They ban out the Irithel, which they were able to take down in game number 1. So maybe now they just want to, go, try, play your signature heroes, Skylar.
That's a little feisty.
It's getting personal here.
It's a taunt from Aura, just saying, we can take your best shot. Doesn't matter. So now from RRQ, the first pick here, is it going to be the gold lane, or are they going to try and hide it and do something unexpected? The Brody that we talked about in the previous game, it is going to be here right now. It has a lot more self-peel, more utility, and they can secure a lot of the heroes escaping, right? Which is how Aura likes to play. They go in, they get pickoffs, they dash out. Now, the torn apart memory will be there to try and deter them from doing that.
It's very, but there's a lot of single target damage here actually for RRQ. But again, we'll see. For Aura, they can just go for the same picks again. Nothing stopping them from doing that. The Amon and the Ruby was the pick they went for in their last pick. So now Aura have the chance to go for the same exact draft. They might change up a bit, maybe giving changing the jungler would be pretty alright, The Amon in that game didn't really have as much pressure.
Oh, I had a feeling, Mirko.
Is this Esme?
I had a feeling.
It's Esme jungle.
I had a feeling.
Esme jungle.
I had a feeling.
Jungle.
Oh, bro. While you were talking, I was like, this is going to be insane if Aura Fire picks up this Esmeralda in that jungle position. And oh my god, they really do it. And they top it off with the Ruby for Godiva to add them a little bit more CC. And now, this is a heavy front line from Aura Fire. RRQ Hoshi, how are they going to seal this off? Where is the Cho going to go?
Aura has a lot of dive as well, and it's still a good mix of magical and physical. That is something that Aura abused a lot of times. We have a comment here for Anti-Mage though. Lemon is very good with momentum heroes and Clay with damage heroes. That seems to be the case. Now the final pick for RRQ though, it's gonna be Ling.
Oh.
The Ling pick for Albert again. He's trying to get his first win on the Ling in Season 10. Ladies and gentlemen, right here, the drafts have been completed. The Cho will go to the Rome, I believe. But here we go. Talent game duration prediction by Axe. 18 minutes, 19 minutes, and 18 minutes. In game number 1, they went to 22 minutes. So I got the most accurate time. Take that, Eterna, Arashi, the double A's.
Ouch.
We need to actually predict longer games, man, because the games have been so close and back and forth. We're not seeing the same kind of one-sided domination because teams are getting better at recovery when they lose momentum and when they lose control.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, here it is. Both of the drafts set. It's Albert on the Ling. It's Cho as a roam and Banana on that Masha. Here with the changes that RRQ and Aura have made. Who will take game number 2? Is it going to be a sweep or is it going to be an equalizer? Back at it again, ladies and gentlemen, into the land of Dawn. Aura versus RRQ.
What I find difficult for this particular game between Aura as well as RRQ is the fact that the Ling was chosen in that last pick. And I do believe that Ling is going to be able to free move, high mobility with no one from the side of Aura Fire to particularly stop him. I guess they do have the Ruby, but it's not as reliable, let's say, as if Aura Fire picks up someone like the Cho. So it's going to be very difficult, in my opinion, for Aura Fire to contest these neutral objectives on the board.
And look at Hai already trying to abuse the fact that he's on a fighter here. He can bully Albert in the early game, especially because the mid lane for Aura Fire is also winning very consistently. Vin and Clay try to deter them, and Banana comes in to try and act as a threat as well. So RRQ Hoshi, they will be able to get the orange buff for Albert so far.
This is going to be tough, though. Again, you can already see that they're putting a whole lot of emphasis this time around into that gold lane. It's going to be very, very tough for Skylar. He opted for the Killing Spree emblem, too, on the Brody, so not with the weapon mastery, won't have that much damage in the late game. He's trying to gamble on that early to mid game.
Well, he kind of has to, right? Later on, the Beatrix will be so much more effective, more range, more options they can do. I think a big factor here is the fact that they're relying on, I guess the plan is for them to ensure that Kabuki will be destroyed in the late game because they have assassins, they have utility lockdown and all that. But honestly, we've seen that Kabuki, he doesn't struggle against assassins on the Beatrix, partially because of how OP that Wesker is. Albert gets taken very low, he gets bullied out of the jungle of Aura Fire.
Man, a lot of them have been forced to recall already. Aura Fire being as aggressive as they can be, or even trying to look for compensation from the aggression given to them by RRQ Hoshi. But now, 2 minutes in, we can already see that the turtle has already spawned in the Land of Dawn, and Hai seems to be the first one to get there.
Hai on Demon Slayer, on the Esmeralda. He's going to be able to take this for free. Ling doesn't have the purple buff. They're not even going to try to contest, and Hai saves his retribution for his own purple buff. Already an objective take here, but in the bottom side, Vin is trying to dish out the damage on towards Kabuki. Doesn't have to wait the dragon, but the dive comes in here. Real world relation popped in as well. Kabuki still has the damage onto Albert. Might be able to outplay here, but he's still going to be able to do it. It's going to be Albert taken down. Godiva with the save, taking first blood. Presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy series. And he still is able to find it, connecting on the Skylar. 1 HP, real world manipulation. Aura Fire. Oh my goodness gracious. How did they do that?
That was Aura Fire outclassing RRQ Hoshi mechanically, and we don't see that often. I mean, RRQ Hoshi, Albert on this Ling, he's mechanically gifted on the Ling, and he was able to get outplayed. That was insane. He is able to get that gold buff away from Hai, though, so a little trade, perhaps a little fire already starting to heat up in his emotions, as we can take a look at the emblems now, 3 minutes in.
Well, for almost the Demon Slayer seems to be what heroes are prioritizing right now, especially in the jungle. The weapon mastery for Kabuki ensures that in the late game he will be one of the main damage dealers, as in contrast...
Oh my goodness! The reaction time by Facehugger, able to dodge away from the way the dragon, and now Vin, you're caught. Godiva's jumping in all the way, High with the falling Star Moon, catching Clay, but Godiva needs to be back, needs to back off here, too aggressive. He goes in for the recalls, just taunting Albert in his own jungle. This is getting personal, man.
Albert's the level below.
2 levels
right now.
below.
2 now.
It might be 3 if Hai gets a purple buff, and yeah, wait the dragon there. Taking Albert out. Oh my god, Facehugger might be able to take him down. Still has a Finch poise, but Aura completely dominating RRQ in the 4th minute of the game.
Wow, it's just so difficult. They tried so hard to make that play in the bottom side work out, but nothing was set up for it. Even the mid lane wasn't really pushed out. They make a play for Godiva right now, and they will be able to secure that. But again, it's just a kill. We've talked about kills against objectives, and even then, Godiva was able to buy so much more time.
Man, what is going on now? Aura Fire, with the lead that they already have built on 2,000 in economy, they are going to start this next turtle, but Vin already opening up the map, looking for a play perhaps onto Hai.
Albert jumping in with the retribution, doesn't get it. Hai 2 levels ahead, that's what that gets you, and Hai doesn't want to stop there. With the falling Star Moon, he jumps onto Albert, stealing away the creeps in his jungle. RRQ, this is a weird spot to be in for Albert. 2 levels below of the enemy jungler as a Ling against a Beatrix Arashi. I've told you so many times how annoying it is to go up against a Beatrix on the Ling, and now we're seeing it. Godiva trying to go for the I'm Offended, connecting and bringing it back all the way for Kabuki to take that kill. Skylar taken down, instantly bursted down by the Terminator, Kabuki.
That's just crazy. And now RRQ, they're in damage control, and there's not much they can do. Albert is trying his best to scrounge up some kind of resource from his jungle, but again, Godiva just comes in solo against 3 people. He doesn't even care. Fluffy is doing the exact same thing. So both sides of the jungle aren't safe for RRQ Hoshi to play around in.
It's crazy how Facehugger's been playing as well. The real world manipulation is being open here though, Mirko.
Yeah, it's just a take. It's the purple buff take. They're just denying Albert every farm, every buff. Albert does no damage, and they take a turret in the bottom side, punishing RRQ's movement towards that top side, even in that XP lane. Fluffy's able to win. 1 level lead. High now with falling Star Moon. jumping in. I'm offended, connecting onto Clay. No follow-up as of yet. Kabuki, though, is looking for it. Vin jumps in with the Jikundo. Unable to find him with the Dragon onto high, but now Facehugger as well. Fishes out the same. You want to kick my friends? I'll kick you too. Aura outclassing RRQ. Oh no, Albert. Please tell me you get this. Okay, he gets it. He gets out. But man, if Fluffy was able to take that, I would be tilted.
A small win, I guess, for RRQ Hoshi, but Godiva here goes in for this conceal play.
Wow. They don't let him play at all right now. Banana tries his best, but he's against 3 people. That's not a wise move, my friend. He's gonna get jumped on.
I don't know about this. Okay, how? That was a sprint. That was a running Masha. And you, okay, he's really good, man. He's really good at the game.
I guess. I mean, now he's going on this next objective. He's stealing all the turrets away from the side of RRQ Hoshi. And this is something that we mentioned before as well. Kabuki doesn't just deal the damage, but he's also really good at the siege and taking those infrastructures away from the enemy. And now you can see Aura Fire already grouping up as, oh my god, look at this.
Yeah, Clay forced to flicker out. Godiva going for the dive. And Facehugger with the weight of the dragon. Who's the Joe? It's Facehugger. Albert now, he's trying to go for the steal. He's gonna get terrified. That's another turtle take. Albert caught, will be taken down. Oh, he's still able to dash away from the fight, but Facehugger does not want to give him any space. This is a 0-2-0 Albert on a Ling, 2 levels below of high.
That is just painful, man. RRQ, they're making plays, they're trying to get the pickoffs, get the highlight plays they always usually get in the games. But Aura Fire, they're fighting fire with fire, man. With the Dragons completely countered. Dives, when they get dived on by RRQ, they dive back. So Aura Fire, they're just completely beating RRQ Hoshi down, and they don't really have an option. Even if they take this to the late game, for the most part, Aura Fire has more solid late game heroes too.
Aura are making it look easy. Not as easy as how you guys can go for grab food though, because one tap with a discount code right there, grb.co/MPL, scanning the barcode, the QR code will work too. You guys can get that very good discount. Look at the food on the left. I want that.
Oh, I want that. And it seems like Aura Fire wants something different, though. They are going to be sieging into that top side. But we'll see what happens, as Vin doesn't seem to be able to get an engage as well. Albert might be in trouble, though. Forced to use that Tempest of Blades. Miracle!
Oh my, Kabuki. It's getting really illegal now. It's not even surprising anymore. Every single time you land a shot, we all know you're going to land that shot. It's more surprising for Kabuki to miss a shot now, as Godiva is going to be able to zone out the members from RRQ away from that tier 2. This is insane. Aura Fire, they're so disciplined in the way they play the game, and RRQ are actually the ones who are being caught. Banana, what? He's all the way in the back. He's going to get caught here. He was waiting for something, but he's waiting for Kabuki to melt him down right now. Banana's going to be caught in the I'm Offended, now taken down. Finn as well. All the collapse coming in. Clay will be forced to flicker out. They jump in once again, and the damage by Fluffy will be able to take him down. Skylar taken really low. Fluffy diving into the base. It is a complete shutout. Aura Fire, 10-2.
I guess RRQ Hoshi, they're looking for some compensation on board in that top side, but they gotta be careful. Aura Fire, they might be able to get more in that inhibitor turret. Now, they are leading with 9,000 gold, a man advantage. They might be just going straight for this next board.
They have a full setup right here. I don't know what RRQ can do. They can risk going for the Lord, but they're just going to get wrecked in the fights anyways. They're trying to go for some split push maneuvers right here, trying to abuse the mobility that Albert has, but honestly, it's just not enough. Aura Fire has the control right now to force RRQ Hoshi to fight them by pressuring the base, pressuring for the end. Looking now at the items right here. For Kabuki, he even has the Wind of Nature to ensure that there will be no issues at all for him to deal with the dive from the side of RRQ Hoshi. There's just not enough.
It's such a sad Ling. Look at this. Windtalker and Berserker's Fury in the 10th minute of the game. You're not going to be able to deal that damage. And if you jump on Beatrix, you can guarantee, I can guarantee you that the Beatrix will one-shot him. Yep, Hunter Strike. BOD, that's all you need. And he's higher level than Albert.
When we saw the composition coming in from RRQ Hoshi, I was doubting the CC from Aura Fire, but I was overlooking the fact that Facehugger is on this Valentina, and we gotta say, Facehugger has been an immaculate Valentina as well, being able to deal and take the best ultimates in this particular station, and here we go!
Vin with Dragon bringing high back all the way there. The Beard Faction still there. Facehugger is going to be able to kite away really well. Albert jumps in, picking up a kill for the hands of Skylar as they go towards the Lord now. Albert still trying to buy time, but he's going to get taken down by Fluffy, punched in, out of existence. 2 for 1. Aura Fire looking for the siege here on the bottom side. They're looking for the base turret. And man, it's 11 minutes. I forgot how fast this game really is. Clay with the real world inflation able to zone out Kabuki. Torn apart memory, not able to pick out anybody. And Aura with the first lord, incredible value as they have been able to take down that base turret. But RRQ, they're still persistent. They're still staying in this game.
Wow, man. I mean, later on, if they really catch up, there's a chance they can just guarantee that Kabuki gets taken out. But then what? Facehugger still does a lot of damage, Fluffy and High. The way they itemize, they never go for full tag builds, so they will do an insane amount of damage. And Albert, as well as Skylar, won't be doing enough to melt through them. This is a replay by the Samsung Galaxy A series on that fight there. And with the tower protections in place for the side of RRQ Hoshi, they're still able to defend here by sacrificing Albert to buy a bit more time. Overall though, Aura still has the control. They are still in the same spot. It's rinse and repeat. RRQ, they like playing for traps, they like having death bushes in the jungle, but they don't have any control at all, and Aura make their play again.
Oh my god, Albert was forced to use the red tree to take that orange buff away. Aura not given the space. Okay, I thought Kabuki was gonna hit Clay there. I was just waiting for it. But yeah, he's just aiming down. He's aiming down sight. He does not want RRQ to leave the base. Conceal play. Oh no, Vin. They spotted Vin.
Oh.
Kabuki going for the chase. Fluffy has the knockout strike. Conceal again by Vin. He's running away. Fluffy caught him with the knockout strike now. Able to dish out some damage. And Aura, oh my god, they're just going for it. They don't stop. But okay, finally they stop. They know that the Lord is coming up. But whoa. Banana again. He's jumping in, trying to save Vin there. Will be able to this time around. Oh, I don't know. I really don't know what RRQ should do at this point.
It seems like they're gonna start trying to split push. It feels like RRQ Hoshi were able to distract Aura Fire a little bit there in that bottom side, buy Albert a little bit more time to push that wave in that top side. But I'm not sure how far this can go, as now Aura already grouping around this Lord.
And they're resetting it because they need to get pressure up top first. They're clearing it first. They do not want to rush anything. Again, with an 8,000 gold lead, Arashi, they're not in the position to actually force things. It's RRQ who needs to force things, and Aura are just baiting them out of the base.
Aura is just trying to make sure that they overextend, and Banana he was pushing, but now he's rotating, coming in. But for the most part, Aura just seems to be going for it.
Oh, and there you go. Vin's gonna get taken down. Albert jumping in onto Godiva. Torn apart memory, tickling Godiva there. Only taking away like a bar of HP. Aura Fire find a pick. They do not want to look for the Lord. They want to look for the kills.
Oh, Albert?
Oh no, he's gonna get spotted. He's still able to get out, but I think it might be a free Lord now for Aura Fire. Godiva going for the I'm Offended again, just buying some time. Kabuki, oh, this is it. Banana can't actually go for that. Kabuki's taken very, very low, but Banana will be chunked as well. Fluffy jumping in. Does Kabuki have Haas Claws? Is he able to sustain back up? No, he doesn't. He doesn't have Haas Claws, but he will be able to get back up by taking that purple buff. Albert, a miracle play is what they need to look for. This, we've seen it before, but I don't think we'll see it here. High and Aura setup, beautiful. Zoning Albert away, another Lord take. No objectives, neutral objectives for RRQ at all in game number 2.
I honestly thought that if RRQ Hoshi committed to that, they might have been able to get something out of it. Did you see? RRQ Hoshi had all their ultimates up, except for that real-world manipulation, but I'm sure it would have been up rather fast. And from the side of Aura Fire, they wasted all their resources already, but they didn't commit onto it.
Oh, I don't think this is a good push. It's only one way pushing in. Bottom side and top side isolated here. Backside though, Vin jumping with the way the dragon bring Kabuki out of range so that RRQ can have more time to defend. Now Kabuki with the render shot, he finds Clay, and he's able to buy some time for the team to go onto the top side turret. Albert with the Flinch Boys jumping in with the Tempest of Blades as well. Real world inflation popped in, but Clay is there. Godiva just waiting for it. I'm Offended picks up, and look at the backside actually. Banana going on to Kabuki's 1 HP with a nature. Oh my god, he's still able to get the kill. He's looking for more right now. It's a 1-for-1. Fluffy taken down for Albert. Torn apart memory popped in. Blade armor bought by Banana as he goes in on the face circle, but still not able to find a kill. Kabuki just goes crazy. Falling Simon locking him in place for Kabuki to dish out the damage once again. Finding a double kill as in the backside. That's going to be Godiva jumping in to secure the kill. Clay taken down by Kabuki. You cannot stop the dragons. Aura Fire, dominant display, burning the kings down.
Burning the kings down. The Dragon Tamers no longer, as Aura Fire have negated history and won a clean sweep against RRQ Hoshi in match number 1. That was insane. What is going on with RRQ Hoshi?
what is going on with Aura as well, because that was such a good game, man. Aura, perfect game.
The rise of Aura and the fall of RRQ Hoshi, man. What a timeline we live in. That is crazy. They're just so clean with it, so disciplined. And RRQ, I don't know if their game plan was even, good enough, because we mentioned Eterna about having more security, having more safety for the backline. They went with a complete opposite approach, trying to fight aggression with aggression. That is exactly where Aura shines, and they display it clearly in this game. They finally get their vindication. They take the match against RRQ.
First time since Season 5, I believe.
Since the franchise begun.
Since the franchise league begun, they've finally taken a game off of RRQ. Not just a game, a whole match, 2-0. It wasn't even close in that final one. You can see the smiles of the People's Champion. Godiva, he said in the teaser, in the roster reveal for Aura Fire for Season 10, that he's tired of being called the People's Champion. It's time for him to be the MPL Champion.
And they might actually go there, because now winning 2-0, they've solidified their place in the 3rd place and maybe even into the 2nd place. It depends. We'll see into the standings later on, but wow, Aura's macro play makes Albert's Ling win rate still sitting at a 0%. And that is so different to last season.
That's what happens.
Ling's Albert was unbeatable, 100% win rate.
The whole year, up until M3, it was unbeatable. But here, it's a different season. Everybody has stepped up, especially this team. I cannot stress the progress. I cannot talk about the progress because you all know. You all know what it took to get here for Aura Fire. 0 wins, matches in Season 7. All the way to this point, it's been rapid progression. And I just have no words for the level of play that they're able to display here against the defending champions of Season 9.
They're literally embodying the saying, it's okay being down, it's not okay staying down. They have completely risen to the occasion, and now they are showing that they're one of the strongest contenders in MPL Season 10. The season of upsets, the season of dark horses. This is the perfect season for Aura to just get everything and just claim the top spot. Man, what a performance. It's insane how clean they perform and how well they can abuse heroes that they can actually comfort picks for their team.
The concerned faces of the veteran, the team captain there in the back, in the player rooms, as you can see, for the players, RRQ definitely disappointed with the results here, but still giving the clap over to Aura. But for Aura, whoa, the scream, the passion from this team. This team is going places. This team is going places. If they stay in form, they might even do it, man. MPL champions in Season 10. But we're throwing it over to our host for the interview.
Akhirnya saat yang dinantikan oleh Aura Fams, oleh Aura Fire ketika melawan tim RRQ Hoshi di depan mata, dan sudah terjadi. Mereka berhasil mendapatkan kemenangan pertama mereka atas RRQ selama berseason-season dari season 4. Tapi di sini Bude Clara Mongsar bakal langsung ngobrol-ngobrol bersama salah satu orang yang sangat vokal di dalam in-game, ada Face Hagar. Halo Kapten ya?
Halo ya.
Kapten dong berarti ya. Ini ada kapten dari tim Aura Fire. Dengan 2-0 tadi kalian mendeklarasikan bahwa sekarang Sang Naga udah bisa menaklukkan Sang Raja.
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah ya. Tapi ini formulanya udah ketemu atau gimana sih? Karena kita ngelihat ini sangat mengejutkan gitu. Dari historinya nggak pernah menang lawan RRQ. Sekarang kalian bisa menang 2-0.
Pasti kita belajar dari kesalahan sih. Udah pasti kita belajar dari kesalahan. Terus kita ya semua pemain kita berkembang lah. Itu faktor utamanya.
Faktor utamanya berarti pemain kalian berkembang dan belajar dari kesalahan. Berarti dari diri kalian sendiri ya?
Iya.
Bukan kalian ngebaca strategi atau apapun itu?
Kalau masalah strategi udah pasti ada. Cuma ya itu, ini kita lah, formula kita sendiri nggak bisa dibikin sekarang.
Oke, dan menariknya lagi di game yang pertama kalian itu bisa dibilang tertatih-tatih. Tapi di game yang kedua kalian kayak ngeliatin game itu one-sided banget loh. Apa yang kalian lakuin sih?
Mungkin game pertama kita ya masih banyak yang nggak disiplin lah. Maksudnya kayak masih banyak gerakan yang tabrakan satu sama lain, yang bikin mistake kecil, yang berujung kayak gamenya jadi lama.
Oke, dan di game kedua semuanya udah di-solve?
Pas kelar game 1 kita udah solving.
Wow, secepat itu ya kalian bisa
Harus,
berkembang dari setiap gamenya. Dan ini menarik juga, Facehager, kamu bikin lawanmu itu gak berkutik. Dengan Valentina 2 kali kamu ambil. Emang kamu tuh kayak jadi kuncian ya setiap gamenya, harus ngegerakin gamenya.
Nah, sebenarnya balik lagi semuanya juga jadi kunci buat kemenangan Aura sih, bukan gua doang.
Wow.
Ya, semuanya.
Kalau Kabukinya, Beatrix Kabuki dilepas terus gimana tuh?
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah ya.
Kalau di gua
Kalau bisa dilepas terus
iya,
gitu ya?
Kalau bisa dilepas terus.
Oke, dan ini juga menarik banget tentang pilihan-pilihan hero buatmu sendiri ya. Kamu kan as a captain, pilihan hero udah di depan mata. Dan menurutmu sendiri presentasinya berapa sih untuk hero untuk ngedapetin kemenangan? Pilihan hero.
Masih 50-50 sih kalau dari hero. Soalnya kan kalau menang match up pun belum tentu di gamenya bisa menang gitu lah. Jadi kayak apapun bisa terjadi kalau lihat dari hero doang.
Oh gitu, jadi menurutmu sendiri 50-50 ya?
Iya.
Dan susah gak sih ketika kamu menjadi kapten harus berfokus terhadap makronya juga, nge-shot call juga, dan itu pasti akan berbeda dari setiap lawan tim-timnya kan?
Sebenarnya kalau misalkan tim kita udah satu jalan, udah satu pemikiran gitu ya, lebih gampang buat berjalan bareng-barengnya sih. Jadi nggak ada mistake nggak ada miskom atau apa lagi.
Oh lebih lancar karena kalian udah nyatu.
Ya, udah nyatu gitu udah.
Dan gak ada problem ya. Tapi aku mau tanya nih, ini kan leg 1 udah selesai. Dan udah kalian lawan semua tim yang ada di MPL. Menurutmu sendiri, siapa sih lawan yang paling berat?
Semuanya berat sih.
Kalau satu ada gak?
Nggak ada sih, semuanya berat.
Semuanya berat?
Ya, semuanya berat.
Kalau lawan yang paling susah untuk dibaca pergerakannya, makronya, untuk diimbangi?
Paling sih Onyx.
Onyx?
Iya.
Karena memang dari makronya atau dari?
Karena kan dia pemainnya juga sering ganti-ganti juga kan. Jadi kayak kita bisa nggak expect aja siapa yang main kayak gitu lah. Silang 4 pun dia silangnya kayak nggak 2-2 gitu, kadang bisa yang lainnya. Jadi kayak 4-nya bisa satu-satuin gitu loh.
Oke, jadi pembacaan nggak cuma dari draft tapi juga dari player yang rumit dari tim Onyx. Tapi oke, nextnya ini bakal seru banget untuk leg yang kedua. Apa harapanmu untuk leg yang kedua, Facehager?
Semoga makin seru aja sih. Biasanya leg 2 kan udah pada improve lah biasanya dari leg pertama. Tim-tim udah pada menutupi kekurangannya gitu dari leg pertama. Jadi harusnya makin seru.
Makin seru ya. Dan Facehager, ada yang mau kamu sampaikan gak sih untuk Aura Fams atau siapapun yang akan kamu sampaikan? Silahkan.
Untuk Aura Fam tetap dukung kita ya. Dukung kita kalah atau menang tetap dukung aja.
Tetap dukung Aura Fams, mau kalah ataupun menang, tapi semua berharap pasti menang terus ya. Dan kalau gitu terima kasih banget Facehager dan good luck Evan untuk leg yang kedua. Dan untuk para caster silahkan breakdown semua yang terjadi di match pertama kita. Silahkan.
Thank you so much for the interview, Mongstar, and obviously Facehager, the captain for Aura Fire, the man that led the Dragons, the People's Champions, to a 2-0 victory. 15 minutes in the second game, Rashi. We mentioned so many times that it was one-sided, a stomp, a dominant, and from the items, it's true.
What can you say, man? They're just completely all over RRQ Hoshi. They don't let them play at all. Almost a full item difference. For the most part, I mean, it's hard to say if the itemization would make a difference when the composition, how they want to play, it's just so difficult because RRQ, they opt again for the aggressive style. They want to make sure they can dive towards Kabuki instead. And as a result, as an answer, Kabuki just went with a perfect game with 0 deaths. So it's like, wow, what do you even do? Not to mention, they seem to just focus down on Kabuki, but if they get too close, Fluffy and Facehager, they are absolutely content just slugging it out. They do a lot of damage, man. Remember, it's Fluffy with 2 damage items, and it's not flashy, but the way Facehager is able to play so adaptively in this game is just so impressive. Looking at the post-game stats, damage to towers, and the Turtle Lord turret rate, you can see it's just out of this world. The rich guy in the carry is still Kabuki. Even though initially RRQ Hoshi, they tried to make a play in the bottom side, I think them forcing that play was exactly what went wrong in the early game, and Aura completely punished it. You mentioned how it's not even that RRQ is making a lot of mistakes. They just Aura just playing it too clean. Well, yeah, every time RRQ make the smallest of misplays, Aura Fire is just punishing it so hard, and they carry it with that momentum all the way till the late game. So it's just very difficult when you have no margin of error like that.
It's crazy. Again, RRQ didn't really have a chance to play. Look at the damage to tower. Oh, look at the turret. They were only able to take a turret, one single turret in this game against Aura.
Not enough.
And with this, Aura have taken down both RRQ and EVOS 2-0.
Oh.
Have they taken down Onyx as well?
No, they got beat by Onyx 2-1.
So that's the last.
That's why in the interview, Facehugger was asked, who do you want to face, Onyx?
You say who do you
Who's
find the
the
most
hardest?
troublesome? Exactly, it's Onyx because they're so flexible. They can do so many different things. Same way, you can say the same thing about Aura, but the MVP for game number 2 here by the Samsung Galaxy A series is the captain, the man himself, Facehugger on the Valentina. We talk about big brain. When you're on Valentina, you have so many options, and this man just finds the right one every single time.
He used the Way the Dragon, I think, more times than Vin in this game.
That's crazy.
He was able to use the Way the Dragon Flicker combo onto Vin as well, so not every day that you get to see that, but Facehugger definitely absolute class here in game number 2. Very well-deserved MVP, 3-1 and 8, but the stats aren't always a determining factor.
I mean, if you take a look at his performance, he was also able to use the real manipulation to great effect as well. We'll soon take a look at a few highlights here by the Samsung Galaxy A series as always.
Here.
And this is that, the early play they made here, it just get completely countered, and the gold lane just starts snowballing out of control.
This
and
one,
from
this
then
one.
on, again, it's just plays after plays, and Aura is just always one step ahead. So afterwards, Aura as well as Banana mainly, but Banana and Albert mainly are trying to split push, trying to buy time, but look at the damage. Real manipulation doesn't do anything. They just walk through it, and Godiva again and again disrespects Clay by just standing in front of him before canceling out that real manipulation.
And here,
like, right here, exactly. And both teams, they do amazing things, but Kabuki, man, he is just untouchable in the back line. It's just so difficult when you let this man get heroes like this.
What's interesting is Facehugger, even on this Valentina, is always playing to enable Kabuki. He's always playing with that Way the Dragon. Look, he goes back to Banana. He always has the Way the Dragon there. He uses it to kick Albert away from Kabuki. Every single time he's playing next to Kabuki, except for here, obviously, because Kabuki flickered in.
That's just a different situation, man. I think that's a part of the reason why...
Oh my god.
Exactly, insane.
One shot.
Part of the reason why Aura is so successful is they know, we've said it again and again, they know the assignment, they know what to do. What they have to do is enable Kabuki in the late game, and Kabuki will demolish and assassinate everyone. So with that in mind, whenever RRQ tries to go for a dive, Falling Star Moon, we can see Way of the Dragon copied by Facehugger. Everyone knows that we just have to keep this man alive.
Well, let's see. Let's hear, actually, the highlights by TikTok, the mic checks for both of the teams right here.
Nice. Pelan-pelan kali 2 ya. Tuh, lihat. Ulti ya. GP.
Mati deh.
Nice.
Mati.
Lu tempel lu, Buk ya.
Lu clear aja, Buk. Mid, Buk. Nanti kita semua ke atas. Ada semua kok. Jalan ke atas kita.
Mati dia. Nice. Ya, aman. Lu aman enggak, Buk?
Wave-nya masuk tiga-tiganya.
Dia radian.
Wave-nya masuk tiga-tiganya, guys.
Ya, masih sendiri. Lo-nya dari set. Ayo. Mati dia. Nice.
Darahnya 2.
Ada UV.
Gua 2 detik ya.
Macanya. Nah.
Lihat Masya dulu. Nah, OTW atas bawah masuk.
Pelan-pelan gas nih. Bonyok semua. Body kick, coy, ada kick.
Wow sih. Nice.
Kosong reset. Alhamdulillah.
Datang ke bawah, gua bisa ambil merahnya. Bisa sih. Oke.
Alhamdulillah.
Nice, boy. Kita tarik kok.
Nice banget. Dia kick gua.
Balik.
Nice banget, Sep. Gua cancel. Nice.
Aman, boy. Dia lagi cowoknya.
Nice. Udah flicker ya UV ya. Nice. Satu itu, jangan hype kok.
Mati, cowok.
Lihat gua, Jay. Gua cancel, lihat gua. Nih, gua retri biru. Kejar. Nice. Tunggu, lihat Buki. Gua lihat dulu, Buk.
Gua dapet cowok nih. Gua dapet cowok, boy.
Santai. Gua lihat dulu, Buk. Gua cancel.
Gua mati ya. Lihat itu. Bisain ada 2 wave, boy.
Sabar.
Buki bisa masuk, Buk.
Bisa mati.
Nice.
Welcome back to the caster desk, ladies and gentlemen. After Aura's communications right there, it was a good mix of everything. Shot calls, chills, jokes, and even hype moments there. As again, they were screaming quite a lot in this game. But now when I watched the highlights again just now, I remember when Skylar got hooked by the I'm Offended, hook flickered in the bottom side. Skylar actually had flicker. So there's a lot of uncharacteristic mistakes here coming in from RRQ as well. That led to Aura Fire completely dominating them here in game number 2. keys to success. Facehugger, the main man there on the screen. Arashi, break it down.
It's just Kabuki's iconic Beatrix. It's just way too costly, man. There's no need. Yes, you can deal with it, right? You can adjust. You can make it. You can design compositions to deal with it. But why? Why not just ban it instead? It's so strong. We've been talking about it all the way since 2 weeks ago.
No, why are
Chill, it's okay.
RRQ stayed in the second phase in the red side 2 games in a row?
Exactly. Why? We will never know, we have to ask, but the macro play from Aura also very, very clean. Teams need to take notice. Aura is no longer the same. You cannot expect for them to make mistakes and take advantage of that in the late game. They will play it clean and calculated, and before you know it, they'll grab you and end the game. Take it away, Mirko.
You guys can grab food as well right here. 20,000 discount with the grb.to/MPL ID X. Grab, or scan the QR code over to Arashi's side right there. You know, after that game, 2-0, we're gonna have quite a bit of a break, so it's a perfect time for you guys, everybody, to go and grab food, get some snacks in before the next match, because we've got a lot of crazy matches. Maybe you guys can even get popcorn or snacks for the next match while watching it, because with grab food, everything is possible.
That sounds nice.
That does sound nice.
That does sound nice.
I watch MPL from here.
With popcorn? Casting?
Yeah. It's great, you know?
Okay.
Right here. But you know, when you eat, you gotta use your head. Your mouth is on your head, right? And you gotta use your hands on shoulders. There you go. Hi guys, remember to wash your hair with Head and Shoulders. When an itchy dandruff immediately wiped out. Limited edition as well right now with the Tigreal, the Mia, and the Eudora images, characters on the bottle. So I got mine already because I wanted that. I'm not even using that one. I already have my stash of Head and Shoulders. That one is just for display, right? You guys can get yours right now at the nearest mini markets or e-commerce websites.
Wow.
Orders, preferably Blibli.
Or you can order by Grab as well.
Exactly. Yeah. True. You can you order by Grab or Blibli on your Samsung phone while you're wearing your JBL Quantum headset, sitting on your secret lab chair while spraying yourself with Axe to feel fresh. Ladies and gentlemen. But while you're doing that, maybe you guys can also upload your excitement watching MPL ID Season 10 and use hashtag MPL Celebrations to get attractive prizes by during the challenge, doing the challenge, because you guys can get everything I mentioned earlier while doing the challenge if you get picked.
Mirko's multitasking today, man. He's just doing everything at the same time.
That was all enabled by TikTok.
That's crazy.
Because I get a lot of inspiration from TikTok. There's a lot of good clips there. You play TikTok.
Yeah. I don't particularly like your TikTok though. Oh. There's a... You guys can check it out yourself.
You guys can check it out. Again, our social media. Maybe Arashi. After that game though, I'm expecting a guns blazing game again for the next one. But before that, Kabuki is absolutely the Slayer. He is the Terminator. Definitely here. That's the nickname I gave him. Highest total kills. 15. Can you believe that? 59 kills in Season 10. 4 weeks. Like one.
It's only week number 4.
And I don't know if this is updated to the kills that he got in that game, because he got a lot of kills.
He got a lot of kills. So
wait,
this season, man, it doesn't make any sense.
I think with that though, the MVP standings might have shaken a little bit. I think Facehugger might be in the top 5 now.
Ooh,
we'll see though.
Interesting.
Right as I mentioned the man, Facehugger, the assist maker. He is 94 total assists in first leg of Season 10.
So they have first total kills,
first assist, most damage taken.
Most damage taken on Fluffy.
Get all the stats.
What
Maybe
else is there
most unique heroes, probably. I don't know.
I think so, yeah.
They played Yuzong in the gold lane. They played Esmeralda. They haven't played Cho, but they have played Natan, Natalia, and
you're right.
They had so many junglers. Very high hero pool.
Insane high hero pool, as you mentioned.
You know, with all these crazy matches though, Arashi, we do still have EVOS versus Alter Ego. So everyone back at home, you guys gotta be careful, right? Be careful because the match might just bite you because of how feisty it is. The Dragons already beating up the Kings here in the first match. The Tigers going up against the 3 masks. 3 masks, Alter Ego.
So Tigers against the Faces.
The Faces. You know, the trio that we mentioned, remember? Udil,
the 3 Faces.
Udil, Kids. No, Udil, Kids, and Leo Murphy, right?
Is Sully Boy still not playing?
Oh, that's the thing. Is it Kids? Is it Sully Boy? You're right. get well soon, Silly Boy? I think he's already all right now. Hopefully, but we'll have to see, ladies and gentlemen, as we get into the next game. But before that, we're taking a short break. Mirko, Eterna, and Arashi, we'll see you in a bit.
Kita punya mindset, ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela. Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
Saya Anggi, kerjaan saya baru-baru ini jadi driver Grab.
Mas Anggi ya? Terima kasih ya. Terima kasih Mas.
Saya super fans dari Esports.
Saya Hafiz Kerunanda, kegiatan sehari-hari aku sekarang hanya mahasiswa aktif dan juga salah satu bagian dari super fans RRQ.
Halo, nama gue dan dia Ovar. Gue umur 21 tahun, pekerjaan gue wirausaha. Dan gue juga super fansnya EVOS.
Kalau orang tua gue tuh kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lo jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lo mau ya udahlah, tapi lo harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah, itu biasa nggak danuin. Ya ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana, gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah, tapi gue malah belain. Mungkin.
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because this is smooth. And this?
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome.
Awesome details.
Awesome details.
Awesome details.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. baru, Axe Dual Action versus Parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Kepada sang legenda, nikmatmu sungguh tiada tara. Berjuang menjaga cita rasa hingga menjadi besti dengan api. Apalagi yang bisa kami lakukan selain menuruti perut yang bergejolak ingin menyantap? Inilah wujud terima kasih kami bersama GrabFood Resto Legendaris. Kobarkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Beli pasti ori.
Pasti ori. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Kita punya mindset ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Tetap waktu
Enggak, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus. Saya Anggi, kerjaan saya baru-baru ini jadi driver Grab.
Mas Anggi ya? Terima kasih ya. Terima kasih Mas.
Saya super fans dari Esports.
Saya Hafiz Kerunanda, kegiatan sehari-hari aku sekarang hanya mahasiswa aktif dan juga salah satu bagian dari super fans RRQ.
Halo, nama gue dan Dia Ovar. Gue umur 21 tahun, pekerjaan gue wirausaha. Dan gue juga super fansnya EVOS.
Kalau orang tua gue tuh kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lo jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lo mau ya udahlah, tapi lo harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah, itu biasa nggak danuin. Nah, ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana, gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah, tapi gue malah belain. Mungkin.
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because this is smooth. And this?
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome.
Awesome details.
Awesome details.
Awesome details.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Kepada sang legenda, nikmatmu sungguh tiada tara. Berjuang menjaga cita rasa hingga menjadi besti dengan api. Apalagi yang bisa kami lakukan selain menuruti perut yang bergejolak ingin menyantap? Inilah wujud terima kasih kami bersama GrabFood Resto legendaris. Koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti kos, pasti beli.
Beli-beli. Beli-beli. Beli-beli pasti ori. Beli-beli.
Pasti ori.
Beli-beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Kita punya mindset ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus. Saya Anggi, kerjaan saya baru-baru ini jadi driver Grab.
Mas Anggi ya? Terima kasih ya. Terima kasih Mas.
Saya super fans dari Esports.
Saya Hafiz Kerunanda, kegiatan sehari-hari aku sekarang hanya mahasiswa aktif dan juga salah satu bagian dari super fans RRQ.
Halo, nama gue dan dia Ovar. Gue umur 21 tahun, pekerjaan gue wirausaha. Dan gue juga super fansnya EVOS.
saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah, itu biasa nggak danuin. Ya ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah tapi gue malah belain mungkin.
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because this is smooth. And this?
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome.
Awesome details.
Awesome details.
Awesome details.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Kepada sang legenda, nikmatmu sungguh tiada tara. Berjuang menjaga cita rasa hingga menjadi besti dengan api. Apalagi yang bisa kami lakukan selain menuruti perut yang bergejolak ingin menyantap? Inilah wujud terima kasih kami bersama GrabFood Resto Legendaris. Koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Beli. Pasti ori. Beli.
Pasti ori.
Beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
kita punya mindset ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus. Saya Anggi, kerjaan saya baru-baru ini jadi driver Grab.
Mas Anggi ya? Terima kasih ya. Terima kasih Mas.
Saya super fans dari Esports.
Saya Hafiz Kerunanda, kegiatan sehari-hari aku sekarang hanya mahasiswa aktif dan juga salah satu bagian dari superfans RRQ.
Halo, nama gue dan Dia Ovar. Gue umur 21 tahun, pekerjaan gue wirausaha. Dan gue juga super fansnya EVOS.
Kalau orang tua gue tuh kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lo jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lo mau ya udahlah, tapi lo harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah, itu biasa nggak danuin. Ya ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana, gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mani gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah, tapi gue malah belain. Mungkin.
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because this is smooth. And this?
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome.
Awesome details.
Awesome details.
Awesome details.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Kepada sang legenda, nikmatmu sungguh tiada tara. Berjuang menjaga cita rasa hingga menjadi besti dengan api. Apalagi yang bisa kami lakukan selain menuruti perut yang bergejolak ingin menyantap? Inilah wujud terima kasih kami bersama GrabFood Resto Legendaris. Koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Beli. Beli pasti ori. Beli.
Pasti ori.
Beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Kita punya mindset ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus. Saya Anggi, kerjaan saya baru-baru ini jadi driver Grab.
Mas Anggi ya? Terima kasih ya. Terima kasih Mas.
Saya super fans dari Esports.
Saya Hafiz Kerunanda, kegiatan sehari-hari aku sekarang hanya mahasiswa aktif dan juga salah satu bagian dari super fans RRQ.
nama gue dan dia Over. Gue umur 21 tahun, pekerjaan gue wirausaha. Dan gue juga super fansnya EVOS.
Kalau orang tua gue tuh kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lo jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lo mau ya udahlah, tapi lo harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah, itu biasa nggak danuin. Ya ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana, gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah tapi gue malah belain. Mungkin.
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because this is smooth. And this?
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Kepada sang legenda, nikmatmu sungguh tiada tara. Berjuang menjaga cita rasa hingga menjadi besti dengan api. Apalagi yang bisa kami lakukan selain menuruti perut yang bergejolak ingin menyantap? Inilah wujud terima kasih kami bersama GrabFood Resto Legendaris. Koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Beli-beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli-beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Beli-beli. Beli-beli pasti ori. Beli-beli.
Pasti ori.
Beli-beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
kita punya mindset ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus. Saya Anggi, kerjaan saya baru-baru ini jadi driver Grab.
Mas Anggi ya? Terima kasih ya. Terima kasih Mas.
Saya super fans dari Esports.
Saya Hafiz Kerunanda, kegiatan sehari-hari aku sekarang hanya mahasiswa aktif dan juga salah satu bagian dari super fans RRQ.
Halo, nama gue dan dia Ofar. Gue umur 21 tahun, pekerjaan gue wirausaha. Dan gue juga super fansnya EVOS.
Kalau orang tua gue tuh kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lo jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lo mau ya udahlah, tapi lo harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah, itu biasa nggak danuin. Ya ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana, gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah tapi gue malah belain. Mungkin.
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because this is smooth. And this?
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome.
Awesome details.
Awesome details.
Awesome details.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Kepada sang legenda, nikmatmu sungguh tiada tara. Berjuang menjaga cita rasa hingga menjadi besti dengan api. Apalagi yang bisa kami lakukan selain menuruti perut yang bergejolak ingin menyantap? Inilah wujud terima kasih kami bersama GrabFood Resto Legendaris. Koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Beli-beli. Beli-beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli-beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli-beli.
Beli-beli. Beli-beli. Beli-beli pasti ori. Beli-beli.
Pasti ori.
Beli-beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli-beli.
Kita punya mindset ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus. Saya Anggi, kerjaan saya baru-baru ini jadi driver Grab.
Mas Anggi ya? Makasih ya. Terima kasih Mas.
Saya super fans dari Esports.
Saya Hafiz Kerunanda, kegiatan sehari-hari aku sekarang hanya mahasiswa aktif dan juga salah satu bagian dari super fans RRQ.
Halo, nama gue dan dia Over. Gue umur 21 tahun, pekerjaan gue wirausaha. Dan gue juga super fansnya EVOS.
Kalau orang tua gue tuh kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lu jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lu mau ya udahlah, tapi lu harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah, itu biasa nggak danuin. Ya ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana, gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah, tapi gue malah belain mungkin.
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because this is smooth. And this?
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Kepada sang legenda, nikmatmu sungguh tiada tara. Berjuang menjaga cita rasa hingga menjadi besti dengan api. Apalagi yang bisa kami lakukan selain menuruti perut yang bergejolak ingin menyantap? Inilah wujud terima kasih kami bersama GrabFood Resto legendaris. Koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Beli-beli, beli-beli. Gratis ongkir, beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli-beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli-beli.
Beli-beli. Beli-beli. Beli-beli pasti ori. Beli-beli.
Pasti ori.
Beli-beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli-beli.
kita punya mindset ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
Saya Anggi, kerjaan saya baru-baru ini jadi driver Grab.
Mas Anggi ya? Terima kasih ya. Terima kasih Mas.
Saya super fans dari Esports.
Saya Hafiz Kerunanda, kegiatan sehari-hari aku sekarang hanya mahasiswa aktif dan juga salah satu bagian dari superfans RRQ.
Halo, nama gue dan dia Ofar. Gue umur 21 tahun, pekerjaan gue wirausaha. Dan gue juga super fansnya EVOS.
Kalau orang tua gue tuh kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lo jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lo mau ya udahlah, tapi lo harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah, itu biasa nggak danuin. Dan ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana, gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah tapi belain mungkin.
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because this is smooth. And this?
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome.
Awesome details.
Awesome details.
Awesome details.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Kepada sang legenda, nikmatmu sungguh tiada tara. Berjuang menjaga cita rasa hingga menjadi besti dengan api. Apalagi yang bisa kami lakukan selain menuruti perut yang bergejolak ingin menyantap? Inilah wujud terima kasih kami bersama GrabFood Resto Legendaris. Kobarkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Beli-beli, beli-beli. Gratis ongkir, beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli-beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli-beli.
Beli-beli. Beli-beli. Beli-beli pasti ori. Beli-beli.
Pasti ori.
Beli-beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli-beli.
Kita punya mindset ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
Saya Anggi, kerjaan saya baru-baru ini jadi driver Grab.
Mas Anggi ya? Terima kasih ya. Terima kasih Mas.
Saya super fans dari Esports.
Saya Hafiz Kerunanda, kegiatan sehari-hari aku sekarang hanya mahasiswa aktif dan juga salah satu bagian dari super fans RRQ.
Halo, nama gue dan dia Over. Gue umur 21 tahun, pekerjaan gue wirausaha. Dan gue juga super fansnya EVOS.
Kalau orang tua gue tuh kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lo jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lo mau ya udahlah, tapi lo harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah, itu biasa nggak danuin. Nah, ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana, gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah, tapi gue malah belain. Mungkin.
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because this is smooth. And this?
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawar. We all this.
Live from MPL Arena, MPL Season 10 presented by Samsung Galaxy A Series. Official sponsor, Hux, Head and Shoulders, and Super App partner, Grab. 8 most prestigious teams in Indonesia will prove that hard work makes the dream work. Who will be the best? Let's see. We own this.
The rematch of Alter Ego and EVOS Legends. The match that struck a lot of controversial topics again in the playoffs of Season 9, but now with the new roster for EVOS Legends and Alter Ego sticking with the same, we'll see. Will Alter Ego prevail this time? It's still with me, Mirko, Eterna, and Arashi. You guys can check out Blibli as well. If you guys want to complete your Mobile Legends account, get up to IDR 40,000 worth of cashbacks using the blib.le/thehabitmine link right now, or there's going to be a QR code that'll appear very, very soon. Boom, there you go. On Arashi's side, scan it for that 40,000 IDR cashback.
Ooh, that's a bargain. With
is.
40,000 cashback, you can even collect more skins with it. So, big deal, bargain deal. Go ahead and check that out right now. But yes.
Steal deal for real.
Uh-huh.
Speaking of the steal deals here, we are going to take a look at our Axe official team, a lineup for both of the teams. Again, it's EVOS Legends using their winning lineup here with the rookies coming up. And oh, Boy is back in the building for Alter Ego. Will this have a good impact coming into this matchup?
That's going to be the question, because there's so many talks about comparisons between Boy as well as Kids. People say that Kids is a more disciplined version of Boy, but Boy is still the main jungler, the main carry, because he's able to even get the #1 most kills in the entire MPL ID franchise so far. So now you can see Alter Ego Esports walking through the tunnel cam here by Head and Shoulders.
Walking up to the stage again. This is the roster that we've seen from time and time again, and it's Udil there who's waving his hands. But today on Alter Ego, we're going to be talking about the man himself, Pai, in the XP lane. An absolute menace, because he is the X factor for this team. When everyone thinks that Nino is going to be the carry, he steps up. Again, buying so much time for his team on his signature pick, the Esmeralda, dealing a lot of damage on the Paquito. He's such a variety when it comes to that hero pool, and he's so annoying, especially on the Esmeralda. He knows exactly when to go for the invades, and he has taken a whole lot of damage in this season. 115,000 for his team, but he's a very laning heavy XP laner, a very different XP laner compared to the rest. He stays in lane, he gets that lead with a 4.1 average KDA. You know that this man is absolutely lethal. Speechless. He is waiting to take down the new kids in the block. Nino stepping up to the stage with the rest of the members. It's Alter Ego.
The uncrowned kings here in MPL ID Season 10. Finally, they're looking to get more out of this. I mean, so far, Alter Ego Esports for the past few seasons, they've been a little bit rocky, but with the brotherhood that we always talk about between between all of them even, the synergy, the chemistry, it's got to be there, and that is their main win.
It's almost like when they play, they just have a telepathical
method of just communicating. Everything just flows so well, so naturally. But of course, when that's the case, they do have to actually make sure that it's all calculated. We saw that Aura is able to do it. Alter Ego has potential to do the exact same thing. Have that dynamic playmaking, but also know when to slow it down and actually take advantage and punish your opponent's mistakes.
Potential is something this team has as well, though, Arashi. EVOS Legends with their rookie lineup.
Man, also called the rookie monsters here stepping on stage, and it's insane, right? You see the switch of synergy happening as soon as they revamp that roster, and everyone has been performing spectacularly. They are going through the tunnel cam here by Head and Shoulders, and I'm so excited to see the gameplay they bring onto the stage today.
EVOS Legends, they have Delar, but today they have opted to go with Pendragon, the man we'll be focusing on here in the pre-match video. Pendragon, he's a very different style of XP lane. He's a good mix of the two, playing for his team, enabling the team, and also being such a menace in that XP lane. But what he's most comfortable doing is helping out with Sutsujin. This combo has just been amazing to see. The fact that he is able to enable Sutsujin, but also able to follow up through Sutsujin's plays. You can see with the average damage taken here being 110,000, not as much as Pi. And again, like I said, it's a good mix. He does prefer to stay in lane, but when he doesn't, he is very, very active on the map. Still though, when you look at the statistics, he is going to lose out on all fronts against Pi, but he's here to make a statement, a declaration of war, trying to keep the win streak here against Alter Ego. The White Tigers #1 in the standings, EVOS Legends.
EVOS Legends with their new lineup here, taking everyone by surprise of how strong, how fresh, and how amazing they have been playing. And everyone shines in their own way. Taz, with his killer instinct in that mid lane, has done so much for his team, as well as Dreams. Very reliable, and he can also look out for those big moments. But man, when we're talking about EVOS Legends, a lot of eyes here onto Sutsujin, and this is going to be the head-to-head here. Sutsujin against Sally Boy.
One is the Miracle Boy, the other, the Rookie Monster, the Assassin on the side of EVOS Legends. He has shown that he can pick the right time to go in. He knows when to go for defensive options as well. So the versatility is really something that he takes full advantage of. Team head-to-head by Head and Shoulders right here, and you can see Alter Ego Esports, they have the advantage when it comes to the statistics, especially in the first objective rate and the turtle. That's going to be very, very important. But for EVOS Legends, despite the lower statistics, you can see that in the previous match history, Alter Ego has never actually got the edge all the way since the 5th time they met last time.
Huh, this is interesting, right? Because in the standings, it shows something different. It shows that Alter Ego Esports have fallen behind EVOS Legends, but when we look at the head-to-head, it seems like Alter Ego Esports, they win on all fronts. I wonder why this is.
Almost all fronts, but the thing is, having more deaths is not a good statistic, right? So Alter Ego, they're really good at getting those objectives, at getting those kills in the early stage of the game. They are the aggressors, they are the initiators in this series, but Rashi, EVOS Legends, with that passive playstyle, they prioritize objectives more.
Here's a victory by Axe for EVOS Legends, and as we were mentioning, they like to playing for the objectives, so they have to beware of Leo Murphy's pickoff and playmaking potential. They have to ensure that Clover gets the 1-1. If he can do that, there's a lot of potential in that man. You've mentioned it himself. He is one of the best 1-1s in MPL ID Season 10 right now. Targeting Udo in the big team fight can also be a strategy they can apply. And of course, if they can play onto the late game, they have shown that they have the control, they have, I don't know, the patience to actually wait for that moment. And especially against Alter Ego, who you can say it gets impatient, gets careless in the late game. That can be absolutely a key to victory. But on the other hand, for Alter Ego, respect EVOS' 1-1 and Akai. Prepare a plan for the late game. That is where they usually falter. They don't have a solid plan, a solid strategy to get into that late game stage. Leo Murphy and Nino get their playmaking hero. That can be that dual action from X that they can apply to their gameplay. And of course, Sally Boy, if he can stay disciplined, don't overextend, and make sure that he can still farm up a storm and be relevant in that mid to late game. Alter Ego, they have shown that they can perform and do crazy things when it comes to it.
I agree, and this is going to be scary for Alter Ego Esports, right? Because when they play, I feel like they play around Sally Boy a lot if Sally Boy is their jungler. And it goes as a coin flip, right? If Sally Boy is able to play aggressive but still with discipline and does not overextend, then that could be the make or break moment for Alter Ego as they snowball from the early game. But on screen here, the rookie monster himself, Sutsujin, with the number 2 highest total building damage. So, interestingly enough, he's the jungler, but he has the most building damage.
That's kind of crazy. I think number 1 is still CW, right? We did see that stat come in yesterday, but yeah, it's very impressive, especially considering that he's been playing on the utility junglers, the Akai, the well, he did play a few Karina games, but not a lot of the heroes don't do a lot of damage to turrets or Rashi, you know. So again, this is a very interesting stat for a jungler who's mostly been playing utility heroes.
I think he racked up a bunch of stats in the tower department when he was playing the Ling, because he was really good at deciding when to split push and when to group up with his team. That, again, flexibility is one of the keys that makes Sutsujin such a menace to go up against. But soon, we will go into the drafting phase, and we've had a lot of discussion about how important, how strong, how flexible and broken that Beatrix is. But now against EVOS Legends, they have the option of going for that 1-1 instead as well. Will that come to fruition? We'll have to see. It will depend on how Alter Ego want to deny EVOS Legends.
They need to think about a lot of different strategies here, because again, when it comes to Alter Ego versus EVOS Legends, I do think that EVOS Legends has a more multi-dimensional style of play. Alter Ego, we've been hearing a lot from all the content creators, even streamers, analysts, saying that Alter Ego have a very one-dimensional style of play. They get the early game, they go for the snowball, and when they do, they win. If they don't, however, or if the enemy team are able to withstand that early pressure, they falter. And that's exactly the reason as to why me and you, Eterna, we went for a very slow duration, talent game duration prediction by Axe here. As again, me and Eterna, we opted for 15 and 14 minutes. Arashi, he actually went the other way. 17 minutes, a little bit of a longer game. Why?
I figure that usually when both these teams, they get very aggressive, right? So yes, they can end the game fast, but in the same vein, when you go back and forth again and again, the goal difference gets equalized, and usually the game gets taken to the late game where execution becomes important, and when execution becomes important, teams play carefully. So I think it will drag on quite a bit, but the audience prediction by TikTok here from social media, 72% for the side of EVOS Legends.
Yeah, 72%. I burst out laughing as one of the EVOS fans in the Samsung zone. He put up a picture of the M1 trophy, so still really proud of the achievements of the past roster. Obviously, the team's history is very, very important, but Alter Ego, they're showing love. That's what they're showing.
They are. They're showing love. And that's something we can expect from the side of Alter Ego Esports. Always that brethren, kindred spirit happening between them as well. And I agree with you. The reason why I opted for 14 to 15 minutes, but eventually I decided to 15 minutes is because if Alter Ego Esports, they don't get that early game, it's very difficult to see how they can win it.
How do they get that early game? Usually it's when they have a Cho, when they have a Julian. If these two heroes are taken away from them, Alter Ego, they're a team that needs to play with comfort. It's been like this for such a long time.
Yeah.
When they get their comfort heroes, they absolutely pop off. Sometimes even just straight out dominating their opponents. We saw this as well in all their games, honestly. In literally all of their games. Whenever they get those picks against BTR, you remember, Rashi? BTR took game number 1, batting out a whole lot of heroes.
Yeah.
Game number 2, they picked up the Cho, picked
but
up
that
the Julian.
becomes an easy target.
There you go, that's the thing.
They're not flexible with their hero pool, and it's very difficult for them to bring out something new that is unexpected to the team, opposing team in particular. It's very easy to read Alter Ego.
Exactly, I think the word we're looking for is one-dimensional, right? When they get rolling, when they have the tempo, they can push that speed and just take over the game, but when they can't, they don't really have other options to fall back on. And I think with that being the case, it's very critical that they secure a strong roamer in Leo Murphy's hands, because if he can make the plays happen, that has been one of the main tools they have been using, because yes, the rest of the team can make outplays, but Leo Murphy is just a completely different Alter Ego. When he is on a Cho or on any hero, they can start engaging and get pickoffs from the opponents.
The man right here though, Rashi, very similarly to what you were mentioning, those one-dimensional picks, it does seem like Clover has been progressing in terms of his hero pool. Back in Season 7, he was a very one-dimensional player, as he was only able to find success on a Harith on 1-1. Season 8, Season 9, we saw kind of the same thing. He tried to move away from the 1-1, then Melissa, learning Melissa as well, learning Popo and Koopa, but I think it hasn't really been too effective up until now. Season 10, Clover, I think is at his peak, right? With all of his heroes playing, on the 1-1 especially, still, such a menace. That will definitely be a slot lost completely by Alter Ego, the 1-1.
Agree. The last time he used it, he was able to maneuver around a 1v4 situation.
And he won.
Who does that?
Well,
Clover does.
Clover does. But that's it. That's the thing, though.
That's the thing.
Like, great. He's great at the 1-1. And then what? Take it away from him, and then can he perform?
That's the thing.
Especially against someone like Nino, who has a crazy hero pool. He can use a mage in that position. He can use a conventional marksman in that position. He can even go in for those fighters. We've seen him on the Yuuzhan, one of his comfort as well as power picks. And so it's a little different when it comes down to comparing the gold lane between EVOS and Alter Ego.
But that's the great part about playing in the top level, playing with a team. The fact that you can force your opponents to ban out a single hero every time, that allows the rest of your team to have advantages, to have opportunities they won't otherwise have. That is one of the problems when teams are trying to ban out heroes against EVOS Legends. Every single member can be dangerous, can have the potential to snowball the game in their favor. Taz included, Susujin included. I wasn't ready for that.
Same. Definitely wasn't ready for that. We got a whole lot of pictures here. One from Donkey, a Donkey picture that Mobazane held up with Victor's phone, and obviously then we have Dean KT.
Well, on that note, Victor has a quote here. I personally like Nino because before I used to play fighters and never play marksman in the gold lane, and Nino has that playstyle. Unfortunately, with the current meta, the current situation, having a solid DPS late game source of damage has just been so important. And so far, we haven't seen that shift back to the fighter, the lane dominant gold lane laning style.
But we have seen Nino play that before. He played the Phobius up against the 1-1. It was against RRQ when they were able to dominate game number 1. But the thing is, RRQ were able to weather the storm. And that's the thing. That's the weakness when you're talking about this style of play. With that crazy aggression, with no siege potential, no range, you're not really able to close off games if the enemy team has amazing high ground. Now though, that begs the question, because sometimes we've seen fighters work in the gold lane on the hands of someone like Kabuki, Yuuzhan, Cho. We've seen it so many times, and I don't know why. It's always been working, but once EVOS, always EVOS. That's the line here. Again, the fans, the pictures of Dean, very, very meme friendly.
The EVOS side, I don't know, like phone game is just on point right now. All the references shows the love they have for the team and also the knowledge of the team's history, right? So it's always great to see. Soon though, in just a couple of seconds, we will go straight into the drafting phase. As you mentioned, I think it's going to be important to see what exactly are they going to try and go for, because without high ground, you said that Kabuki is able to find a lot of success with a variety of heroes. Maybe that's due to, again, how the team is able to perform as a unit, right? It's never because he's just so good, he can just shine individually. No, it's because everyone else on the team can compensate, can switch up their roles and their duties in the game to make sure that he has success in that game.
Eterna, it's time though to talk a little bit about the X factors coming in from Alter Ego. I believe that right now it's Nino and Pai who are mostly carrying the game. But again, we have an audience comment here by Aldi Nugraha. Come on, EVOS Legends, #1 till the end. Next M4. Ooh.
I like it.
Ambition.
Optimistic, ambition, and so far, EVOS have been performing out of their mind this season.
Well, they can look forward very optimistically, but they need to make sure they keep their head in the game for going up against Alter Ego, because they have, again, Alter Ego is a team with that X factor that can at any moment just make a crazy play. Yesterday we saw surprises coming from Bigetron when we counted them out, but out of nowhere he was able to make that insane play. Alter Ego has that similar effect, so EVOS will need to be very, very careful. They have the advantage, they have the momentum, but they cannot overlook Alter Ego just yet.
Yeah, Alter Ego are a very momentum-driven team, right? Like when they have something going for them, they go straight in. They literally do not care. They know exactly when to go for those crazy team fights to flip the games. And EVOS needs to be careful of that, because in the games that we've seen them in, especially against Onyx, the games that they lose are the games where Onyx were able to take the fights to them. But again, we have another EVOS supporter. Be yourself. Good luck, EVOS Legends. Do the best. At least do it for yourself. Stay humble and keep strong.
Aww.
Is that a 2-0 prediction we see from the audience?
Oh, okay. Okay. We've seen a 2-0 prediction from an Alter Ego fan. Okay. What did you go for? Because we saw the game duration.
Yeah, we did.
But we didn't see the prediction.
With score or without score?
With score.
Okay. My prediction was 2-0 EVOS Legends.
Okay. Arashi?
I have to agree, man. I think I went for 2-0 EVOS Legends as well. I think the discipline is going to be a bit too difficult for Alter Ego to circumvent, but they can prove me wrong. They're very welcome to. Season 10 ranking though for the average gold per minute, CW all the way up there. And on second place, Clover just got overtaken.
Overtaken by CW again. We did see a new version of Onyx Esports yesterday, where again Samo is actually taking that shot calling position from CW, and that enabled him to just really pop off mechanically in his lane, focusing more on his individual plays, and that's the reason he's all the way up there. Finally, we're seeing his mechanical prowess on stage. Speaking of mechanics though, that's Alter Ego in a nutshell, right? But for me, I went for EVOS Legends 2-0 too.
As well.
Yeah, we got all EVOS Legends, a blue prediction for the English desk here. I believe that the Indonesian desk went for a similar round, but Pak Pulung went for Alter Ego. Here you go though, the Miracle Boy himself, Selly Boy, the Massacre Boy this time around, #1 most kills in history. So since MPL Indonesia started, he has been able to accumulate this many kills. What an absolute monster, an assassin.
But the problem with this is, sure, it reflects how many kills he's gotten, but it doesn't reflect how many times he's died as well in the process. And I think that's become a huge factor towards the outcome of Alter Ego Esports. Sure, Selly Boy goes in and is able to get that kill, but sometimes he gets taken down as a result, and it reflects badly onto Alter Ego's gameplay as a whole. And it creates a lot of momentum for the opponents to, just use that and capitalize on that.
Considering the meta has been very much revolving around low mistakes, low kills, and objectives, right? I think it's just a situation that doesn't really favor Selly Boy. But you gotta give him credit, man. It's very entertaining to watch him just go in super aggressively. But Sutsujin, on the other hand, head and shoulders clear head-to-head here. It does seem like he has a more consistent performance, and he has no lack of highlight moments as well. So maybe, right, Selly Boy can take a bit more pointers, and they can both learn from each other. That is the whole point of competition, right? You can see who is better, not to, disagree, but to then learn and have both of you improve at the same time. So, they can only go higher, they can only get better. There needs to be respect from both teams, and I think that's what the player base have been mentioning. So that's a good thing.
That is a good thing, and it's crazy to see Selly Boy and Sutsujin being compared at all. A veteran in his own right against a rookie who has also been performing rather well so far. And when we've compared the gold laners, we've compared the other members as well, but when we're comparing Sutsujin and Selly Boy, it feels like they have a different style. Sutsujin, he's more reliable, he's able to get those neutral objectives, he knows exactly when to go in and when to go out, but he doesn't necessarily have that instinct to kill. Whereas on the flip side, we have Selly Boy, who sometimes goes in for these unexpected crazy plays. He does, and it's reflected on the data as well. Statistically, Selly Boy has still holding the more kills as a jungler.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Different styles of play for both of these teams, for both of the players even in the jungle. But I do want to, head on over to EVOS Legends side now, as we are going to be talking about Zace, who has a few words to say. This roster is much stronger than the World roster. The World roster obviously containing of Juan, Aura, Rekt, Luminaire, and Donkey, the roster that won the M1 World Championship. So that is a bold statement, but it's coming from the coach, literally the same coach that coached the World roster in Season 4 all the way to the World Championship glory. But there's also another comment that he made on stream, Zace. He said that Pendragon. The reason why he's playing Pendragon, starting him over Delar, is because Pendragon is smarter than Delar.
Well,
in what way?
It could be.
Well, he did say smarter doesn't only mean macro. Game knowledge. In terms of game knowledge, Pendragon is smarter.
That's the aspect a lot of people overlook. The fact that I think it's all mechanics, right? But no, the knowledge of like items, the knowledge of lane matchups, the knowledge of macro play, the composition knowledge, knowing like what to do in situations, going for front to backs, going for dives. So all, that's the huge death in Mobile Legends in the mental side that a lot of people seem to overlook, that a lot of people don't really think about, but that is exactly what we like talking about on the desk.
That's it's a big argument, right? It's a big debate for especially everyone in the chat, everyone in the comment section. I did see a few of the comments after Zace said that on a stream. A lot of people, well, most people actually disagree with him, right? Especially the Filipinos, because they're like, Delar, he's a legend, the general. The man has been proving himself. Well, he doesn't even need to prove himself anymore. He has proven himself, going all the way to the grand finals of the M3 World Championships, grand finals of the MPLPH a couple of times, mostly Season 8 in the grand finals against Blacklist. But again, it all comes down to the current performance, right? You can't have all the achievements in the world. Right now, though, how the coach sees it, how the analyst sees the players is very different from us, even as casters, because we're looking at it at surface level, right?
Speculating as
How
well.
are they performing right now on stage? For me, it does seem like, Delar has a lot of good traits that we saw in the victory against Geek Fam, but since then, when Pendragon stepped up, they won against RRQ.
Yeah, you cannot argue with the results, man. I think, and at the very least, you can say that Pendragon has an impact as well. So it all comes down to the coach and his preference, right? Because again, it's not only about the player, it's how the player can fit in with the strategies that the coach can think of.
Exactly.
So it's all about how it ties in together, not only about all these individuals.
But, ladies and gentlemen, it seems like there is still a technical issue going on, so please stay patient with us, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back in a very, very short bit.
Oh, 10 minutes?
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we only nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi, aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we only nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss, we all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this.
Thank you so much for waiting, ladies and gentlemen. We are back here again. We've wrapped up. We have, finished and resolved the technical issue here, still at the English desk with Mirka, with Eterna, and with Arashi. Back again for this match. EVOS Legends still up against Alter Ego. On the stage, the players are ready to get into the draft as soon as possible. Please stay patient with us. Again, technical issues will have a significant impact in towards the performances of the players. So fairness, fair play is our #1 priority. Just like how crazy, how insane, how amazing the sound quality is on the JBL Quantum. Right now, you guys can pick up the new JBL Quantum 50 only for IDR 275,000 from IDR 400,000. So with scan the QR code, just scan the QR code over to the left right there, over to the right of your screen. On Arashi's side, you guys can get that discount. You guys can get a crisp, clean audio device for you
half
guys.
The price.
For half, basically
half the price.
Ooh, audio device, half the price. That's bars. But soon we get into the drafting phase. Again, we've talked about the matchup quite a bit already. Aggression against aggression. It will come down to who has the better game plan for sure. And EVOS seems to be more mature in that department, but it's hard. It's easy to get on top. It's hard to stay on top. So Alter Ego for sure have studied their movements. They've been getting a lot of attention here. So they might have came up with something they can use against them.
That's what I wanted to highlight about this matchup that we haven't touched on yet.
What?
EVOS Legends, discipline is their name. They've got that, right? And Alter Ego Esports, when we compare it like that, it's going to be difficult because they are going to fall short in that discipline department. But every time Alter Ego Esports goes against an opponent that is not in their favor, they always seem to be able to have like the surprise element that nobody expects and lands them on top.
It's like the underdog effect almost. And I mean, that's a fair point. Alter Ego, like you said, they're a team that can get success out of nowhere. It's like an X factor that we just can't put our fingers on. You can call it instinct, you can call it game sense. But sometimes when it seems impossible, they're able to find momentum, they're able to find opportunities. And that is a very interesting quality that makes Alter Ego such a popular, such a likable and exciting team. That is partially why I really enjoy watching their games as well.
They take the games to their own hands, like literally. Sometimes a lot more than you would like, right? Because whenever they're ahead, they still go and do that. They still go and make those crazy, maybe sometimes a little bit too crazy plays, aggressively overstepping their boundaries against the enemy team and giving the opportunity over to the opposing team to actually come back from that game that is already dominantly being won by Alter Ego. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, here you go. The drafting phase of game number 1 for EVOS Legends versus Alter Ego. Presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series. EVOS Legends, they understand the meta. Beatrix ban out Natalia as well, Wanwan and Akai. So a lot of heroes up for grabs right now. Faramis, Valentina.
Franco, even, if they want to pick that up. And I like this. Coming into this game, EVOS Legends understand that Natalia is going to be a huge factor, especially given to the hands of Alter Ego. We've seen them come out on top, give them success on the Natalia, and that is going to be taken away. And like Miracle mentioned just now, Fanny is also available to pick up.
It's open.
I love this. EVOS Legends also have opted for the Julian ban. They do know that Alter Ego, they love to pick up this Julian, and this also leaves open a lot of heroes on the board.
Alter Ego can ban out the Fanny right now, but that again allows EVOS to pick up Valentina, Faramis, whichever they see fit, and afterwards you're kind of wondering like, what exactly is Alter Ego going to do, because we did mention that they need a strong roamer. Are they going to pick it in the early game, in the early phase of the drafting phase? Or are they going to opt to actually wait a bit longer and risk it getting banned out?
They ban out the Faramis. Valentina and Fanny has been left open. For the first time in forever, Fanny is up for grabs, but oh, EVOS, they pick up the Valentina maybe. Is this kind of a bait? Or is this a smart move in general for EVOS Legends? Because they know that Celiboy isn't too comfortable on the Fanny. So maybe they just leave it open. Sure, we'll pick up the Valentina. You think that we're gonna go for the Fanny. No, we're going for the Valentina. Now we're forcing you to pick up the Fanny. If you don't, we pick it up in this next phase.
That's true, that's true. That's what I wanted to say. Valentina was the wiser option for EVOS Legends, because the last time Celiboy used the Fanny, he didn't do too well. He was not able to utilize the steel cables properly. He kept banging onto the walls in the turtle, like we've seen that so many times. And now Alter Ego Esports, they are going to be in the hot seat. It is going to be the Fanny pickup forced onto them, as well as the Paquito.
Oof.
They had to.
I mean, why not? The Paquito as well for Alter Ego, it's so good. It can be flexed to... At this point, I guess it's most likely going to go to Pi. But Pi on the Paquito, we have seen that he can do wonders, man. Pi needs an active playmaking hero to actually do work in the lane, because he doesn't enjoy just waiting, farming statically to the late game. For EVOS though, I think maybe they feel a bit confident because they seem to actually play a very high IQ gameplay. So maybe they think they have the solutions, they have heroes they can pick to actually counter that Fanny. We'll just have to see how it plays out in the Land of Dawn though. And for EVOS right now, are they going to go for, again, a jungle pick, or are they going to go for a roamer? Try to deny Leo Murphy instead.
Oh, they actually secure a gold laner and an XP laner here for Pendragon and Clover. Heavy emphasis on the side laners for EVOS Legends, and that mid lane is now, it's up to Alter Ego to pick up a hero for themselves. The Cho is still open. The Julian was banned away, so the Cho could definitely be an option here for the side of Alter Ego. We know that when Leo Murphy gets the Cho, they are able to play much more comfortably around the map.
You know, Frank will be an option as well. It is still open, and it's a counter to Fanny, so Alter Ego, if they want to, they can pick it up, use that early aggression, deny the potential for EVOS to use that suppression onto the Fanny. Again, all the options available right now, but all depends on how they want to play it out. Do they want to be a bit more aggressive? Do they want some guarantee in the late game? They go for that Lunox for Udil.
Okay, so Lunox pick here coming in from Alter Ego Esports. This is interesting. Udil doesn't really play with that high ground type of hero so far. We've seen him pick up the Julian as well as the Lilia mostly. So the Lunox pick is going to come through once again for Udil, and it can, in the late game, be that factor that they need, that burst potential that they need, especially going against someone like the Esmeralda later on. Now, Alter Ego Esports, I do believe it is going to be wise to start limiting down the counters towards Fanny. If they don't pick up the Cho for themselves because they opted for the Lunox, I do think that the Cho is a good option for them to ban out, but they are going to start with the Kufra, one of the heroes that, of course, also can inhibit the projections and the movement from the Fanny.
And it's very interesting that EVOS Legends didn't opt to go for the Franco pick early on in the first phase, because usually when we do see a Fanny, the main counter towards it is the Franco, able to use that Bloody Hunt just to keep her from dashing, from using those steel cables. But again, EVOS Legends, they leave it up for grabs. They pick up a Brody, which kinda can do the same thing. Lockdown CC is something that he has in his kit. He can also use the torn apart memory to really chase down, even though Boy uses the Fanny, using the steel cables to get out. But again, we are seeing respect here in the second phase. Alter Ego respecting Dreams with the Kufra ban. And also, like you mentioned, the Cho comes in, but it's not from Alter Ego. It is from EVOS Legends. We might see a Franco ban now for Alter Ego. Wait, did Moba Zane and... Okay, so Moba Zane and Fried Chicken, they used the EVOS jersey last time when it was the El Clasico Arashi, and now they're using the Alter Ego jersey against EVOS.
You never really know with the guys from BTK, man. They're a fickle bunch for sure. So, but here the head-to-head between Clover as well as Nino, the Beatrix seems to be the highlight hero in general for the past 2 weeks. But we'll just have to see. Both these players won't be on that Beatrix, and the Ruby will be banned from Alter Ego, hinting like they're gonna go for something aggressive. They want to make sure that EVOS do not have solutions to try and stop the mobility, the aggression coming in from Alter Ego.
Once again, the Franco is still an available option here. I wonder if they want to pick this up for themselves, because last time Leo Murphy has used it, but so has the side from EVOS Legends now. Who do you think is going to be the choice here? Do you think they're going to ban it away or leave it open for Alter Ego Esports to take?
Ban a gold lane. I think that's the wise choice here. You already have a Brody, maybe banning a Claude?
Melissa?
Melissa. We haven't really seen a Melissa on the hands of Nino, but they go for another ban towards Leo Murphy. 2 target bans towards Leo Murphy now. Alter Ego, what are they going to choose for that mid lane? They pick up a Pawpaw on the hands of Nino, presumably here. But again, we've mentioned this many times, Arashi. Nino is very similar to Kabuki. When he doesn't get those playmaking heroes, it doesn't feel like he's able to play the game the way he wants to.
Alter Ego right now are playing for a lot of pickoff, but for EVOS, I don't know, like I thought the Franco would fit Alter Ego more, but will that be too much pickoff? Because again, pickup only works when you have the resources available to burst someone down or to deter the rest of the team from going in. If you have Franco here against in Alter Ego's composition, yes, he can pull someone, but afterwards, the rest of EVOS can just jump on that opportunity and go in along with him instead. Matilda will be the pick for EVOS. They want that in and out mobility that the Valentina and the Brody can take advantage of. They get that Balmond for that objective gameplay, and now Alter Ego, they have one last chance to throw a wrench in the planning of EVOS Legends. What will it be?
They need a roamer. Oh, Franco up against this composition.
Exactly, it's a bit weird.
Very difficult, easily cancelled, and obviously the guiding win from the Matilda. This denies a whole lot of that lockdown potential.
Lolita?
Oh, Lolita. Against a Brody, that actually is a very, very solid choice. With this composition, they do have, you know, some AoE damage. With the Lolita, it can be comboed in, but I don't know. I feel like if you go for the Lolita, you're only trying to deny the damage coming in from that Brody. That's about it. Let's see the final pick for Alter Ego. Is it going to be the Lolita or is it? It's a Lolita. There you go.
All right. AoE stun, potential to block projectiles. Right now, it seems like Alter Ego's composition isn't that bad. They have the Lunox to deal with the tankier members, the Balmond and the Esmeralda. So a lot of options for that burst style gameplay, only if EVOS allows them to get those pickoffs in the early game zone.
I don't know, I just don't like seeing make or break ultimates on the opposite end of a Valentina.
That's the thing, that's the thing. It's very, very easy for the side of the Valentina to really steal those ultimates, and especially on the hands of someone like Taz, a person who understands the pressure, the value of every single ultimate. We'll see how this plays out, ladies and gentlemen, as both the drafts have been set in place for EVOS Legends and for Alter Ego. We're going to enjoy this game watching it because I believe it's going to be a bloody one here as we are going to get ready to dive into the portal. The Land of Dawn is here. We're jumping straight into it for game number 1. EVOS Legends versus Alter Ego.
Game number 1 here is going to be intense. We already see the Matilda on Dreams, and remember the last time Dreams was on the Matilda, a lot of impact, being able to cover and even initiate fights with her ultimate as well.
Right now, Alter Ego has the advantage when it comes to bursts and pickoffs, and for the side of EVOS Legends, it seems like they're stuck in a more reactive role. They can play for the objectives later on using that Bauman, but aside from that, as you can see, the damage coming in, the instant burst is just a lot more reliable on the side of Alter Ego.
And the early game is definitely going to kind of favor EVOS Legends in the mid lane, right? The Valentina can already clear really fast. When you add on the Matilda onto that, it's going to be really tough for the Lunox to really deal with it. And even in the jungle, Bauman is going to have a better time clearing up the waves and securing neutral objectives, and that's exactly what they do. Sutsujin with the Retribution securing the Lethal Wanderer, already having a little bit of a gold lead here in the game.
Right, but on the side lanes though, Popo and Koopa against Brody, Paquito against Esmeralda. Essentially, it's possible for Alter Ego to have it, have those winning lanes and translate that into big skirmishes. It just depends on Evo if EVOS will let that happen though.
Yes, well, we have a fun fact here by Grab. In MPL ID Season 9, Alter Ego Esports were sent home by EVOS on the first day of the playoffs with a 3-2 score. So already some beef here from the side of Alter Ego. They do have a lot to prove, I guess, coming in from that history.
Revenge or repeat? Right. Alter Ego are definitely looking for revenge, but will this new era of EVOS Legends give in? First neutral objective about to spawn, Arashi.
Well, a lot of questions are on the shoulders of this man, Sallyboy, on that Fanny. We did mention that he seems just a tad bit uncomfortable on that hero. But if he's able to actually improve on that, there's a lot of opportunities he can take in the early game. Right now he's going for the purple buff, and the turtle is already spawning, and Evo seems to have the the jump, and he has the advantage here. Pi is getting caught on a weird spot.
Well, he is able to dish out the damage back onto him. Oh, whoa, Chaos Assault used up, Knockout Strike as well. Pendragon getting caught low, but Udil, he's caught in the midst of it all. Falling Shaman placed in, Sunnyboy with the cables coming in, but not able to really connect onto anyone, but now that's the combo, and that's the slice and dice. You expect him to fail on the Fanny. Well, he got a double kill. First blood presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series. That's not what you want to see if you're an EVOS fan.
Now, but let's see how Alter Ego Esports converts this, because they always go in for the kills, but they can't do anything with it. This is what we expect from the side of Alter Ego Esports, that uncontained aggression. And we'll see. I mean, so far they weren't going straight onto that turtle, and instead they're going back into their respective lanes and maybe looking for yet another pickoff on the board. But with that being said, Alter Ego Esports still leading with 800 in economy.
Well, it paid off for them in that situation, right? They went for the aggressive play. Udil was caught in a weird spot under the turret, but they were able to make it work on the back of that very important Fanny pick. So, as you mentioned, it's good in the early game, but it's not only about the early game. What can they do afterwards? How can they keep punishing EVOS Legends? And right now, they go for the play, but Sallyboy goes for it again.
The Numeron Blast as well, catching Dreams as Sallyboy is able to capitalize on that, picking up another kill on the board. Alter Ego leading 3-0 in the 3rd minute of the game.
And if anything, it's Sutsujin that falls twice already, so they do have more pressure on those neutral objectives, and Alter Ego Esports will be able to slay this by the Samsung Galaxy A series. And now in the top side, we can see that Dreams is putting a little bit more emphasis, understanding that Clover might be having a little bit of a hard time against that Popple and Koopa.
Take a look at the emblems here. Sallyboy and Pi with very aggressive options, and Nino attempts to be scaling into the late game with a weapon mastery, but honestly, I think it's an okay strategy, because in the late game, it's not like Papa and Koopa has low damage. He just shines a lot more in the early game, so he'll try and maximize that. Demon Slayer is on Suitsujin though, unfortunately, with a utility roamer. He is forced to be one of the main front lines, and with the burst coming in from Alter Ego, they very intelligently target Suitsujin of all people, making sure that he is levels behind Sallyboy if possible, so he cannot actually battle with Retribution. And Sallyboy goes in and goes for the steal.
Yeah, the lethal counter with the Retribution. is so good to secure those objectives. That purple buff, but Alter Ego are trying to collapse up top. Clover gonna get caught here, flickering out to safety, but the damage comes through again. Sunnyboy jumping in all the way with the cutthroat, able to take the kill up and look at the conversion. Alter Ego, you said it, they look for crazy kills, but they're not able to convert on objectives. Well, they've answered your question and your doubts.
Yes, this is exactly what we expect, and I think it's because they're using the new Axe effect. The better you smell, the better you play, and we can already see Boy, even though we doubted him on the Fanny, he's actually been able to get a lot on the board. Already sitting with a 3-0-1, was at some point a level ahead, but here we go.
Oh, Sutsujin, this is not where you want to be. One more cable is all he needs. He doesn't even need it. He used the cutthroat to secure the kill. Sutsujin, the rookie monster, is 0-3-0. Not having a good game in this series so far.
Wow, Alter Ego is playing aggressively and they're abusing the Popo and Koopa to make sure that they can get value from this play. Ooh, torn apart memory almost takes him out, but he escapes, and Udil and also Leo Murphy already making the rotation to try and punish that aggression. There's no tower available.
What? Wow, I mean, I guess that delayed the recall a bit, but man, that aggression by Leo Murphy. This is what we love from Leo Murphy. But Eterna, that was so funny to watch. The Popo and Koopa running, like, oh my god, he was getting caught as well, but now Sunnyboy just putting on the pressure onto Taz. Fun fact, Taz's signature pick back in the MDL when he was still a jungler was the Fanny, so maybe Sunnyboy is just trying to tell him how it's done.
Oh, getting a little spicy here between Alter Ego as well as EVOS Legends. And once again, in terms of economy, they're leading with almost 3,000 here in the 6th minute. And you can see already so much pressure here, Arashi. Even in the top lane, already so many objectives on the board for them. And EVOS Legends, they've been shut down, especially Sutsujin.
Well, Boy so far has not been doing any characteristics too flashy, but wow, he
Just as you
almost
say it.
takes on Taz. I was about to say, he doesn't do any crazy plays, but it's enough, you know, just to actually get the advantage. He has 4 kills either way, but right there, he just turns up the pace, takes a bit more aggression with the blade. I have to see it's already built in his inventory. He does a lot of burst damage, and he's trying to make sure that he takes advantage of it and abuses it as much as possible before the members of EVOS Legends build up the physical defense.
Look at Pai though, Eterna. Playing it very, like, he's playing it with the positioning there to try to catch someone, but he's actually just going to go for the cut into that bottom side. In between the base turn and the tier 2. Leo Murphy actually forced the flicker out of Dreams. That's a very important resource, and oh, you got to be careful. Clover has to back up. Nino playing the lane really well as well. Like, look at how he's able to zone Clover from the wave, building up a 2-wave push actually here. Boy jumps into the mid lane. Sutsujin not having a good time again in his own jungle. Gonna get slain as Leo Murphy jumps in with a stun onto Clover with a bite of Koopa as well. Nino puts the turret on the ground, taking it down there. And Alter Ego, they're not only taking kills, they're converting really well.
Wait, I just noticed something on the board here. Actually, Boy's opted for a fighter emblem here, Arashi. What does this mean for them?
He wants to go for more of a brawling option because he wants to be face first in a lot of these fights, and so far it's been paying off. He doesn't have to actually one-shot people too fast because the way he's playing it, he's there for the long run. He's not trying to burst someone instantly and get out. He's there again and again to do more consistent DPS and still be around to make sure that EVOS can't ignore him. He goes in, but Sutsujin, he actually uses a lot of resources to try and secure the orange buff, so Alter Ego, they can get a free Lord here.
Yeah. Like, lethal counter and retribution was used up there. The idea for EVOS Legends is they do not want to contest. That's why Sutsujin was comfortable using it there. They want to just go for the trades, but even in that top side, Alter Ego, they're controlling the waves really well. They're not really, you know, playing or giving EVOS Legends a chance to find their own tempo.
I mean, look at Nino already rotating around the map, getting those kills onto those turrets, just being a nuisance that we know a Popo and Koopa can be. And Alter Ego Esports, with that in mind, controlling all 3 lanes, getting all those turrets and all those lanes as well. They're going to be leading, but oh my god, Boy goes in.
Whoa! Too aggressive there. 1 HP, Boy shut down under the tier 2 turret against 4 members, but Nino is able to find a very good trade. Biden Koopa as well onto Taz as they look towards that mid tier 2. Pai is pushing on the damage. Udil is taking a whole lot of Sutsujin's HP off the game. 9 minutes in with the Lord. They might actually, yeah, they're they still haven't really used the Lord that much. The Lord is just coming in to that top side now, and Alter Ego might have a chance to actually make more use out of this Lord. Maybe getting a turret, but no, they just use it to destroy the passive coming in from the base turrets.
Wow, that's so aggressive from Sally Boy, and this is the problem we mentioned. He is not flashy with it. He cannot do those really high-risk, high-reward maneuvers. And all this time, he is 5-1, but it's off the back of very simple, consistent plays. You know, he's been using it more for macro than micro. And right there, he just tries a bit too hard to get value for his team with the Lord. And that is where EVOS Legends can find opportunities to try and punish him.
Now it's going to be really tough for EVOS Legends to really look for an opportunity here. And there you go. They go straight for Sutsujin. It really does feel personal now. Sutsujin has, died 4 times in the last 10 minutes of the game, and Alter Ego do not plan to stop. They want to keep on going onto Sutsujin, putting a lot of damage onto him every single skirmish.
So far, EVOS Legends, they're not able to get anything on the board. Only 1 to 7 kills, and this is interesting. We've seen a lot of action happening, but it's only a total of 8 kills so far, and we can look at the player's gold here by UBS gold as well, and it turns out that Nino, even though he hasn't had a lot of kills on the board, he's been able to farm quite spectacularly as well as comfortably, just munching on all those turrets.
Exactly, the turret plating in the early game is also a big factor in why he is so wealthy right now. Alter Ego, they're waiting for the chance to go for the Lord, but if EVOS Legends overstep, as we mentioned, Alter Ego has so many tools available to try and get kills. This is why they've been so dominant, but this is also why they need to be so careful. If they mess up and let go of the gold advantage, a lot of their heroes don't scale that well in the late game. We've already mentioned this before, and we have to mention it again. That is the main key to victory that EVOS can rely on.
I actually think that Alter Ego have the better late game too here. Remember, they have a Lunox. EVOS Legends with the Brody and the Valentino. Oh no, this is what we've seen from Alter Ego before, and they're doing it again. Onto Clover. He's going to be able to get that stun off. Dominant blast by Taz as he turns it around. Pi taken low, but Nino is just busy with the turrets up top. Pi now going for the re-engage. Taz against 3 members, flickering out of the range. Leo Murphy goes in for the stun, and that's it for Taz. He's going to get taken down. Alter Ego 10-2 now. A 3-for-1 trade on the board as they look for the Lord next.
And all the while, Nino was just busy in that top side trying to push it in as well, maybe looking for a backdoor play while the members of EVOS Legends are either down or distracted. Alter Ego Esports now have the upper hand to get this next enhanced Lord. EVOS Legends once again on the back foot.
Has now with the Holy Crystal, he does a lot of damage and they can't really underestimate that, but whoa, they just go straight in. Alter Ego goes for the play.
Oh, Pendragon caught really low, gonna get caught in the trap as well. Nino's chasing him down. Oh my god, Nino, he is vicious. Man, running. Every single time I see the Popo running, it's just so mean. He
has to sprint as well.
He's running so fast because his body's really small, right? So it feels like he's running super fast. But here we go again. EVOS Legends, they're able to recoup and they're able to get back to full HP now with Taz coming back in. Respawn timers back to 0. Both teams having 5 members for the Lord.
The wave in the bottom side though is pushing in favor of Alter Ego. We already see that Clover is rotating there, so Alter Ego has an opportunity here. EVOS Legends, they're caught on a weird spot.
Let's see, Sutsujin still able to run away, but it's gonna get chain CC'd, instantly knocked up and everywhere. Silly Boy doesn't want to stop. He goes in, forcing a dash from Dreams actually, and they get the Lord for free. Again, Alter Ego. Wow, that Lord Slain was presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series. Eterna, this is definitely not what we expected from Alter Ego. They're so disciplined.
I love being wrong. And we've been wrong in match number 1. Now we're wrong here in match number 2 for game number 1. As it seems like Alter Ego Esports, they're going to pick up the pace once again.
They want to go for perhaps another base turret here with the Enhanced Lord spawning. And again,
they're waiting.
They're waiting. It's very different, Alter Ego. They're grabbing these turrets like you guys can grab food at home with the grb.to/MPL promo code. You can also just scan the QR code there next to Sully Boy, next to Udil, if you guys want an easy way to access that promo code.
Right. Well, now, speaking about easy ways, Alter Ego, they can play with the Lord right here, and they have a ton of catch, a ton of burst. EVOS, they need to be very, very careful not to lose any members before the critical moments of this fight. Alter Ego, though, this is play being made.
Pendragon gonna get chain CC'd again. Oh my god, bursted instantly out. But now blast by Taz. This might be the moment to turn it around. They're able to find Nino. Pi jumping in again as that's gonna get the cutthroat popped in. Now blast flicker combo popped in by Leo Murphy onto Dreams. The base is going to be targeted 1-0 for Alter Ego.
Oh my. Like we talked about earlier, Alter Ego Esports against all odds always has this X factor. And being able to win it in a very dominant fashion. At the end of it all the members were either 1, 2, or even 3 levels behind the members of Alter Ego Esports. And you could see, if they wanted to hitch their bets on Susujin, on the Balman, be able to get all those neutral objectives, instantly denied by how ferocious and how aggressive Alter Ego Esports played them, really shutting down all these members from that early game.
This is exactly what Alter Ego has always been able to do. Get that early aggression, and now that it's paired with discipline, with patience, this is how scary it can be when you rely on a super aggressive, high crowd control, high burst composition. This is the Alter Ego that the fans have been waiting for.
Oh my god. This is the Alter Ego we expected coming into Season 10.
Yes,
the
absolutely.
Refined Alter Ego. It took them a little bit of time to get to this point, but here they are. Oh man, Alter Ego, what a dominant display. Something that most of us did not expect, but I think everybody's glad that we got surprised that we are wrong, because Season 10, again, continues to be unpredictable, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be a long time for EVOS Legends back in the playroom, though, because Zace definitely has a few comments to make about that performance. 0-5-0 for the rookie monster on the Balman.
Not a good KD at all. He wasn't having a good time at all. Can't zone Celiboy. EVOS defeats gets taken down in game number 1 is essentially what happened there. And it's insane to see, but remember, it's not over just yet, right?
Is it time for
We've
Glar?
seen a lot of moments of reverse sweeps. We've seen a lot of dominant game number 1s, and it gets instantly reverse sweeps. So Alter Ego Esports, they need to stay consistent with the way that they played in game number 1. They still need to be able to replicate that same success in that early game, realizing when we look back at it, they had more things to do with the draft. Like, there were so many things that they could have played around. Whereas from the side of EVOS Legends, they could only hitch their bets perhaps on the Valentina or maybe the Matilda, who isn't as dynamic as what Alter Ego brought to us in game number 1.
Well, the damage coming from Taz has been significant, especially with the stolen Luminous Blast. He was doing a lot of damage, just not enough, because the burst coming from Alter Ego is just so reliable. It reminds you of the strategies we saw in Season 8, I believe. Season 7, Season 8. Having a Pop-Up and Koopa stun someone down, and then have everyone just burst him down instantly. That has been a prevalent strat back then, and here we see it again. Susujin gets hit with the Bottom Koopa instantly. Celiboy comes in, Udil comes in with the damage with that Lunox, and he's just gone again and again. It doesn't even matter what items you have when you are stuck for that long. Right now, we take a look at the items here, and Udil...
Hey, wait, Arashi.
Yes?
Hey, Turna.
Yeah?
Our game duration prediction was more accurate than Arashi.
Who would have thought, man? I mean, I am pleasantly
Just rub it
surprised.
in his face first.
Nah, I'm pleasantly surprised. I'm okay with this. This is a great outcome, in my opinion. But look at the items from Udil, man. With all the damage here, and going straight for the Divine Glaive, he knows that the side of EVOS Legends, they are all scrambling to get magic resistance, magic defense, because he is doing a lot of damage. He is the bulk of the burst coming in for the side of Alter Ego, and there's just so much setup. Celiboy distracts everyone. He is tankier than usual with the Fighter Emblem. It's not the usual playstyle we see, but then Leo Murphy and Nino can just set everything up, and it's just so good. And looking at the gold as well, Udil eventually overtook Nino, but he was just critical in ensuring that Alter Ego has the space to maneuver, because in the early game, after getting any single kill, he is the one that's tasked with demolitions, targeting the turrets of EVOS Legends.
Oh, but look at this. Rich guy and the carry. It's going to be Udil on that Lunox, Arashi.
The Kage is back.
That is the signature pick for Udil, though, that Lunox. He's been so good at putting it to great use, not just with the burst, but knowing when to use the Brilliance Order as well to just throw a wrench in any counterplay attempt coming in from EVOS Legends. Of course, the forgotten one is Pi. He was doing a lot of CC using the knockout strike again and again. as we mentioned, this man on playmaking heroes can do a lot of work. It doesn't need to be on the damage. He doesn't have to be the main damage dealer or the guy picking up the kills. He just does a lot in the game and has a lot of impact overall.
Nino gives me a headache.
Why?
Because he can be your killer, but he can also play that utility gold laner, just really focusing on those turrets. I mean, look at his KP, 38%, super low. He didn't do much at all in that sense, but man, he's still so effective.
But I can guarantee you that 90% of that damage to tower was the Popol and Koopa. But in this game, the stand-up performer, the man that we doubted on the Fanny, he's definitely improved on this hero. And this is a well-deserved MVP presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series. Selly Boy, the Miracle Boy. He got well, and he's back.
Honestly, I think there's so many doubters and saying that, okay, he can't do the crazy plays we expect from the more mechanical players in the league. It doesn't matter. You just have to adapt to it, and you know what you're doing, and you make do with what you got, and you use it to the best of its potential. And Selly Boy, playing the quote-unquote simple, not flashy Fanny, is able to actually pressure EVOS Legends enough that they get bewildered, and they are actually split up, and they're taken out by the rest of the follow-up from Alter Ego. So, it works still. And this is why, even in the worst of hands, you cannot let go of this Fanny, man. It just has so much impact. We take a look at some of the MVP highlights by the Samsung Galaxy A series. All this since the early game, you can see that with a wall nearby, he doesn't have to do any, spinning moves. He just goes on the same wall and just DPSs someone to high oblivion. And Clover, as well as the rest of the Squisher members on EVOS Legends, they just fall victim to that again and again. The Cutthroat as well is just such a great utility tool for Selly Boy. And here we can see when he has to do the weird, curvy pathing that you can do with the steel cables, he can't do that too often. But it doesn't matter, it's fine. Here he gets taken out by Taz as well, but overall, the team works together to ensure that even that one kill won't be too big of an issue for Alter Ego. And with that final Lord push, see, they just pick someone off, stun him, burst him down before any counterplay even comes in, and even if EVOS try to strike back, it's too little too late, and eventually the base falls. 2 members here gets taken out, so it was kind of close, but considering it's only 14 minutes, that's the success you can get on early game compositions. We've been waiting for this for so long, man.
The efficiency for Alter Ego there in game number 1. But again, coming back to game number 2, I'm expecting some changes for EVOS Legends here in terms of the draft and in terms of how they play. Maybe even the rosters, because last time Onyx versus EVOS, game 1, Delara played. Then they swapped in Pendragon and they won the series. Now, game 1, Pendragon played. Maybe we'll see a Delara coming into the roster to maybe try to change the momentum around.
Perhaps. That's definitely something EVOS Legends can pull off with the second layer towards their draft, I feel. It makes them a little bit more flexible in that sense. So we'll see what happens. I think the Fanny is definitely gonna... We have to say goodbye to the Fanny, basically, for game number 2. I think it is going to be in that fan.
I think so. Maybe they thought that the Fanny won't be much of a problem in the hands of Selly Boy. Maybe they thought that Alter Ego might not even go for the Fanny. They'll let it go for them to take Sutsujin. We've seen him on the Fanny. He might be able to pick it up, but again, that value was lost for EVOS Legends. They didn't ban it, they didn't pick it, but for sure, you guys can find value with Live-In by Mandiri, saving up your money and getting all of those Live-In points with the promos. Obviously, watch and keep an eye on MPL Indonesia to get the latest information of all promos and all the good things to come for Live-In by Mandiri.
Get the full value, man. Don't miss out. It's gonna be such a shame because, again, it's free value, right? If you don't take advantage of opportunities, you don't win games the way Alter Ego does. So, take notes, friends. Take advantage of Live-In by Mandiri, as we are now waiting for the second game. And honestly, there's just so many things that EVOS needs to think about right now. What was the main issue, right? Was it how annoying Selly Boy was in pressuring the backline? Was it the crowd control coming in from Nino and Leo Murphy? Was it the tower demolitions coming from the Popol and Koopa? Was it the burst coming in from Udil on the Lunox? Everything played a part, and it was just coming in so well, so synergized from Alter Ego. So EVOS, they have to revamp completely.
Yeah, super coalesced with one another, and EVOS Legends had no really solution to the aggression that Alter Ego brought them. And I think one of the main reasons was the fact of how badly the Balman, Sutsujin himself, was shut down. So perhaps in the second game, we're going to see someone with better playmaking capacity, maybe even a little bit more CC from the side of EVOS Legends to stop what happened in game number 1 from happening once again here in game number 2.
Doesn't seem like EVOS Legends have made any changes in their roster, but now it's time to take a look at the game recap. The impact players for both of the teams. Taz, definitely the most consistent member on this EVOS Legends lineup. In every single lineup that we've seen, the changes from week 1 till week 4, this man has been the solid, just a solid player in general. But Udil, he definitely put the game into his own hand in that one.
Well, his early DPS is one of the main reasons why Alter Ego was so dominant, right? Because it's hard to match this DPS of Fanny, even if you're not super mobile, if you're not super flexible with the cables. The fact that you are able to constantly output DPS with whenever there's a wall nearby makes the early game jungle skirmishes so dangerous for EVOS Legends to try and take part in.
We'll see now. Again, coming into game number 2, Alter Ego. They're a team that are driven by momentum. We said this before the draft started, and right now it does seem like the momentum is on their hands. And right now we're also going to take a look at both of the coaches, Zace and Cassius, with the JBL Quantum. They're going to be able to communicate with their team much more efficiently than with any other headset in the world. But right now, I do want to ask you a question. Rashi, in game number 2, do you think EVOS Legends need to change the draft, or do they need to just change the execution, stay with the same draft?
I think they need a different draft in a sense that if they want to rely on, outscaling, they have to understand exactly how Alter Ego wants to operate. So if they want to actually face check like that, and if they predict that Alter Ego is using crowd control, then they can do several things. For example, they can go for a Grok somehow, and that can make him immune to crowd control, let him check a bit more aggressively. So things like that, right? Trying to outplay Alter Ego at their own game is what's important, because I think if things just go even, EVOS Legends has the opportunity to try and make plays of their own. But if Alter Ego can already take control of the game so early on, it just denies them any possibility.
That's the thing. It was so difficult because when I thought about it, EVO's more disciplined, Alter Ego more aggressive. But even if EVOS Legends played that patiently, it was so difficult to turn back that gold lead and that map pressure that Alter Ego Esports already put on the map. And it's difficult too, because even if they wanted to drag it to the late game, Alter Ego Esports had the Lunox.
Well, they have the Lunox, and the annoying part is they have 2 stuns. Multiple stuns actually, not just 2.
So many CC.
And if they can combo it, Leo Murphy can stun someone, and then Nino can put
strike.
Knockout strike. You can put traps underneath and follow it up with the bottom Koopa. And while all that's happening, Udil is just having pot shots at you with the Chaos Order. So I think the crowd control is the main issue, because honestly, if the members of EVOS Legends are able to just kite away from those fights, then it's fine. We've seen them play patient, do the back and forth in the jungle, being patient, and they can come out on top. But when you're stuck there, when you're forced to be there against your will, right, without consent, that is where Alter Ego can just, they can just do a lot of damage and make sure that you are forced into mistakes, even though you don't plan on making them.
Well, in the second game in the draft here, Alter Ego and EVOS Legends still staying to the same side. EVOS Legends have opted to stay on the blue side. And they have changed a few things here in the draft. They still go for the Beatrix ban, but they go for the Paquito ban next. And Alter Ego, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They go for the exact same bans here. They're forced to ban out the Faramis or trade the Fanny.
Exactly. Early on, we saw that EVOS picked the Valentina, and Alter Ego takes the Fanny instead. So the fact that EVOS bans out the Valentina right here, are they planning on going for the Cult Altar, right, that allows them to stall the game even longer, or are they going to go for the Fanny as well? Alter Ego banned that Faramis, so now the Fanny is very much available for the side of EVOS if they choose to do so.
It's so risky to do this. Oh, Alter Ego, they did not ban the Fanny. EVOS Legends picks it up, but here's my question. Taz has more experience on this hero. He's played Fanny more times in the MDL than Sutsujin. Will they swap roles?
Oh.
We've seen Hai and Kabuki swap roles, Gold and Jungle. But here, it's Mage and Jungle. So it's a little bit different.
It's a bit different, but at the same time, both lanes both positions do roam across the map and impact other lanes. In a way, it makes sense, but we'll just have to see. That'll be a very exciting development. Another team, they can just switch out members, switch out roles like Aura Fire. But for Alter Ego, are they going to go, again, for some crowd control, for some burst? Are they even going to go for the same scenario, the same strategy?
Oh, if they left off the Julian. I completely forgot that the Julian was banned in the final ban for EVOS Legends in the first phase of Game 1. And now, Alter Ego, the hero that they banned in the second phase, the hero that can counter the Fanny, Kufra, picked up by Leo Murphy, one of his signature picks. And again, that's the Julian. So 2 signature picks already for Alter Ego. We know when they play with the comfort heroes, they find a whole lot of success.
But remember, this Julian can be flexed. Sally Boy can use this in the jungle as well if they want to. So it's still up in the air who is going to be playing it. So it's either for Odil or Sally Boy. We're not sure what's going to happen just yet. But EVOS Legends, they have a chance to perhaps pick up the Esmeralda this time around, and as well as that Claude.
Ooh, okay. So they have a very secure dive composition. All 3 members can just dash forward. But in order for that to work out, they need a bit more mobility. Or they can all go for sprints, I guess, if they want to try and amend that. Or they need crowd control to make sure that Alter Ego stays in place. But speaking of crowd control, though, Alter Ego, they have a lot. So if EVOS right here, it did engage carelessly, Alter Ego can punish that with the Tyrant's Rage, Tyrant Revenge combo, or with the Empowered Chain coming in from whoever gets to play that Julian.
Alter Ego with the final pick in the first phase. They went in for a Popa and Koopa in the second phase last game. They might just go for the same thing here, securing a hero for Pi first in that XP lane, or perhaps just securing... Yeah, that's what they did last game, and that's what they are not going to do this game. They go for the Brody in the gold lane, securing a hero for Nino first. And this fits. This really fits. Claude doesn't really do well against the Brody, because whenever he tries to dive, you get insta-stunned.
Exactly. I think it's a great stacking of crowd control yet again. We know that Alter Ego, with how aggressive they want to play, crowd control is the tool that enables that. And so far, even though EVOS has more aggressive heroes, more burst potential, they are lacking in that department. So it's looking pretty dangerous. They need to match that crowd control, or maybe they can go and deny it using a Digi or something. That is still something that some teams have experimented with. For Alter Ego though, banning out the Yve will allow them to deny that long-range counter-engage, because all their members right now, Brody, Julian, as well as Koopa, they're all relatively short-ranged.
Now that poses the question what they might want to plan to pick up for that mage position. For Taz in particular, now that the Valentina is already banned away, but coming into the second phase, EVOS Legends are in the hot seat to ban away. They do still have the potential to ban away the Lunox if they want to, but it is going to be the Dairoth. So I was thinking about the counter for the Esmeralda, and so the Dairoth is actually going to be the choice for them this time around, as Alter Ego have not yet secured a hero for Pi. They might still be able to pick up someone else, though, in that regard. It could be a Boxia, perhaps, that is a natural counter for the Esmeralda as well, or even the Masha. I wonder if EVOS Legends are going to commit onto this, or they have something different in mind. But now, Alter Ego Esports, Mage ban, another one?
Yeah, going for another ban onto the Mage is going to be really good. Again, just trying to narrow down the hero pool for Taz. But that's what EVOS Legends can do as well towards Pi. We haven't really seen Pi on a whole lot of heroes this season. The Paquito, the Dairoth, the Esmeralda, those 3 heroes have been banned or picked. Uranus? I guess we have seen a Uranus before on the hands of Pi, but it's going to be tough here, right? Like, he wants to play those playmaking heroes, and I think right now, there's no chance for Alter Ego to even go for something like a Phoveus. They can counter the Fanny with a Phoveus, Arashi, and Eterna, but EVOS already have an Esmeralda.
Exactly, so who gets in the EXP lane, they can actually match the effectiveness of the Esmeralda. That is one of the main problems. But for Alter Ego, they ban out the Cho, so is this hinting at the possibility of them picking up an assassin? Ooh, that'll be interesting to take a look at. It'll be an assassin showdown, and with a lot more setup and crowd control, Lancelot can come in here. And I wonder if EVOS are planning on banning some of those assassins that Sally Boy is notorious for.
That could be it, that could be it. But actually it's going to be the Balman ban here for the side of EVOS Legends, taking away someone in that jungle position who could create an equal situation against someone like the Fanny. But now Alter Ego Esports has the first pick here in the second phase, and it is going to be the Uranus to match up with the Esmeralda in that EXP lane.
Phoveus would have been too risky up against the Esme, so they go for the Uranus. Again, like I mentioned, this is a hero that we have seen Pi on, but he hasn't really found the most success with this hero. They're saving the last pick for the jungler, and I'm really trying to think about a viable jungler right now. Balman Akai banned out, Fanny
Karina?
picked up. Up against his composition, I don't think Karina is going to be able to do well. We do have a comment from Mobazane about the rookie monster himself. He thinks that Susujin is very, very good. He likes it, and he really likes the EVOS, the new EVOS lineup. But EVOS Legends now, 2 last picks to finish up the draft. They pick up a Lunox for themselves to counter that Uranus, and the Franco by Dreams. Last time we saw Franco on the hands of Dreams, he was able to make a lot of crazy plays. Jungle, last pick for Alter Ego. Or
sure?
mid lane.
Exactly.
Well,
I don't know. I don't know about this. Last pick here. I think perhaps the Julian might actually have a hard time if he is going to be placed in that jungle position, actually.
Against Fanny.
Against a Fanny, right? It's a bit concerning for sure. We'll just have to see. It really seems like they plan on using someone as an assassin, but going up against the composition right now, I'm not sure if an assassin will be good enough. They might be better off locating some kind of AoE damage, because if they want to go in and they have the Empowered Chain, they have the Kufra combo, they can probably follow it up with something better. Oh, but they go with the Ling.
Very, very interesting. Ling pick.
Against a Franco.
Against a Franco, against a Fanny who can clear faster than you. A very interesting draft for Alter Ego, but they do have the momentum and the confidence from game number 1 to pull it off. This is the town prediction by Axe. All of us opting for EVOS Legends in this matchup, but, oh my god. What is, they're sitting on the EVO side now with the Alter Ego jersey. All right, panic, and a picture of Dean. But for Alter Ego and EVOS Legends, both of the drafts have been wrapped up, ladies and gentlemen. Eterna and Arashi predictions.
Oh, it's so difficult to see Alter Ego win with the current composition they have, even if they want to rely on the tankiness from the Uranus to buy them time, let's say. It's very difficult. They're going against a Lunox who will be able to melt down through with the burst and DPS that she has.
Let's see it come unfold in the land of Dawn. Ladies and gentlemen, the portal has opened up for us to dive in. Welcome to game number 2. And like I said, it's Taz on the Fanny.
Wow.
I told you.
They swapped roles.
That is crazy.
We've seen it from Aura. First time for EVOS. Oh, man. Okay, I'm just gonna tell you guys, Taz on the Fanny is a different beast, all right? He may be the best Fanny I've seen, but he only played in the MPL, so we have to see how he performs here.
Ooh.
He's already coming in very aggressive from the start. He has the same Festival of Blood, same emblem as Sully Boy in the first game, and he's already going in to the enemy jungle.
Exactly, Sully Boy pathing to secure his purple buff. It is critical, but you already see Dreams making moves right here. Boom.
Oh my god, Dreams is able to get that hook onto Sally Boy, really buying so much time for their own respective jungler, and this is the aggression that they need. They need to be able to inhibit Alter Ego Esports from snowballing, and that's exactly what is being reflected with Dreams on this Franco.
I think the really scary part from EVOS Legends is level 4 right later on. They have Blazing Duets, they can use the Chaos Order, they have the suppression coming in from Franco, and if anyone gets locked down, Taz can just chop them up really quick. So Alter Ego have to play very safe in the early game, so it's a different game completely from game number 1.
Yeah, Taz already going in for the cutthroat, and there you go. That's the damage coming in, but he misses the cable. Selly Boy's able to capitalize. The enhanced chain popped in. Sutsujin now going to be targeted down in the mid lane. Selly Boy picking up all the plays, picking up a double kill for himself. Alter Ego, 2 kills in the first 2 minutes. Taz, a bit too confident.
A little bit too confident. Instantly capitalized by Alter Ego, and that is not exactly what you want to do, especially giving someone like Sally Boy with the Killing Spree emblem all that. I thought Dreams was able to get that hook, but right now, talking about Alter Ego Esports, with that in mind, they're able to set up for this next objective a little bit faster, maybe waiting on the rotations from EVOS Legends to ensue and look for a pickoff on the board.
Wow, that was just so aggressive and it got punished really well. I think the movement from the members of Alter Ego was so good as well, you know, just dodging from the very last bit of the damage. And unfortunately for Taz, after a great showing so far, he got taken out, but right here he goes in, he goes for Pi, and he is still able to get out.
Wow. Well, 2 misplays and 2 instantly capitalizing plays for Alter Ego. Pi getting out and Odil almost stole the gold buff away with the scythe there. 2 times though. This is going to affect the confidence of Taz stepping up in this game.
Ooh. Pi is just so good whenever he can actually assert his presence in the lane. And right now with Alter Ego, again, they're like burst, essentially. EVOS has more burst than they do, but they have better AoE card control. So Dreams can pick someone off, but in a all-out brawl, I think Leo Murphy has a lot more impact to provide.
Oh, Tyrant's Revenge and the Rage.
Oh, wow.
Say goodbye to Dreams, and now Taz trying to deal the damage once again onto the rest of the members, but Silly Boy engages onto Sutsujin, picking up a killing spree for himself onto Pendragon, dealing so much damage, and again the bouncing ball, no Taz! He's not going to be able to run away, he doesn't even get Leo Murphy! It's a disaster! Taz forced to back away, Alter Ego still left untouched, 4-0 as they pick up the first neutral objective.
1,000 gold lead for Alter Ego right now, and gonna be a little bit more with that in mind. And now it is EVOS Legends once again on the back foot. It's so difficult to see. It's very difficult even understanding that even if Taz wants to go in and contest these neutral objectives, the fact that Leo Murphy is in the area is going to make it a little bit more difficult.
Well, they also understand how to deal with a Franco, right? Before the Franco grabs you, you jump onto him instead. He gets absolutely deleted. That was a great coordination from Alter Ego Esports. They get a turtle, but now they don't have the same tools they had earlier to try and demolish these turrets. So EVOS Legends, they're still able to defend for the most part the damage coming in towards their structures.
Oh, torn apart memory there by Nino. Clover also used the Blazing Duet. No engage just as of yet. Taz is in the bush though. Udil's gonna be there, and Dreams finds the hook, the Bloody Hunt as well. Udil taken down. Taz picking up the kill. Finally getting a kill on the board for EVOS Legends in the 4th minute of the game.
Compensation by Dreams here being able to land that hook, and now what initially was a lead for the side of Alter Ego has diminished a little bit more, and now Dreams already trying to...
Okay, no, he got it.
I thought perhaps that Alter Ego stole that buff, but now we can take a look at the items. But before that, Silly Boy is going very aggressive here.
He's just zoning the members away here. Leo Murphy also placed in a very good bouncing ball there to prevent Taz from going in. Flickers out. A very, very good objective take. And now we take a look at the items, Arashi.
Hapta C is already built for Taz, so already a lot more burst damage available to him. Udil with a concentrated energy rush allows him to have a bit more sustain, and I guess it's a good option considering his role isn't exactly an assassin. It's more of a DPS situation. For Nino though, Malefic Roar first item, interesting indeed. You would think he would want to go for a bit more damage first before going for penetration, but you know, Nino probably knows what he's doing on the marksman.
Yeah, you can see here that the next turtle has already spawned in the Land of Dawn. Already Nino rotating towards that mid side, realizing that he does have that pressure on the bottom side because the tower is down. EVOS Legends already opening up the map, looking for perhaps an engage onto Pi before taking out that turtle. And here we go.
Dreams instantly with a Bloody Hunt Flicker combo as he picks up the kill with the help of the Chaos Assault as well. Silly Boy, he jumps in onto the wave. No more follow-up for the side of EVOS Legends as he's able to clear out the waves. Alter Ego losing one member here right as the turtle spawns.
That's a great pickup from EVOS Legends, knowing the exact moment to try and capitalize and make plays like that, using the flicker from Dreams as well. Lethal gets taken by Sally Boy, and Leo Murphy engages onto Taz.
Oh, no, there we go. Tyrant's Revenge and the Rage instantly chained in with the Enhanced Chain. Pendragon taken low, still able to dodge away. Sully Boy going in for one more shot, finally gets the kill. Taz getting blocked by the bouncing ball. Alter Ego got another pick on the board. 1.5k gold lead, but no conversion onto objectives.
Not yet, though. They do have a man advantage. They are signaling that they want to go in towards that area, but actually, Sally Boy is rotating in a different scene as well. Pendragon already up. Again, a 5v5 situation if he can get there on time. And Alter Ego Esports now, they have opted to start, or maybe just bait EVOS Legends first.
If they go for a full-on 5v5 fight, Alter Ego has more AoE to work with. EVOS Legends, they have to play on picks because the blazing duet from Clover will not nearly be enough just yet. They did send 5 men towards the turtle though, so 2 members on EVOS Legends doing a lot of damage to that bottom side turret, although Nino is already down there to defend that.
Again, Alter Ego. Very interesting, right? This is the refined version of Alter Ego that a lot of people have been expecting. The fact that they don't just go for fights here in the game, they like to play it objectively too. If EVOS Legends aren't baited to the fights, they use that pressure to take objectives, to force them out. So far though, the damage dealt by Axe shows that Pendragon and Taz have done the most damage, but it's about who you target. Because if you deal that much damage to the frontliners, it doesn't really matter. Meanwhile, Sellyboy, he has a few kills on his hands, but only 14,000 damage dealt because he targets the squishy members.
That's a difference right here, but mid lane, boom!
Speaking of, that's not a squishy member, but they made it look squishy. As Taz jumps in now against 3 members, jumps in, gets the cutthroat. Oh my goodness! Gets out as well. A 1-for-1, but Alter Ego are able to take the turret as well. So EVOS Legends still on the back foot. Alter Ego still with the better value on the trade.
I mean, right now, EVOS Legends is able to get a tower on the board. So it isn't as one-sided as game number 1. They are putting up a fight as, oh, here we go, Taz onto Pi. And Pi, oh, what?
Nah. That's fine for you. Consecration sprint. You can dodge away from the cables all day.
Happy feet by Pi. He is able to survive the pick-off attempt, but that shows again the skill of Taz on that Fanny is nothing to sneeze about. Alter Ego right now, they are finding opportunities. They have more control because the tower in the mid lane is no longer there. They can go for more aggressive dives, but they need to know where everyone else is.
Oh, nice flicker by Dreams getting out of the Tyrant's raid. Situation has the flicker, doesn't have the Chaos Assault yet. Leo Murphy barely getting out of that range. Player gold by Ube S Gold, though. Nino on top, Clover falling very, very near with Sellyboy as well, but wait. Conceal play, Dreams doesn't have the flicker. He's looking for a hook though, doesn't find it.
Wow, now Alter Ego knows where they are. They are playing for that Death Bush in the middle lane. This is a common strategy we've seen, but Taz is going to be rotating around. He's abusing the mobility really, really well. In Alter Ego, I don't think they can actually get the Lord without any contest, but in the bottom side, Sellyboy is already abusing that mobility as well, so there will be a pressure differential for both these teams later on.
The battle of the split push between Sellyboy as well as Taz, as both of these members are on this very mobile heroes by EVOS Legends, even without, is able to get that Lord, and Sutsujin managed to get it under the nose of Alter Ego Esports.
They're using the DPS and technically the burst as well, coming in from Lunox and Clover. My god, that was such a sneaky steal, sneaky take. And that's a brilliant one as well. Alter Ego did not expect it. No pressure on the map, but EVOS Legends, they beat the default play, and now it's time to take a look at the items.
Well, Talk of Destiny and Genius 1 completed for Sutsujin. Lunox is a very good choice because it's a very bursty hero. Maybe it suits his jungle playstyle, but Taz going in against 2 people, he doesn't care.
That was so brave. That was so brave. Under turret, 2 members from the side of Alter Ego Esports there. No problem, as now they're actually able to push that bottom side from the side of Alter Ego Esports. And now they're equal in terms of that tower, 3-3.
I think the longer the game goes, it's going to be down to the execution. With that Lord, EVOS Legends were able to pick up multiple turrets, and so the control game now essentially is favoring EVOS Legends, but they only win, again, when Burst is involved. So if they can pull Alter Ego away from each other, they will have the advantage, because if they all group together, I think the combo and the synergy coming from Alter Ego, it's nothing new, right? We've expected them to be very good in those team fights when they are able to line up their skills one after another and go for those combos.
Right now, it's looking it's looking way better for EVOS Legends actually. Yes, my goodness! Udil gets chunked there in the mid lane right as we take a look at his statistics here on the Julian. He's still on 100% win rate, but that might change as the game goes longer. Claude and Lunox, Clover and Sutsujin here, they're going to be very, very scary with the items.
Yeah, EVOS is playing the macro game so much better here. Alter Ego, they seem to be looking for combos, right? They seem to be sticking together, but that is exactly why EVOS Legends has the advantage. They can afford to send people on their own to each individual lane. Alter Ego cannot do that due to the threat of being engaged on. And here comes Leo Murphy.
Leo Murphy with the Tyrant's Revenge. only getting the tank. Dreams there. Now Taz jumping into the back lines, going in for damage, and that is the combo wombo all the way. Taz just styling on everybody as he keeps on dashing back and forth, buying the damage, taking the time for Sutsujin to pick up a triple kill. The calm before the storm. EVOS Legends.
A 3-for-1 trade there for the side of EVOS Legends. They're picking up the pace. Only Pi is left to be able to clear those waves, but unfortunately, it's not going to be enough. Remember, Sutsujin, when he's able to get those items, whenever he gets that tower spike already happening, you can see how much damage he's able to portray onto the members of Alter Ego Esports, instantly melting them away. EVOS Legends have taken that economy lead back into their hands, leading with 1,000.
And the problem now for Alter Ego is Lunox and obviously the Claude. Thirdly though, Leo Murphy needs to time the bouncing ball perfectly. If not, if he used it earlier, you see what Taz can do.
That is insane. What even happened there? They just brute forced that fight away from Alter Ego and faced them at their own turf and came out on top. Pandragon right now has a lot of shields to work with. He is trying to zone, but the hook lands. Leo Murphy is able to get out of it. Now the power chain will knock Pandragon up, but conceal play happening from EVOS Legends yet again.
Taz using the cable, zoning Alter Ego away. Pi jumping in once again. Sutsujin claims it. Sully Boy jumping over the Temple of the Blaze, getting the kill onto Dreams. 1-for-1, a kill traded for a Lord. EVOS walk away with another value trade.
Yeah, they don't want to go on to anything more. They don't want to give anything to the side of Alter Ego Esports to exploit. And already, we are going to take a look at the instant replay here by the Samsung Galaxy A series.
Well, begins with the Bloody Hunt coming in from the Franco, but Taz actually just goes around and around. And despite all the card control available to Alter Ego, they just weren't able to locate it good enough, and wow!
What?
What's going on? Nino out, 4 people taken out! Alter Ego, they only have 1 member in the replay. That's all it took. 10 seconds for EVOS Legends to dish out the damage onto other members. It might be a 1 straight push here. Taz is looking for the base. He got the base turret down. Udil now in the midst of it all going in. His 100% win rate on Julian will fall. EVOS Legends equalize. It's 1-1 on the board.
I got goosebumps. I got goosebumps. It only took EVOS Legends 1 moment to turn around what initially was a one-sided game for the side of Alter Ego Esports. What happened in that small amount of time when we took a look at the instant replay? 4 members taken down, and EVOS Legends were able to win that with a 1 straight push, realizing only Udil was left to defend that.
Wow, man.
The crowd.
Yeah, the crowd is insane. We talked about how EVOS has a lot of backing behind them. You can hear it in the arena right now. My lord. It's just crazy, man. What a performance.
I want to see a replay of what happened, because like
exactly.
the replay kind of...
the instant replay.
Yeah. The replay hit the beginning of the game-ending play from us. We'll take a look at it later on. But wow, switching roles, right? Fighting Alter Ego in the early game, beating them at their own game, showing Sully Boy, this is how you play Fanny, man. We go for those crazy plays, and they come out on top. That is crazy.
So 2 Fanny games and 100% win rate on the Fanny. It seems we found another Beatrix on our hands.
Exactly.
Now we might see it banned for game number 3. But that's the equalizer. Again, what a performance, man. I said it in the beginning, right? Taz's Fanny is one of the best I've seen. Maybe the best I've seen, but I've only seen him in MDL. Stepping up to the MPL, there's a lot of questions to be asked. Will he be able to perform as well against MPL caliber players? Well, maybe not the best Fanny, but right now he is showing pure class on that Fanny against Alter Ego, full of veterans, moving and maneuvering, even though he had a rocky start to the game.
It was difficult. It was difficult. He was going against the Kufra anyway, so even despite being unable to get that early game neutral objective, he was still able to balance the amount of gold that he was receiving and equalize in terms of that EXP as well in the jungle position. And eventually, just the thing that we keep talking about is that EVOS Legends, they're super patient. They're super patient, and that was reflected in that game. And it only took them 1 moment waiting for those power spikes to hit, and they found the right opportunity to take Alter Ego. And it's insane because they were able to get a Lord as well, even under the nose of Alter Ego.
I think it comes into Sutsujin and, I don't know, his jungle knowledge, because at every moment, EVOS seems to understand how much burst damage it can do exactly, and it allows them to just take the Lord so quickly, and sometimes they just, Alter Ego just wasn't ready for it. And there's a lot of questions for Taz on that Fanny. He did several blunders in the early game, but he completely redeemed himself right there. Look at his items. He has the Haptoseize, the Hunter Strike, as well as the Malefic Roar, and then tankiness all the way, just to ensure he can go toe-to-toe against Sally Boy, against Nino later on in the game. And the rest of the team, I don't know, Clover didn't even get to perform just because everyone else was just outshining him. Sutsujin in particular, Genius One, Clock of Destiny, Lightning Truncheon, Divine Glaive. He has more items than Udo in the first game, I believe, and he just was able to burst down all the Lords, and they completely abused the potential for that again and again, because they can afford to pull Alter Ego to multiple different lanes, and Alter Ego are forced to stick together. That is the advantage they have in their composition.
Didn't even need the Holy Crystal here, Shen Mirko, to deal that much damage. That was insane, because you could see when they went in for that mid lane, they were trying to shut down Taz from being mobile, but at the back you could see just really constant force of DPS and burst coming in from Sutsujin, as now we're going to take a look at the post-game stats as well.
Whew. It looks pretty even, but obviously it leans towards EVOS Legends. It's a bit of a comeback situation because early on, Alter Ego were able to force EVOS Legends into those messy fights, and they had something really good going on, but EVOS Legends, once they reach their power spikes, they know exactly what to do to start winning. They abuse the long range, they abuse the fact that they can actually engage more decisively with Franco in the hands of Dreams, and they take Alter Ego down. It's just that simple.
Man, I think if you look at the kill participation, if you look at the plays that he was able to make, Taz, he deserves the MVP for this game. Dreams might have a claim to that as well. He was able to find a lot of these good hooks to get Alter Ego, to push him back, and to get EVOS Legends to a spot where they can actually go for those fights. But Taz, one blunder, a few blunders actually in the beginning, but he only died once. So staying consistent and coming back in the game with a 91% KP, Kabuki's got some competition in the Fanny game.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Taz is so good, man. You can see that he was able to actually maneuver around very dynamically with the steel cables. He will be the MVP for game number 2, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series. 4-1-6, 91 kill participation, and we can take a look at some of the highlights, and maybe we can find out what exactly happened to actually end that game. It all happened that quick. That is what happens at the top tier level of MPL.
91% KP and only one death.
That's pretty crazy.
That's pretty crazy.
Considering how
and the death was
much
literally in the start of the game. So he fell in the first 2 minutes. Yeah. Then after that, he didn't make another fatal mistake until the game ended. Again, 4-1-6. I think he got a few kills in that last skirmish, the one that we missed in the replay.
I believe so. We have to wait and see for the replay. But I think, again, his mobility was just so good. And he was just abusing it completely. The macro, I think Sally Boy was trying to play around with a bit more. But here, he gets taken out. That's first blood, unfortunately. And afterwards, Alter Ego, they just go for the initiator on the side of EVOS Legends, and they're able to get some value. But starting about from the 6 to 7 minute mark, EVOS, they adjust properly. They just keep making plays happen. And right here, you can see, Alter Ego was still able to find value, but overall, Taz is just able to continue to find more things. And here we can see, it all began with Dreams, right? Dreams comes in and just engages on, and I think Leo Murphy actually gets caught here. And then afterwards, the rest of the team comes in, and at that point, everyone else already used their cooldowns. And if you let the clip roll right here, you can see that they're just not ready for the kind of engagement, and they get caught out in the combo, essentially, from the side of EVOS Legends. And after that play, Alter Ego were stuck on damage control as much as possible. And here we go. It all began with actually Taz coming in. And just like that, Alter Ego, they have not a lot of mobility. They have combo, but not a lot of escape, not a lot of like outmaneuver potential. So with EVOS Legends just crashing onto them like this, they just get caught out by the Blazing Duet as well as Taz coming in. That's just the end of it. Wow.
Wow. What a performance by Taz. Getting in, engaging on the Fanny, setting up for his team, baiting on the bouncing ball.
There's only one minion here left, and maybe things could have been different if that minion got taken out.
There's a Lord. But
yeah, the Lord is still there too. That is what what a conclusion, man. Like, what's game number 2? We thought that it was going to go drag out a bit longer, but EVOS is having none of it.
No, fast game for Alter Ego in game 1. Another fast game for game 2 with the second Lord push, I believe, yeah, to end the game. But Eterna, this means we have a third game in the series.
Yeah. I mean, I called it. I was like, no, this is just the beginning for Alter Ego. Sure, they were able to get that, but perhaps that's what EVOS Legends wanted to do as well. Perhaps they're sniffing around what they want to be giving, just eyeing out the enemy, looking for the strategies, the gameplay.
Maybe a bit risky because they are still in the top spot. They want to keep that all the way because top 2, they do secure an upper bracket slot in the playoffs. But maybe that might be the strat here, giving away the Fanny. It was an experimental way to play the game. Then in game 2, we saw the first pick Fanny, and that was maybe a mistake by Alter Ego. Well, it's not maybe a mistake, it was a mistake. Taz was able to pop off on the Fanny, but Arashi, coming into game 3, again, we mentioned that the drafts, should they change, the execution, should they change, because the comfort of the players is going to be the number 1 priority, right? Lunox, played by Sutsujin. Taz on the Fanny. I don't know if that's comfort for Sutsujin, but maybe because he was sitting on the secret lab chair, he was able to find comfort on a hero, on a new role that he's debuting in on stage. Sutsujin as a mage, no problem, because I'm sitting on the best chair in the world. The official gaming chair of MPL ID Season 10, right here, ladies and gentlemen. Fully adjustable, the Tiny Evo 2022. There's a lot of good designs. My favorite one is the House of the Dragon one, but I don't... Yeah. Wow.
Okay, well...
Pretty good. It's pretty good.
Exactly. You know Mirko and his biases. But, well, check out Secret Labs, man. It's they have great designs for sure. I'm a fan of multiple designs. I don't really know which one I want to go for the most, honestly. There's just too many choices.
Yeah. I love it. I bought one myself.
I have one myself, not the House of the Dragon one, but I did get a Secret Lab Tiny Evo 2022. But before that, before we enter game number 3, ladies and gentlemen, Mirko, Eterna, Arashi, we're taking a short break right now.
Terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this.
The decider here, ladies and gentlemen, 1-1. EVOS Legends were able to equalize, but are they able to complete the reverse sweep? Or perhaps is Alter Ego going to be able to recover and take back game number 3 to end the EVOS Legends win streak?
That is the main question here, because Alter Ego, they are good at doing what they do best, but when it comes to the adjustment, EVOS Legends are more notorious for doing that because, of course, they have the big brain behind them in the form of Coach Zace. So, Coach Casius will also try and match that in the drafting department and in the game plan department, because adaptability is a very important concept, and I think a lot of top-tier teams right now have been adapting that.
You know, I think the impact player for game 2 was definitely Fanny, but here it is, Clover and Sully Boy.
Yeah, it's I mean, Clover on the Cloud, he just doesn't do a lot in the early game, but once he reaches his power spikes, I think that's one of the main characteristics of Clover. He just knows exactly where to turn up the aggression and go for those insane plays.
Yeah, I think that that Taz was playing phenomenally, but the point where Clover as well as Sutsujin reached that power spike, they were able to control the game and even take it back into their hands against Alter Ego. So perhaps that is exactly why he is the impact player here of game number 2, but now back to a best of 1 here.
Telly Boy looks deep in thought here, trying to make sure, you know, he knows what to do, because he has a huge role to play here in this game. It's very much almost a showdown of the jungles, and who can actually get the early aggression going on in order to dominate in the neutral objective contest.
40 seconds for us to reach into that draft pick here in game number 3. The Link pick in game number 2. It was, well, technically Sully Boy did find success on it. He was able to find a lot of kills, he was able to pick off a lot of these members and secure a lot of neutral objectives, but the grand scheme of things didn't really feel like, it didn't really work out for Alter Ego, right? They didn't really have anyone to counter the Fanny. It was only the Kufra with the bouncing ball and Brody with his second ability, obviously with the stun and the torn apart memory, but it was not enough to take down Taz on the Fanny. So I think right now, the best response you can do if you're up against a Fanny is ban that hero. Let's see. In the draft for game number 3, Arashi and Eterna. Same exact bans for EVOS and Alter Ego. Beatrix 1-1. I think if a Fanny ban were to come through here, it should be from the side of Alter Ego, because EVOS are still in the blue side. So Alter Ego, all 3 games, opting to stay on the red side.
Yep, the Bigetron is going to be the ban here. Once again, for the side of EVOS Legends, not much has changed so far with the Wanwan as well as the Faramis. So Alter Ego, now they need to make choices, right? Because last time they banned out the Akai, and if they want to ban out the Fanny there, they're going to leave open the Akai this time around. And the Akai, as we all know, is Sutsujin's power hero as of right now.
And this Bigetron ban from EVOS Legends is also very impactful because at one sense it removes like damage from Alter Ego, but Pi on the Bigetron and Pi on the Uranus, right? It's a completely different situation, especially if Alter Ego wants to match EVOS in those brawls, right? Having a Bigetron, they can do damage, they can pressure, they can crowd control someone. It's going to be a lot more dynamic. They ban out the Valentina here for EVOS, and for Alter Ego, will it be the Fanny, or will they try and trade the Fanny for an Akai, or doing some kind of weird trade like that? Because we've seen that it seems to be not about crowd control, not just crowd control, but also the duration of the crowd control. They're able to stop the Fanny, but only for very short moments, aside from, instead of the usual suppression coming in from maybe a Bloody Hunt from Franco.
Well, if they do trade the Akai and the Fanny, I would actually give the slight edge over to Akai, because with the Akai, you can basically nullify all of that pick potential from the Fanny in team fights. Obviously, if the Fanny goes around in the early game, Akai does not have a response towards that movement, and they don't go for a trade. They ban the Akai, leaving the Fanny open again for EVOS Legends. You can see Taz instantly looking over to his right. Can we give me Fanny again? Can you give me Fanny again? All right, well, I'll go for the Fanny.
Instant lock-in for EVOS Legends here. For Alter Ego, they need to secure a lot more answers to this Fanny, right? They've tried the Leo Murphy on Kufra solution. It doesn't really work out as well, and maybe they want to go for something else, something with a lot more duration or something a bit more impactful. And the other question also is whether or not they're going to contest that Lunox, because it's been very beneficial for both Alter Ego and EVOS in their respective victories.
Oh, I agree, because whenever they were targeting towards Taz, it was Sutsujin being able to deal out uncontrollable damage, so they had to choose who they wanted to prioritize. But if Alter Ego Esports pick up someone like the Cho perhaps, but no, Alter Ego Esports still sticking with the same thing that they did. The difference is now they didn't pick up the Kufra here in the first phase. They've chosen to pick up the Brody as well as the Julian.
So the hero that can technically counter the Fanny. Remember, Udil literally just lost his 100% win rate on that Julian with the previous game. 5 games, 4 victories. So we're still 4-1. It's still a very good record. He wants to improve that now. He wants to get revenge. How dare you take my 100% away? EVOS Legends, though, with a response now. Going up against a Brody. Honestly, up against the Brody, up against a Julian, just go for the same pick, I believe, It's nothing, or maybe go for Popol here. Could be an option too, but they go for a Cho and an Esmeralda. So 3 games, 3 Esmeralda picks for Pendragon, and Dreams taking a signature pick here in this game. But
hang on, so they won't be going for the Franco?
No, they don't go for the Franco. They go for the Cho, leaving the Franco over to Alter Ego to take.
I guess the idea is that when Franco was able to make plays, it's also off the back of like just single pickoffs, right? So maybe they're thinking that, okay, if it's just about getting those pickoffs, then Cho can be a lot more dynamic, and Dreams does not need to use the flicker the same way he did with Franco to try and get those early game pickoffs. Will this pay off though? Because Alter Ego can secure that Franco on their own, and it is a big counter to that Fanny.
Oh, but it's not going to be that, because they have opted for the Ruby actually this time around.
Yeah.
It can work. It can work. So we'll see what happens here. Coming into the second phase now, Alter Ego Esports, they have the option to start banning heroes out. Are they going to start limiting that mid lane like they did before? Perhaps ban out the Eve, preventing EVOS from picking that up, understanding that the Eve can have a lot of impact, especially with the composition that EVOS Legends have brought forth already.
I do think that the Ruby pick here is better than the Kufra that we saw in game number 2, because with the Kufra, sure, you can counter the Fanny, only if you have the bouncing ball though. So when that's on cooldown, you're done. Ruby provides a more reliable way to deal with that Fanny. With her stuns, with the I'm Offended, there's so much momentum stopping abilities for the side of that Ruby. As now we are going to take a look at the bans for the second phase, and Alter Ego are going for the same ban towards the Eve. Remember, they also have the first pick in that second phase, so they can't just go and pick up the Lunox for themselves. Lunox has also been a hero with 100% win rate so far in the series. Game 1, Alter Ego took it, they won. Game 2, EVOS Legends took it, and EVOS Legends won. I think though, Alter Ego, they should ban out something like a Claude. They should ban the Claude out in the final ban there, forcing Clover on a hero that he's not comfortable with, and then they can pick up a Lunox.
Cool. I mean, the Papa and Koopa is still available for both these teams if they want to try and elevate their early game power pick potential, and of course their pick-off potential as well with the Biden Koopa. But there's a quote from Zace, players from 2019 compared to players today, 2022. Of course, 2022 players are much stronger because of course the game has had time to develop. Players have more competition, and they've looked up to more members, and they've overcame each other.
More data to read from, to learn from. A lot of TikTok videos on tutorials. KB does a whole lot of analysis as well, and that's why. Do you agree with that, Eterna? The longer, or modern players are always going to be better than legendary old players because of how much faster they can pick up the game with all the data and obviously all the crazy competition that you need to face now.
For sure, and I think the competition globally as well has increased a lot, even not just in the Southeast Asia region, but even the entire world as well in that Mobile Legends community. So I do agree with that statement by Zace. But now, coming back into the draft, it is going to be the Lilia banned out, so they have really opted to try and stave off the pressure that Tsujin can have. He does still have the opportunity to pick up that Lunox once again, but the difference is now, Alter Ego, are they going to stick with the Uranus pick, or are they going to be able to pick it up for themselves and put Julian in that jungle? EVO's already banned that Balman away, so there aren't a lot of viable choices unless Boy wants to go in aggressive again on those assassin picks.
You're up against an Esme, put the Julian in the jungle, pick a Lunox.
Yeah.
You're gonna have a lot of trouble if it's just a Julian who's there to deal with the Esme. Esme will not melt against a Julian. Well, in the early game maybe, but in that late game, if it does go the distance, it's gonna be very tough for this Alter Ego composition, Arashi.
So, and the thing is also, there's a lot of mobility in the side of EVOS Legends, so if you go with a Julian, you have to actually land the spells, whereas for Lunox, it's targeted, so it's a lot more reliable. And that will not be what Alter Ego goes for. They go for the Masha instead. Are they planning on going split pushing?
Oh, I don't know, because Masha, Uranus, Lunox can be the same counter to literally those two heroes. You melt down the tanky members with the Lunox, with the Chaos Assault especially. And EVOS Legends, I don't see why they should change that. They can just go for the same pick. Lunox has been phenomenal. Now that the Lilia and Eve has been banned out, now that you're up against the same Julian, just go for it.
Honestly, considering that they banned out the Eve and the Lilia, I thought for sure Alter Ego are trying to limit the hero pool of Tsujin and take that Lunox away, but that is not the approach they go for. So for EVOS right now, they need to secure a mid laner as well.
Happy birthday, Dlar!
Happy birthday, Dlar! Unfortunately, he's not on stage right now, but the rest of the members will pass on the message.
Especially, alright, wait, whoa, and a Claude.
That's a lot of late game, and I'm not sure if that's what you want to go for against Alter Ego, right? Because they go hard in the early game, and yes, you have a Fanny and a Cho. Is that enough though for the Esmeralda and Claude and Cecilion, all three of them, to start scaling towards that late game?
Perhaps the idea is that they can kite Alter Ego, understanding that they have a lot of close range heroes. Perhaps that might be the reasoning behind it. Also, really good insurance in towards that late game. I feel like the Lunox is a little bit more dynamic, and she's able to be more independent in that lane, considering she has also a lot of escape motions, mechanisms, rather than the Cecilian, who's kind of single target and can't do much about it. And Alter Ego Esports picking it up once again in that lane. The Masha is going to be able to give Cecilian a lot of pressure if they can't go with what they want to go for the side of EVOS Legends.
And, you know, Lunox isn't as vulnerable as a Cecilion against a Ling. Now that you have a Cecilion, it's going to be harder, I believe, tougher to execute this game plan. Sure, they have more range. They can just go for the poke Arashi, but it's going to be very, very tough for them to actually deal with that crazy dive potential on the Masha and on the Ling.
Exactly.
This is the whole composition in general.
That's what you have to keep in mind. The fact that Pai is no longer on the Uranus, he is on that Masha, who will be trying to be a nuisance. And so, again, it seems like just different approaches with the same kind of game plan. I think EVOS might have sacrificed too much early game though. We'll have to see if Alter Ego can maintain their discipline and take out EVOS Legends.
Well, here it is, ladies and gentlemen. Alter Ego and EVOS Legends take it all the way to game number 3. Who will take the victory 2-1? As we dive into the Land of Dawn for this decider match.
I really do agree with you once again. I'm sorry, I'm going back to the point, but they're going to have to wait a little bit longer for Cecilian to pop off with those stacks. And that's very different to Lunox, who I feel whose power spike comes a little bit more earlier on. And I don't know how much EVOS Legends can take to prevent Alter Ego Esports from just snowballing from the get-go, but already Taz being very mobile on the board, perhaps that's exactly how they want to trade it off. Be aggressive in the early game with the Fanny, buy a little bit more time for Sutsujin if it gets into that late game.
Sally-Boy is going for a different, more passive route. I guess he doesn't want to go toe-to-toe against a Fanny in the early game. Leo Murphy will spot the members of EVOS, and Dreams goes aggressively here. He will not be able to make anything happen. And Sally-Boy already making the move towards the jungle of EVOS Legends. He will be spotted though. Might be a bit too risky.
Oh, Taz and Sally-Boy both into the enemy jungle, but Sally-Boy is going to have a tougher time. Sutsujin actually going to be able to pick up the jungle creep with the bad impact, and this is definitely not good for Sally-Boy. Fanny already onto the orange buff. I don't think they can contest this, and you can see already from Sally-Boy, he doesn't want to contest it. He goes into the enemy jungle. He doesn't go for the orange buff instantly, he goes for the other creep. So again, this is going to be some time bought, and Pendragon already responding in. Oh, he didn't take it. Sally-Boy still able to secure it, but he didn't go for the orange buff, yeah?
He's just avoiding Taz as much as possible, not wanting to deal with that, but you can see he's already on the way. He will have a 3 buff start. So Taz is already having an overwhelmingly high advantage, already a level ahead of Sally-Boy.
Right now, we can see that the turtle has already spawned in the Land of Dawn, the first turtle of the game. But both of the teams have not actually rotated towards this area. Meanwhile, EVOS Legends as well as Alter Ego, they're battling it out here in that bottom lane, perhaps looking for a man advantage to get that upper hand and edge onto the turtle.
Dreams though, already putting on a lot of pressure in the enemy jungle again. Wow, Dreams able to get out with the Shunpu there from Leo Murphy's I Am Offended. Baiting it out for the turtle take now. That should be in favor of EVOS Legends. Taz doesn't even give it time for the cameraman to put the camera onto him. He gets first blood up top, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series.
If Alter Ego wants to go and contest the turtle now, this is the time for it. There's 2 members on the top side, but it doesn't seem like EVOS Legends will let them get that easily.
Oh, Pendragon gonna be caught here. Oh my god, so much damage placed onto it. Tempest Blaze as well. That's Pendragon taken down. Alter Ego equalize in kills. None of the teams going for the turtle just yet, but Taz now jumping in with the steel cables onto Leo Murphy. Sutsujin not really going to be able to use that Sanguine Claws. He popped the Bat Feast though. That's a free turtle take for EVOS.
Yeah, Alter Ego Esports, they don't want to try and contest this. We can see that Udil is forced to retreat as well, perhaps with mana problems, but we can see now the rotation is going to go towards that top side. But meanwhile, Clover is nowhere to be found. Alter Ego Esports unable to get any compensation for losing that turtle.
It's very efficient here, EVOS Legends. They send Taz to actually counter jungle in the side of Alter Ego Esports jungle, and then their own jungle in their own side is being secured by Clover for extra bits of income. So it's very smart, but now Leo Murphy is trying to make a play on the top side. Clover though is too slick with it. He'll be getting out.
And you can see the range of the basic attacks from Nino, right? This time he has actually opted for the Killing Spree emblem again, right? So he's really banking on the fact that he's able to get some kills or some eliminations in the team fights for that additional sustain.
But now EVOS Legends once again still in control of the map so far, and that's interesting because when it comes down to it, Alter Ego Esports should have that better early, but wait a minute. Dreams, what? Did he use that flicker?
He did, and he's going to be caught in I'm Offended, but Taz now comes in to the fray. not really gonna overextend this time around, learning from the mistakes of game number 1. He's gonna go for the counter jungle instead as Sunnyboy jumps in onto Sutsujin, has the Tempest Blades, not gonna be able to use it offensively as Clover has rotated. Good cover by EVOS.
Ooh, oh my god! Udil almost gets taken out. You can already see that Taz is playing a bit more carefully, but Alter Ego, they're having a lot more success in staving off that aggression with Leo Murphy on the Ruby instead of the Kufra. It's a lot more guaranteed.
Uh-oh, Dream has a Jikundo, gonna go and hit it onto Nino, but again, a perfectly timed second ability as Taz disengages as well, knowing Leo Murphy has that I'm Offended, has that momentum stopper in his passive.
5 minutes in and only 2 kills on the board. Both teams are playing it carefully, but Udil is going to be caught in the crosshairs, so another pickup has been taken by EVOS Legends, now leading with a bit amount of gold. Any differences in items, Arashi?
Windtalker already secured for Sellyboy, but he is trying to play a farming game against Taz on that Fanny. He already has the Heptasis as well, so a lot of burst damage available as Clover is still building up for his power spikes. Same thing with Nino, who has a Hunter Strike, trying to make sure that he can get an advantage in the kill department, but Dreams and Leo Murphy having a little dance right here.
Yeah, it's funny to watch again. You know, the players, it's a competition, but it's glad to see that they're having fun in the game. But here though, Sellyboy jumping in, Pendragon is on the purple buff. He's trying to force that retribution from Sellyboy. He jumps in with the falling star and he enables Taz to jump in. Sellyboy picking up the kill, but the purple buff was stolen away by Taz, I believe, with the retribution there. So a Ling with no purple buff, I think it's a good trade.
Very worthwhile trade for the side of EVOS Legends. And right now, they haven't been having control, but Nino is already kind of low, so they might actually use this opportunity to take control in the turtle buff, around the turtle, and actually try and get picks on Alter Ego instead.
Yeah, Link caught already super low. He forced a retreat right now, and Taz once again being just a huge factor, a huge nuisance, being able to roam around the map, deny the pressure that initially was trying to be given by Alter Ego Esports in that bottom side. But look at this, I'm Offended does miss from the side of Leo Murphy, so already a huge resource spent right before they take off that turtle.
Oh, top side though, Nino still able to get out. Clover taking low, Sellyboy without the purple buff. You can see the kill pressure is almost gone. He can't really go for any of those dives.
Well, despite everything against them though, it's still a 2v2, 2 kills for 2 kills for both these teams. Taz though has the Malefic Roar, so he is still the main menace in his team. But Alter Ego, they're also letting EVOS Legends scale up to the late game.
Oh, Dream through the way the Dragon Flicker combo brings Leo Murphy back for Taj to pick up the kill, but no, wait a minute, Leo Murphy with I'm Offended brings 3 back onto him. Right now, Sellyboy goes in, picking up the kill onto Taj, and another kill goes onto the hands of Udil, onto the side of the others, but look, in the back lines, Nino was able to find a double kill somehow. Udil looking for the triple, he's jumping, Pendragon, 1 HP, Udil, he's hungry for it, jumping in, Sight picks up the kill, Alter Ego, turn the tides.
4 members taken down from the side of EVOS Legends, and Alter Ego Esports with the space can converge on the objective. Meanwhile, Pyre on the bottom side already able to take away a turret from EVOS, and now Alter Ego Esports, just one moment, just one mistake from EVOS Legends, now leading with 2,000 gold here in the 8th minute.
That is insane, man. That was a great turnaround. And Leo Murphy, he was surviving for so long. And they just bought all the time, all the opportunities in the world for Alter Ego. This is why that Ruby pick is a lot better than the Kufra. It is paying dividends for sure. The mobility, the card control, but Pi right now in a tough situation. He will be able to walk away though.
Oh, he baits and he buys so much time for the other members there in the top side. But look, Dreams wants to go for the kill. Jumps in with the Jihno and the Shun Pu. Not able to dish out more damage. Clover now caught. Has the sprint to dash out. Sellyboy can't just go for another. Clover has the BMI traded in for a tier 2. That was definitely not worth it. Leo Murphy jumps in and hash chain comboed in. Sutsujin taken out. Dreams has to win the dragon. Gonna be able to bring Udil. Nope, just knocks him up for a bit as Nino goes in for the stun onto Taz. Is not gonna be caught. Torn apart memory, not popped just yet. Nino holding on to it as Alter Ego find another 2 for 0.
And onto Udil, so he's now sitting at 4-1-2 in that mid lane, as compared to Sutsujin, who's a level behind so far. And it's interesting to see Alter Ego Esports, they're making EVOS Legends desperate for picks on the board. They're making them desperate to look for any compensation on the board, and they're using this to their benefit. They're able to get more picks on the board, and actually now with a 4,000 gold lead.
It just seems that EVOS Legends, they lack the the guaranteed engage. Early on, they were actually able to use a Franco, but now Dreams on the Cho. With everyone being so much more mobile, with Leo Murphy even having a bit more mobility in the hops coming in from Ruby, he's having a difficult time, but Clover gets jumped on by Pi.
Pi, no one's really going on to Pi right now. Purple buff now might just be taken away by Selly Boy. Taz did the same to him, and Alter Ego needs to be careful though. They do pick up the purple buff, but Tsujin was able to get a few stacks on that bat impact. Alter Ego with a 4,000 gold lead, and just playing for the Lord.
They can control the Lord Pit as much as they want right now, and they can have a chance to actually use this to try and bait members to fight Ashley instead. They see Taz already in the bottom side, so they should actually start this before they actually lose towers for no real reason.
No purple buff. It does seem like EVOS Legends are just giving it up. They're going for a trade.
They're looking for any competition on the board. They are going to be able to get that tower in that bottom side. But to be honest, right now, this is what we expected. We expected Alter Ego Esports to be very aggressive in that early game. Taz looking for another set of compensation.
Wow.
He does chunk it to half health, so a little bit has been done. And now the timetable is actually ticking for the side of Alter Ego. If EVOS Legends is able to just, prevent this from ending, they may be able to do the same thing that they did in game number 2. Wait for that power spike to hit. Wait for the moment that Clover as well as Tsujin gets those really important items and maybe turn the tides.
Well, right now though, EVOS Legends, they lack the decisive playmaking ability. So Alter Ego, they are in control, and that is exactly where they want to be. One more turret will not fall just yet, but they are trying to make use of the Lord as much as possible. Pi is already pushing, and they're trying to make sure that all the waves connect at the same time, but they don't seem to be in place to actually capitalize on this.
It's crazy. Alter Ego has a 6,000 gold lead, and again, it's this refined version of Alter Ego. Once they get that gold lead, they actually stay, they stop. They don't really go for those crazy flippy fights anymore. But EVOS Legends, with that Sicilian in the draft, are able to take down that Lord, actually. Oh, Taz, even with no purple buff, still very, very aggressive, but will be hit back towards his base there. Clover, oh my god, whoa, Clover! He jumped in onto the members, and that actually enabled Taz to jump in. Without the I'm offended, they were able to pick up the damage onto it, but Nino, oh my goodness, the torn apart memory finds its mark. Clover is taken out 1 for 0. So it is, in the end, a mistake. It looked like a problem, and then they came back, and then capitalized.
That's why the game is so consistent, man. Both these teams are just making all these crazy plays. Clover tries to clear the wave and burn a few spells, but Alter Ego were able to adjust, and Selly Boy was already coming in the wings, so EVOS Legends, they have a lot to worry about. They sent 2 members to deal with Selly Boy, but the rest of Alter Ego are able to secure that base turret.
Yeah, all the inhibitor turrets, almost all the inhibitor turrets inside of EVOS Legends have already fallen down. It leaves 1 left standing. Oh, 2 left standing. But that's going to be a natural push there in that top side. So they need to be able to maneuver around this way better, be a little bit more disciplined when it comes down to that lane, because we've seen the way that Alter Ego Esports are able to use that backdoor strat, understanding that they do have the link to who might be able to replicate that type of thing from happening. But oh my god!
Dream's gonna get caught in the I'm offended, but that's an important resource used onto the roamer. Pi still able to zone out the other members. Taz tries his best to go for the steal onto the purple buff. He uses Retribution. That means he won't have it for the Lord. That's coming up in 5 seconds. Enhanced Lord for Alter Ego might be taken for free this time.
The rest of Alter Ego is doing really, really well right now. Udil actually has the highest damage dealt because he has a lot more DPS in his kit if he uses the Empowered Skies. And so Alter Ego, they're able to take that Lord. There's no contest. EVOS Legends tries to trade for it, but even then, they're not really fast enough. Alter Ego might be able to just cut them off. They very respectfully recall back out of danger.
Oh yeah, they didn't want to risk it. They could have been able to push that top side, but they were scared of a collapse here coming in from Alter Ego Esports. And now the Lord is already marching there in the top side, and Taz goes in for the kill.
Oh, he's able to dash away with the steel cables. Dreams with the flicker combo onto Udil. Not the right target here, as the rest of the team is able to capitalize. Dreams taken down. Torn apart memory already popped. 4 ultimates popped in by both of the teams here before the Enhanced Lord even comes down to the base. Alter Ego might be able to look for the push here, as that's going to be Clover caught in the first ability of Nino. Nino's got to be careful here. The BMI was still placed down there. Clover has the Blazing Duet again. They're looking for more here in the base. But even the top side, Masha is able to zone Taz away.
Wow, Nino was taken so low in the beginning by Taz, but he's stuck there. He knows the danger has passed, and he just keeps hitting and doing a lot of damage. You know, Nerves of Steel coming in from Nino.
Well, again, the siege potential coming in. Nino is going to be able to take a lot of HP from the base turrets. All three taken down. Now the minions might come crashing down into the base, depending on how EVOS Legends deal with it. Now that they have Sutsujin up with Clover as well. Sutsujin is going to be the key in this defense. Alter Ego do not want to overextend, to overcommit. Well, maybe they do. Actually, they want to stay a little bit longer here. Leo Murphy going to be able to dash out of the Sanguine Claws. I'm afraid of connecting, and Pentrack going to be bursted down instantly. Udil picking up the kill into the back line. Silly Boy jumping in. Dream's going to get caught. Nino still able to survive with Nature. He's going to get caught in the bad impact though. Pai's already onto the base. Toss now going in, going crazy. Explorer picks up the kill. A 2 for 2. Alter Ego. They were too aggressive. Sutsujin punishes that movement by Leo Murphy. Alter Ego. Flashbacks to the past. They did not wait. They forced it.
That's the problem now, because they have to understand that EVOS Legends have the better high ground. Sutsujin is going to deal a lot of damage in the long run, especially in those long type of drawn out team fights, and that's exactly what happened. That's exactly what was reflected onto him. And he initially was behind quite a bit, but he's beginning to start to equalize with Udil, already both at level 15.
You can see that Udil as well as Sully Boy, they're pretty much at full items already. So their power spike stops here. They need to try and end the game as fast as possible. So they were playing that base siege with a bit more urgency. But unfortunately, I don't know, it looks pretty okay. They engage onto Pendragon, they burst him down, they use Udil's Empowered Chain to zone everyone away, but afterwards, they continue fighting for it, and that is where I think they made a mistake. If they just took out Pendragon and back away, I think they have a good chance of waiting for more cooldowns and repeating the same process, and eventually getting numbers advantages to end the game. Right now though, they can fight for the Lord. Alter Ego is very much still the aggressor in the situation, and EVOS Legends respectfully wait for their opportunity yet again. They need to rely on Dreams to engage, but Alter Ego, they are very content in engaging towards Dreams instead, and they have the option of playing the split push game with Sully Boy right now.
The later the game goes, the harder it's going to get for Alter Ego. Their composition finds their power spike in the mid game. Meanwhile, EVOS Legends, they have a Claude, they have a Sicilian that stacks forever. Alter Ego will need to look for a close desperately very, very soon. They need to capitalize on every single mistake that EVOS makes in these rotations, because if not, they're going to get outscaled.
But that's the thing. That opens a lot of issues that Alter Ego Esports could potentially have, because now they're the ones desperate to close off the game. EVOS Legends, they just need one moment to bring it back towards them and actually be able to go for a one straight push, realizing that the clock on the death timers is going to be quite significant. Alter Ego Esports already setting up in this Lord pit, maybe looking for someone to bait out, getting that man advantage and getting the upper hand in that Lord.
Leo Murphy just lying in wait, trying to find if he can find a target, find a victim for his ammo pendant. He's going to check the push and find Dreams, but I don't think he'll just jump on it right now, unless Udil says otherwise.
Enhanced chain popped in, that's a Thunderclap as well, but look at Pendragon, he jumps in with Clover, and he's able to find Leo Murphy. Nino is going to be next. Sully Boy gets the purple buff, going to get kicked into the wall. The damage comes through for the bad impact. Sutsujin unable to finish Sully Boy off. A 1-4-0, but Alter Ego pick up the purple. Is it worth it? Honestly, thinking about it now, it will basically stop Taz from making those crazy plays, so it's kind of worth it. Even though Evo's got one kill, they can't really go for a lore take.
But right now, Taz isn't playing to look for kills. He's playing to split the map, and he's doing it rather well. I mean, right now, it might be a 1v1 situation down bottom, so we'll see exactly what happens as, oh my god, here already an engage from both teams in that mid side, but Taz apparently is going to be forced to retreat so far, and both of the teams, they're unable to get this forward without contest.
The close 1v1 between Sully Boy and Taz. The issue right now is without Leo Murphy, Taz has a free range to just do a lot of steel wire combos, steel cable combos. But Alter Ego now back at 5 members, they can repeat the same process, and this time it'll be a bit more decisive. A lot of battle spells though were used, so if they keep track of one of these battle spells, I think it'll be very critical in deciding who gets the victory in the also important late game team fight in the Lord Pit.
Sully Boy has the purple buff, Taz does not. That's going to be a major factor coming into this last team fight. Lord's taken down to a quarter of its health already as EVOS Legends trying to look for a close. Liam Murphy, there you go. He's going to be able to bring Dreams back with I'm Pentataz still in the back lines. Pendragon jumping in, buying some time for the team. Clover's going to be the target right now as Pi jumps in, but with nature is going to be popped by Clover, baiting in Silly Boy, who still has the damage. The Tempest Blades to dash out. Nino with a Tornado Pop memory finds the damage to kill Pendragon, but it's going to be the bad impact coming down on towards Silly Boy. Udil doing wonders for his team, dealing the damage onto Sutsujin. Liam Murphy picks up the shutdown, and it's a 3-4-1. Alter Ego, they've won the team fight, but Pi gets taken down. Udil now jumping onto the Taz, getting his immortality down. Now no purple bump. Taz, will he be able to escape? No, he will not.
Oh my
Udil,
God,
the
base.
Kage is godlike. Clover is the only one who can defend. Repeat or revenge. Alter Ego will answer. They will find revenge. They will take EVOS Legends down, ending their win streak and starting one for themselves. Alter Ego are back.
Predictions down in the ditch today as Alter Ego Esports will be able to get this game out of the hands of EVOS 2-1 in quite a crazy fashion. Super dominant from game number 1 as well as game number 3 here. And it doesn't seem like EVOS Legends, even though they bet it too hard in towards that late game, it didn't pay off.
Wow, that fight just started with Alter Ego engaging onto Dreams of all people, and it wasn't even a clean pickup. But afterwards, the sequence of events that led up to that and how it ended, it was just pure chaos, and Alter Ego thrive in those harsh environments. They finally come on top. EVOS Legends, they're just too calculative, and when things hit the fan, they crumble, and right there, Alter Ego just shows why the aggression is where they are at home.
Wow. And Mova Zane, the BTK trio, every time they put on a jersey, the team wins. Right now, still at 100% win rate for, I guess, the BTK trio prediction. They went for Alter Ego. And here it is, the winners getting the applause from the crowd. What a performance by Alter Ego. Back in form. And it's a refined version of the squad that we all have come to love. They mixed in that early aggression with discipline, and man, it's a scary team.
It is definitely. Silly Boy also performing rather well here. Being the double-edged sword that he is onto Alter Ego Esports, this time around, he's been playing great, right? He doesn't go for too much of those gambly type of edges, and he's able to get the most out of it as well. And now, EVOS Legends on the back foot. I wonder if this means that EVOS dethroned from first place in the standing.
I think Aura will be number 1 right now if we take a look at the standings, but we still have one more match in the day. Match 3 is Geek Fam versus Bigetron Alpha. But again, let's talk about this win, man. The winning moment here for Alter Ego. We get to see the reactions of everyone from the members of Alter Ego, EVOS Legends, and even the player, I mean the crowd here, as that was a very intense match.
Very much so. And honestly, Silly Boy, it seems like he was quote-unquote shut down, but his presence alone on the link, the potential for him to just spin out of control with the high mechanical plays allows Alter Ego to have a lot more threat. And against a team with vulnerable heroes like the Sicilian, Alter Ego was a lot more justified in selecting these heroes. It really paid off, and honestly, you can't help but be happy for them. They overturned the odds. The season of upset continues to deliver. All the caster predictions on the English Just today have been wrong, right?
Yep.
Crazy.
For me, 100%. I'm just so confused. EVOS Legends, they had the option to pick up that Lunox, but instead, they picked up the Sicilian, and you can see here, Udil's Julian brings AE to victory.
Yes.
He had a lot more impact against the Sicilian rather than the Lunox.
Very much so, because the Lunox has repositioning tools, has invulnerabilities to work with. Sicilian, not so much. And with how the team is playing, there's a lot more chaotic moments. That is where the Julian thrives. When the fights are just, you know,
messy,
standard, it's going to be a lot more difficult for him to find opportunities. But the amount of big combos he's been able to take is much better. But interview with the host.
Whoa! Wow, Bude Kerombong Star -1 jantung, usus, paru-paru semuanya ngelihat match tadi dan luar biasa banget. Begitu panas, begitu memukau dan inilah dia pemenang dari match barusan Alter Ego. Celi Boy, congrats!
Thank you Bude, alhamdulillah.
Celi Boy terlihat sangat lelah.
Lemes Bude.
Lemes kenapa Celi Boy?
Atmosfernya kali ya. Iya, atmosfernya tinggi banget.
Tinggi banget. Aku ngeliat sih tadi kamu dicuplikan sesemangat itu, semeledak itu. Ceritain dong Celi Boy, apa sih yang, apakah karena kamu baru balik lagi nih setelah sakit?
Itu alasannya juga, cuman ada juga alasan yang bikin pengen menggebu-gebu lawan EVOS karena ya itulah orang-orang tuh pada nganggap dia juga tim lagi bagus banget kan, lagi naik banget. Ya kita pengen patahin aja itu. Kalau yang nggak jauh, ya dia masih anak baru juga. Loh.
Dan kalian pun juga bisa melawannya gitu ya. Jadi ingin mematahkan stigma kalau EVOS itu lagi kuat-kuatnya di pucuk-pucuknya. Dan pucuk ternyata bisa digulingkan. Apapun bisa terjadi dan dari tim Alter Ego, apakah ini gara-gara Meta CEO juga hadir? Kalian langsung berbeda nih kayaknya dari minggu-minggu lalu.
Konspirasi.
Konspirasi. Maksudnya kalian tuh ada di posisi 5, kalian baru menang 2 kali dan tiba-tiba kalian menang lawan tim yang bener-bener lagi di pucuk. Apa yang terjadi setelah kamu sakit? Kamu habis bertapa?
Karena ininya sih budaya apa namanya, kayak semangat kita buat lawan tim yang lagi dibangga-banggain kayak menggebu-gebu.
Oh, itu ya bisa jadi salah satu alasan. Tapi Bude juga penasaran banget tadi di match tadi Fanny bisa kelepas. Alter Ego dan EVOS Legends kayak nggak takut sama Fanny.
Yoi.
Nggak serem?
Udah aja mindsetnya dari awal kita tuh udah, ayo sini adu mekanik semua udah gitu. Udah tempur tuh bantai-bantaian udah.
Dan inilah dia pertumpahan darah dari Alter Ego dan EVOS Legends. Dan untuk leg kedua kalian sebenarnya tinggal sisa satu nih. Ini salah satu tim yang lagi di atas juga.
Iya.
Onyx Esports. Udah siap ngelawan Onyx Esports?
Siap lawan Onyx ya, cuman lawan BA-nya nggak siap.
Loh. Ayo antara BA dan tim. Tapi ada yang mau kamu sampaikan nggak sih buat Onyx?
Gimana ya, sampein apa ya? Kayaknya
buat KS deh.
Masa buat KS?
Buat KS deh boleh.
Buat KS aja lah ya. Pekerjaan nomor 1 udah.
Ini mendeklarasikan untuk esok juga, tapi semoga sehat selalu buat Celi Boy dan juga untuk kalian semua yang lagi nonton. Dan ini akan mendebarkan juga karena kita akan nge-breakdown game tadi, game yang penuh darah. Langsung aja para caster silahkan.
Once again, thank you so much for the interview, Mongstar and Selly Boy there, who's just ecstatic that they got the victory. But here we go, 20 minutes. So, Rashi, you're right about this one. Game duration.
20 minutes. So a lot closer for me, but it was a very long game, and I think everyone were almost at full build, and there's only limited items that people were switching out around. But I think, of course, who stands out is going to be Sutsujin. He was doing a lot of damage, a lot of utility. But considering how chaotically Alter Ego was playing the fight, they weren't clumped up, they weren't grouped up together. That's also partially due to how Taz was just jumping into their team. So they were split. You can see that Leo Murphy, Pai, Sally Boy, and Udil, they're all coming from different directions. It makes it very difficult for you to try and do damage using a Sicilian, especially with the crowd control in the hands of Alter Ego Esports. Looking at the post-game stats, you can see a lot more dominant for the side of Alter Ego. Yes, you saw a few quote-unquote comeback moments, but overall right here, Alter Ego is a very clean performance. 88% kill participation on Udil, man. The rich guy still is Sally Boy though. He was contested a lot in the early game, but he finds ways to avoid fights, to avoid detection, and scale into that late game. The carry is still Clover, doing a lot of damage in those clumped up team fights. But at the end of the day, the MVP for that final game is going to be Udil on the Julian. No longer at 100% win rate, but still a force to be reckoned with by the Samsung Galaxy A-Series guys. 7-1 and 7. He does have 88% kill participation, and again, I think he's very critical in deciding how the team was able to actually go in, because he provides a variety of things from CC into a DPS as well, depending on what empowered spell he goes for. Take a look at the MVP highlights by the Samsung Galaxy A-Series all the way since the early game.
we saw that Alter Ego was finding success, but overall, Taz was able to be such a menace. But here's that turnaround point where Leo Murphy got so much time here. As you can see, although in the end, he was still in the middle of everything, and once everyone is done with the fight, he is able to actually dash away from Pendragon. Eventually, he falls, but at what cost? Alter Ego get the momentum, and with that, Udil as well as the rest of the members start playing aggressively, start one-shotting people with their combos, and even when Taz tries his best to counterplay, it's not enough because of the crowd control. Right here is the final fight where they seem to just dive a bit too deep and they get quote-unquote the fight turned on them, unfortunately for Alter Ego, but they played cool, they calmed down, and this is that final fight. As you can see, we pause it right here. The fight is chaotic. There are things happening on multiple fronts. Clover already low in the initially, and Udil is still full HP, Leo Murphy is full HP, and together they just make the plays happen. Of course, there's a great Tornapot memory, and Sutsujin was doing a lot of damage, but he just let them get a bit too close, and he paid the price, man. He gets one shot right there, and everyone else, they just continue to use their huge pick-off potential. They take Taz out, they take the base out as well, and that will be the end of it.
Udil was crazy. He went for a full damage build other than that Winter Truncheon, and he only went down once.
Yes. The last cannon, but it worked out in the end. But now, let's take a hear to the mic check highlights by TikTok.
Nice boys! Lot. Chill! Nice, chill.
Si siapa? Esme. Palen si breaker. Kalem, jangan panik.
Gua digeprek. Lo, walaupun.
Nice, kena.
Turret. Momen. Gue gigit dulu nih. Double flicker tuh. Gas. Gua TP. Gas dulu. Nice, Pak. Ambil tower, bro. Nobody. Sekarang. Brody. Satu ya. Pas full flash kedua. Gua tempel Brody. Ratain. Mati.
Datar tur.
Kuning tur. Nice. Sikat lagi. Bisa.
Try dulu, Matt.
Tower. Udah tower aja. Nice.
Kena 3 tuh.
Pani. Mati-matinya. Nice.
Mati saya salah.
Nice. Mati udah.
Lihat backup gue dong. Gak bisa lagi ulti.
Gak ada left turn shield.
Nice.
Nice, Cok.
Ini ada Cok.
Ini ada Pani.
Kelar nih, Cok. Ini naruh gue. Gua stun. Kelar nih.
Nice, bro. Nice.
Kalem, atur tempo.
Ini.
Santai mundur no. Gua tarik.
Nice.
Deal.
Bantai dulu, gak ada sprint, lihat dulu. Santai, Cil. Kelar nih, Cecil. Sorry, brother.
Yoi, santai.
Kelar nih, Pani. Kelar, itu, Cece. Semuanya. OTW. Langsung. Bantai, guys. Bantai.
Absolutely brutal. There you go. That's what I was expecting from Alter Ego from the get-go, from the start of the season. But they have been relatively calmer this season. There, finally, we get to see their true colors coming out. The passion as well after winning a 2-1 close series to EVOS Legends. But Nino, he's still always the loudest. That passion, man. He's still the youngest as well on that team. Well, technically kids, but on the roster right now, the one that's playing, it's still Nino.
Sully Boy just shook it.
Yeah.
He was so excited. His head just flew off his head, man. No wonder he looked so exhausted in the interview. He used all the energy in the post-game.
That's what we love to see, you know, the passion of the players. Again, they're enjoying their time on stage in the clutch games as well. They're able to shout like that, have a blast while doing it, and laughing as well. That's the great spirit of the game, ladies and gentlemen. But again, just as a reminder, today may seem over because of how crazy the matches have been, but no, it's not over, ladies and gentlemen. We'll still have one more match up ahead. Bigetron Alpha versus Geek Fam, the battle of 7th and 8th place. Who's gonna go down to the 8th place? Because basically, the matchup is going to happen. But before that, we're gonna talk about how Pi here was able to be the key to success for Alter Ego.
Well, Alter Ego were able to overwhelm EVOS with their engages in game number 3, but more than that, right? With how aggressive they're playing, the fact that they are able to send Pi, he was on a on the Uranus, right, previously?
First.
Yeah, exactly. It's just a different situation right now. So on the Masha, he has a lot more impact and he's able to actually dive at the backline, zone them away, and that just delays a lot of damage from coming in towards the rest of the members who are just brawling it out. The fact that Alter Ego is able to separate the backline from the frontliners on the side of EVOS Legends just allows them to get so much more value from their skirmish heroes that shouldn't be working well in the late game. So making it messy, that is absolutely what you need to do against late game front-to-back compositions. Alter Ego demonstrated that perfectly, and a lot of it is on the back of Pi, and of course, the rest of the members like Sally Boy, all the mobility in the world, man.
And Udil.
And Uriel.
Yeah, the people who can dive into that back line. Leo Murphy as well. There's
coach.
You're right. The coach as well. Obviously, the draft was spectacular. They swapped out the Uranus for the Masha, and that was the only thing they did. Kinda, right? They also changed
the Ruby.
The Ruby as
Ruby
well.
from
So they
Kupra,
changed two
also
heroes.
very effective.
Very, very effective. More reliable to stop that Fanny pressure to get to that back line. And obviously, more pressure to the back line of the enemy team. Because with Uranus, you're tankier, but you don't deal as much damage as Masha. With Masha, you have kill pressure as well. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a very short break before we get into the final match of the day. Mirko, Eterna, and Arashi will be back.
Kita punya mindset ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
Saya Anggi, kerjaan saya baru-baru ini jadi driver Grab.
Mas Anggi ya? Terima kasih ya. Terima kasih Mas.
Saya super fans dari Onyx Esports.
Saya Hafiz Kerunanda, kegiatan sehari-hari aku sekarang hanya mahasiswa aktif dan juga salah satu bagian dari super fans RRQ.
Halo, nama gue dan dia Ovar. Gue umur 21 tahun, pekerjaan gue wirausaha. Dan gue juga super fansnya EVOS.
Kalau orang tua gue tuh kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lo jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lo mau ya udahlah, tapi lo harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah, itu biasa nggak danuin. Ya ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku mainnya kurang bagus, ada Max di sana, gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah tapi gue malah belain. Mungkin.
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because this is smooth.
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Kepada sang legenda, nikmatmu sungguh tiada tara. Berjuang menjaga cita rasa hingga menjadi besti dengan api. Apalagi yang bisa kami lakukan selain menuruti perut yang bergejolak ingin menyantap? Inilah wujud terima kasih kami bersama GrabFood Resto Legendaris. Koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Beli. Pasti ori.
Pasti ori. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
kita punya mindset ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
Saya Anggi, kerjaan saya baru-baru ini jadi driver Grab.
Mas Anggi ya? Terima kasih ya. Terima kasih Mas.
Saya super fans dari Esports.
Saya Hafiz Kerunanda, kegiatan sehari-hari aku sekarang hanya mahasiswa aktif dan juga salah satu bagian dari super fans RRQ.
Halo, nama gue dan dia Over. Gue umur 21 tahun, pekerjaan gue wirausaha. Dan gue juga super fansnya EVOS.
Kalau orang tua gue tuh kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lo jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lo mau ya udahlah, tapi lo harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah, itu biasa nggak danuin. Ya ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku mainnya kurang bagus, ada Max di sana, gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah tapi gue malah belain gitu.
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why? Because this is smooth.
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why? Because this is awesome. This is awesome. Awesome details. Awesome details. Awesome details.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Kepada sang legenda, nikmatmu sungguh tiada tara. Berjuang menjaga cita rasa hingga menjadi bestie dengan api. Apalagi yang bisa kami lakukan selain menuruti perut yang bergejolak ingin menyantap? Inilah wujud terima kasih kami bersama GrabFood Resto Legendaris. Koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Beli pasti ori.
Pasti ori. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Kita punya mindset ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
Saya Anggi, kerjaan saya baru-baru ini jadi driver Grab.
Mas Anggi ya? Terima kasih ya. Terima kasih Mas.
Saya super fans dari Esports.
Saya Hafiz Kerunanda, kegiatan sehari-hari aku sekarang hanya mahasiswa aktif dan juga salah satu bagian dari super fans RRQ.
Halo, nama gue dan dia Over. Gue umur 21 tahun, pekerjaan gue wirausaha. Dan gue juga super fansnya EVOS.
Kalau orang tua gue tuh kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lo jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lo mau ya udahlah, tapi lo harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah, itu biasa nggak danuin. Nah, ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah tapi gue malah belain mungkin.
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because this is smooth.
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome.
Awesome details.
Awesome details.
Awesome details.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Kepada sang legenda, nikmatmu sungguh tiada tara. Berjuang menjaga cita rasa hingga menjadi bestie dengan api. Apalagi yang bisa kami lakukan selain menuruti perut yang bergejolak ingin menyantap? Inilah wujud terima kasih kami bersama GrabFood Resto Legendaris. Koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Beli. Beli pasti ori. Beli.
Pasti ori.
Beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all this.
Live from MPL Arena, MPL Season 10 presented by Samsung Galaxy A Series. Official sponsor, Axe, Head and Shoulders, and Super App partner, Grab. 8 most prestigious teams in Indonesia will prove that hard work makes the dream work. Who will be the best? Let's see. We own this.
The final match of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, it is here. Week 4, day number 2, still on the caster desk with Mirko, Eterna, and Arashi to accompany you through the whole day. And it has been almost a whole day. One more match lies in front of us, and it's Bigetron Alpha. We're taking on Geek Fam to secure 7th place. Who's it going to be?
That's the question. That's the question that has yet to unfold here in the last match of today. And I gotta say, this might be one of the most interesting ones to see who is gonna be able to make it into the safe zone.
Ooh, I don't know, man. It's going to be very, very hard to find the value of that 6th place. It's very important, right? But wait, there's something here.
What is it?
Oh, look, it's UBS Gold right here. As you can see, officially with MPL ID. You can get the limited edition right now because with gold, it's a solid investment that will always rise in value. Invest in UBS Gold X MPL Indonesia Season 10 starting from 100,000 rupiah and get free MLBB skins while you're on that as well. free MLBB skins, you get the value you need, UBS Gold all the way. Speaking of UBS Gold and value though, we can see the value of the lineups right now as both of the teams have brought up their winning lineups onto the game today, as this is a very high stakes match.
Super high stakes, and if we took a look at the standings there in the beginning of the day, we can also see that both Geek Fam as well as Bigetron are still standing at a 17% match rate. So this is going to change depending on who comes out on top, but you can see here now the members of Bigetron led by Key going into the tunnel cam here by Head and Shoulders.
This team hasn't really found a whole lot of success on stage, the 5-man lineup, but they're certainly trying to change that here today. And the man who will be the center of it all has to be the jungler. The person who can secure those neutral objectives, the person who can really look for those initiations as well. For Max, he's a very different style of jungler. He's not the one who usually goes for the initiations. He's not the person who usually goes for the kills. He's much more of an enabler as the jungler, a utility-based player who tries to help out the gold lane and even the mid lane, trying to get them even further in the lead. As you can see, the GPM 584 means that in terms of farming, he's not as efficient as the others. But why is that? It's because he provides way more kills for his team. With a 67% kill participation, he's very active on the map. In terms of kills as well, not the most impressive. Why? Because he is more of an enabler. He tries to enable his team with the assists that he can give over to the other members. Again, to secure the victory, ladies and gentlemen, programmed to win. The red robots make their way up onto the stage. Bigetron Alpha.
Bigetron Alpha here going to claw their way back into the safe zone, like similar to last season, if I'm not mistaken. We saw Bigetron fall into the red zone, but they were able to claw themselves back up. Are they going to be able to replicate the same success with Marky as well as Paula in their game here against Geek Fam today?
If they want to do so, they have to be ready to prepare for Geek Fam with their early game strategy. Micro for sure will be hoping that Bigetron will find a solution, will have that identity they have been so desperately searching for. But of course, Bigetron, they can show a lot of flexibility. It's just about selecting the right strategy for the day. And going up against them, it's gonna be Geek Fam.
Okay, Geek Fam here with their main 5 already on their way to get into that tunnel camp as well by Head and Shoulders. And man, they have been a driving force. The way that they have progressed this season is definitely evident. Even though they aren't the best place on the standings, we see them already experiment. We even saw a Cho jungle on the hand of Jana QT.
Led by Jana QT, right on, as we are going to be talking about the man himself. The man in the jungle, the Filipino import, used to be called Hades. This man is the complete opposite of Max. He's the one who initiates on these plays. He follows up as well. He is a killer in that jungle, especially when he gets his hands on his signature picks. That Julian, that he's just so lethal on here with the flexibility of his kit. He's able to enable so many of these crazy plays, and as you can see, much more efficient in that GPM. Individually, the man has been performing out of his mind. In terms of the kill participation though, you do see that Max has found more success being active on the map, but compared to Max, he has much more kills in the game and a better KDA ratio, signifying that again, individual plays are what pushes Jana QT here in this roster. Good luck, BTR. He will target Marky, not even waiting, not even trying to hide the fact. He goes in onto the stage with his team. Welcome, Geek Fam.
Always a geek. Once a geek, always a fam is their tagline here, and we can feel the supporters as well on stage here for them. They have amassed a lot of support, especially this season, now that they've been able to, hitch their losses, change the way that history has led them to believe, and already we can feel a different set of playstyle, especially if we're talking about Geek Fam and Bigetron. There is a huge difference because Geek Fam, they usually opt for that early game, whereas Bigetron, they like to offer that late game, and they rely heavily on that mid to gold scaling, whereas Geek, they look for those snowballs. But let's see if that reflects onto the team head-to-head here by Head and Shoulders.
Team head-to-head for Geek Fam and Bigetron Alpha. You can see that Geek Fam has a lot better stats right now compared to Bigetron in the kill death assist though. In the objective game, Bigetron Alpha is very much still on top. Geek Fam has only been able to actually beat Bigetron once in the past 5 times they've met. So, both teams have a very fair chance of picking up the victory here today. It all comes down to who is the better person during the course of the next few games. For Geek Fam though, we can expect huge playmaking. For Bigetron, with a lot more flexibility, they have the chance to just outmaneuver and bewilder the members of Geek Fam. But speaking of Geek Fam, the key to victory by Axe for them is to prioritize Luke and Kadira on their comfort heroes. These two players, they're relatively new, but they can do a lot of good work provided that they were given the picks that they're comfortable on. Win the matchup in the mid lane so they can increase that into roaming possibilities. Beware of Bigetron's teamfight initiation by Key that we have seen yesterday. And of course, discipline the minion wave and be disciplined during setting up for the objectives, because that is where teams are the most vulnerable. Geek Fam is no exception. For the side of Bigetron Alpha though, Key getting his playmaking heroes with engage, heroes with crowd control and pick potential, that is where he shines the most. Discipline in objective taking can be the key for their success. Contest Jenna Cutie's Julian and Akai. That man is the star, the highlighted player for a reason. And of course, beware of Geek's crowd control heroes, because the aggressive style from Geek Fam is it's built up on the base of very solid crowd control. If they're able to deny that in the banning phase, they can get a huge advantage in the early game situations.
Yeah, talking about Bigetron, I think the way that we saw the team head-to-head earlier, it reflected that they were able to get a lot more objectives on the board. And I feel like this is hugely part because of the way Max is able to utilize that Retribution. He barely misses on that Retribution game, and therefore being able to pick it up in terms and reflect onto their statistics. But on stage here, Coach Brandini as well as Ruben on the JBL Quantum will be able to communicate with the team for the best draft between both of this matchup.
Crisp, clean communication with the JBL Quantum. It enables them again to help the team draft properly. But here you go, the town prediction by Axe. I'm stuck in a Geek Fam sandwich, it seems, here, as I am the only person. Once again, I think this has been a trend for the past 4 weeks. You guys just don't like BTR.
That's not the case. I mean, again, as we've mentioned since the beginning of the day, everybody loves a comeback story, right? Everyone loves an underdog tale. So for Bigetron, the fact that the odds are against them, it's only going to make it that much sweeter when they do claim the victory, if that happens.
Well, and on that note as well, what I'd like to give as well before that though, the audience prediction here by TikTok, 58% for Geek Fam against 42% BTR. So at the moment, you guys agree with me and Arashi here for this upcoming match. And I gotta say, even though history is against Geek Fam right now, I feel like Geek Fam is able to draft non-one-dimensional. I mean, so far, Bigetron has been heavily reliant on the fact that Key is supposed to be the playmaking and find those momentums for Bigetron to, follow up on. Whereas from the side of Geek Fam, they've explored a lot, even in terms of that hero pool.
Yeah.
For the past, Matt has picked up, how many times has Max picked up that Karina?
Oh, he's picked it up a lot of times, actually. But his main hero has been the Akai. He's picked up Akai most. I think he has the most picked Akai in the season so far with Kyrie. Both of them edging it up, just very, very close. I think Kyrie getting that final pick yesterday against BTR. So he does have one more pick over Max on the Akai. But here it is, the roamer all-rounder Key. He's been the core, literally, of this team. When he makes plays, the team just clicks. But when he doesn't, it doesn't feel right. It just doesn't feel right. It all comes down to whether or not Key can make plays. In every single one of these skirmishes, when he gets the Selena, can he get the Abyssal Arrows? If he doesn't, team falters. On the Atlas, if he gets the Fatal Links, like he did yesterday against Onyx, they can turn the tides. But without that, it's almost over. 2 one-dimensional. Very easy to ban him out in the drafting phase, and very easy to just shut him down. But for Geek Fam, that's something that's very similar, Rashi. It's all on the back of Beloyski and Jana QT to make plays. So here it is, the drafts for game number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, Geek Fam onto the blue side, BTR on the red side. That's the Faramis Franco banned out instantly, and BTR respecting the Fanny.
We won't be seeing any Fannies today, it seems like, between Geek Fam and Bigetron. They are not letting it go at all. Franco banned out by Geek Fam, respecting that Key is also a very adept player. It seems like they're prioritizing a different pick. Natalia will be banned out as well. The Akai is still open, but I believe it will be banned out quite soon. 1-1 actually comes in for Geek Fam, so it's on Bigetron if they want to make sure that Geek Fam doesn't take it away from them. But at the same time, the Beatrix that we've been singing so much praise about is still available for both these teams to pick up. Geek Fam being first pick, they are content and letting it go. Bigetron though will be the one that makes the decision.
Ooh, that's hard. Oh, do you want to leave the Beatrix open? I mean, if what you say is correct, so far Beatrix is the make or break hero, especially in that gold lane and in the hands of Marky, as well as in the hands of Kadera. It's going to be difficult, very hard to let go. So now they have to make a choice. Who are they going to ban away this time around? They do have the possibility of banning out the Akai, picking up, and so the Geek Fam is able to pick up the Beatrix, but I feel like that's a little bit too risky. So they go with the Valentina ban, and Geek Fam, they have the option to blue.
Beatrix first pick could be the option. They instead go for the Akai, again putting pressure on towards BTR, because BTR, for some reason as well, they're pretty similar to RRQ in the fact that they just do not want to pick up the Beatrix. But here they go, just as I say it, they go for the Beatrix pick, a very solid pick onto the hands of Marky. And obviously with the Paquito that can be flexed in the jungle in the XP lane. Geek Fam very fast to respond. That's gonna be the Claude picked up to lane against the Beatrix and also the Esmeralda. So with the Esmeralda, it's basically trying to force the Paquito into the jungle. Doesn't really do well in lane against the Esme, that Paquito. But I think BTR is going to use that flex. They're going to go for possibly a roamer here or a mid laner. They need to use that flex pick properly.
If Bigetron is hitching their bets onto Key, I do believe right now is the best choice to try and look for it. It does seem like Geek Fam so far with the composition that they have brought, they want to go in for full dive with the Akai, with the Esmeralda, and the Blazing Duet coming in from Claude as well. So Bigetron can actually use this to their advantage. Pick someone up that is great against these really heavy dive-in heroes. Perhaps the Atlas can be a choice for them, or even someone like Eve, but no, they're gonna go for the Julian pick instead. So still flex picks all around for the side of Bigetron as now we enter the second phase of the draft ban and picks.
I wonder if it's gonna be a mid lane Julian. We've seen it played by Udo to great effect. With the Beatrix around though, you gotta wonder what is their plan. Is it to snipe from far away? Is it to poke, right, with the side as well? Or is it to go all in because they have that Paquito? While we're waiting on that though, Bigetron Alpha Marky here, signature hero being Wanon and Popo and Koopa, runner-up of MPL PH Season 8, and of course the runner-up for the M3 World Championship. Man with a lot of accomplishments. He will be on the Beatrix today, unless they do something really crazy. It most likely will be on his hands. He will need to actually show up against Kadera, who has a lot of praise about him these days.
And we have seen a whole lot of just crazy picks for BTR, from their double marksman composition to back in the day with Gord. Remember the Age days of BTR, but here it is the matchup that we mentioned earlier, Janna QT and Max. With Max having a better KDA, not KDA there, a little bit more damage, but in the terms of KDA and kills per game, it is definitely Janna QT who takes the cake on this one.
Wow. Eve now will be banned by Bigetron as well. And considering that the Diggy has been banned for Geek Fam, it seems like they very much want to go for some big crowd control plays, right? They have the heavy spin to begin with, but now Bigetron, they need to try and maybe get some speed if they plan on getting away from Geek Fam, or they can turn it back around by using maybe an Atlas that Key is very comfortable with. They ban out the Lilia just in case they go into that clumped up situation where Julian can shine. You know, they don't want Lilia to match Julian in the clumped up combo department.
Oh, I don't really like the Atlas though. Geek Fam did ban the Diggy, so it kind of enables BTR to go and look for that Atlas pick. But up against the Akai, you're going to have a lot of trouble even looking for those engages, with a heavy spin being available for the side of Geek Fam to just disengage out of every single forced engage from BTR. I think a solid pick here would be the Mathilda. Get in, get out. It's not as playmaking, it's not as crazy as an Atlas, especially on the hands of Key, someone who really takes the game into his own hands. But other than Mathilda, I don't really think I can't really think about another hero here that really works out. Ruby could work. Actually, Ruby would be a solid pick here up against the Claude, the Esmeralda, even the Akai. And that's, no, they go for the Lolita to, I guess, soak in that blazing duet damage.
The thing about Bigetron is that they love to stay into their comfort picks. It doesn't seem like he has picked up the Ruby before. He's picked up the Lolita, and perhaps that is going to be the way that they're maneuvering around this. But from the side of Geek Fam, this is a lot of CC, hence that Diggy Ban coming through there in the second phase. You have the I'm Offender coming in from the Ruby as well as her first and second abilities, plus the Abyssal Traps and Arrows that can come from the Selena. But what does this mean?
It's a mid Selena, I believe. That is spooky. Alzura on the Selena. Or hang on, Baloyski is also well known for playing the Selena, so they might be trying to play some mind games with us. We'll just have to see once the heroes get swapped into place. The final pick for Bigetron though, they have some coverage, they have AoE. What they want to get next is Dive. Wow, wait, Dive and Mobility, that will be the Ling for the third time today?
Well, we have seen, technically the Ling right now is sitting at a negative win rate today, right? All around, it's very, very bad in terms of the win rate. But again, BTR, they're showing confidence here with that composition. But man, again, the Ling coming in as the final pick. Very similar to Alter Ego, how they picked up Ling last pick 2 games in a row up against EVOS Legends. BTR trying to find the same success here against Geek Fam. But Max needs to be very, very careful if he falls behind in the early stage.
They have
as a Ling.
Exactly, but the thing is, right now, Geek Fam, they don't have a huge reliable source of single target CC that can inhibit the Ling. It might work, even though there is a lot of AoE CC from Geek. So we'll see if he's able to maneuver around that as we jump into the portal.
Let's see, Land of Dawn is here. Ladies and gentlemen, we jumped into the portal and it's time to witness Geek Fam versus Bigetron Alpha for the final match of the day, the decider on who secures 7th place. Max, did he go for the Demon Slayer is my question. I think considering how fast he's taking this buff already, he definitely went for the Demon Slayer. Yeah, he did.
So in addition to that, I also don't like the Selena pick in this mid side. I don't know. I think the clear is going to be lacking compared to someone like the Julian, but so far, it does seem like Geek Fam already being aggressive in the jungle.
I guess Baloyski can try and amend that. Because arrow lands, and here we go. Aggressive play from Geek Fam, but Bigetron, they are ready. They can scrap it out, although they're backing away because Luke is on the way already. Lethal will fall into the hands of Geek Fam. As Bigetron Alpha, we have to see if Max can avoid contact and farm up a Storm the same way Sally did.
It's going to be tough here up against an Akai, right? Sunny Boy was able to do that, but it was up against a Fanny with a lot of counters. Akai, it's very different. Farms really, really fast. Even faster than Max here, as he is going to have to go to the gold buff to actually secure level 4. Very tough for Luke. Doesn't want to give it for free. Wants to poke him down, make him look for it. And look at this. Max still able to secure it. And even in the bottom side, Marky doing the same thing towards the Akai. Both teams just trading right now. It doesn't seem like there's much happening. Both teams just going for the template, just clearing out the waves.
So far, I think Bigetron Alpha has a bit of an edge. You can see that Max is having a swell time, and Geek Fam, despite the aggressive nature of their composition, they have not been able to secure an early skirmish where Selena excels massively. So now they're waiting for that level 4 play. On the Turtle Pit, the heavy spin from Jenna Cutie can make a huge difference, but Bigetron, of course, will be anticipating for that to happen.
The turtle is already in the Land of Dawn so far, but right now Bigetron already hitching their bets on taking out Luke. They are going to be able to get him a bit low, perhaps put that pressure and utilize that to their advantage as they are going to look towards this turtle.
Oh, I mean, they got the pressure initially in the top side, but if they go for this, it's a little bit too greedy, and just as I say that, Repo is going to be engaged on. Numenov Blasto popped in instantly with a flicker, able to find 2 members. Repo collapsing with the help of the team as well. First blood presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series, secured by BTR. Jana QT doesn't, well, still has the heavy spin actually. It was an arrow connecting onto Fala, still able to get out for now. Flicker out, Jana QT once again trying to go for the damage. Retribution not won by Jana. Max takes it. Turtle Slain presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series.
Yeah, both teams aren't really risking a lot as well. Both of them are really focusing on these objectives. It does seem like Bigetron Alpha was able to get something in that particular area, but now let's put our focus on towards the emblem.
Well, Demon Slayer for both the junglers, it's not the same approach we saw Sally Boy use in the previous match. Marky going in for the weapon mastery, he will be aiming for that late game power spike. But you can see that Repo attempts to be aggressive in the lane as much as possible. The emblem suggests he wants to go and attempt to win that lane on the back of his mechanics, which is important because if he does succeed in that, that's a lot of pressure that he can exert onto the back line of Geek Fam.
So far, Bigetron Alpha is leading in economy. They were able to get that turtle so far, but you know, you mentioned the Ling as well as the Janna QT issues when it comes down to those neutral objectives, but man, Ling's been able to get those, and I think it's because he's using the new Axe effect.
Oh, the new Axe effect definitely helps him with the plays, but again, Baloyski's gonna get caught there. He went in a little bit too aggressive. BTR able to funnel that kill over to Marky, and with that amount of damage, amount of gold he got from the kill against his ex-teammate, he will be able to buy the BOD in the 4th minute of the game. Chadera's not gonna have a fun time up against this Beatrix. With that BOD, I think the snipes will be able to take a whole lot of his HP down, but he doesn't really connect onto it right now. BTR holding that lead, just grasping onto it.
They don't really have to force anything to happen because Geek Fam, they are the ones with the superior playmaking potential. They have I'm Offended, they have the heavy spin as well as the missile arrow, and speaking of that, he takes one, and you can see that the damage potential is still very much existent for Geek Fam. Bigetron Alpha is content just playing it slow because Max, he's doing a good job just farming up, and once he has a few more items, they can go aggressive here.
Elzura zoned out. Janna QT trying to get pressure back here. BTR have much more of a lead here by Baloyski. Oh my god, he just goes in. He's able to tank the damage, but Janna gets hit by the Renner. Max trying to look for an engage here as Repo is going to take a whole lot of damage. Might be taken down. Forced to flicker out. Elzura does the damage onto him, but falling stun, but catches two. Luke picking up the kill, running away as well. A good disengage from the side of Luke as Geek Fam tried to use this man advantage over to the turtle. Baloyski able to stun away the members, got caught in the enhanced chain, and Marky takes his ex-teammate down again. Baloyski, 2nd time falling to the hands of Marky.
1-for-1 trade so far, but it seems like Bigetron, they don't want to reset this. Janna QT already in the area, and Huey will see whose Retribution comes out on top, and the answer is going to be Max.
Janna, though, is looking for compensation with a heavy spin. Max winning it out again. Premature Retribution there by Janna.
Yeah, someone pressed that Retribution too early, and I'm guessing that's Janna QT.
Well, Max, again, he's been doing so good, but Fala here tries to make a play, and to the back of Max, they will be able to secure Luke, and they have pressure in the top lane here. They will be going for the turret, and they have all the control in the world right now. Geek Fam, they're straggling behind due to Fala just making a lot of plays on the back of that empowered chain. That's insane. Enchanted Talisman already complete for Luke as well, but at this point, he needs a bit more defenses to be the front line for Geek Fam. Repo with the Bloodlust Axe will have a lot more sustain in that lane, so it's a combination of Repo being ahead and Luke being behind. Marky, though, already with the BOD, he will be doing a lot of damage if Geek Fam don't start stacking some physical defense.
And he's actually going for the Melphic Roar, which is very interesting. Usually we see the BOD into a Hunter Strike. Now he's going for a Melphic Roar, maybe because he's up against a little bit more tanky members here. Janna QT, obviously with Luke as well. 2 tanky members that he needs to deal with as the composition. Actually, it's kind of a dive comp, yeah? So, I don't know, but alright, let's see. Baloyski, once again, going to be able to open up the map for his team. BTR spotted there, but they all rotate towards the mid lane. Again, they're trying to get the turrets down with the help of Marky on this Beatrix.
They've already been able to secure the top lane as well as the bottom lane turret here for the side of Bigetron Alpha, leading already with 3,000 gold. Not a lot of action, but Bigetron Alpha, they're being very disciplined in terms of that utility as well as those objectives on the board. So far, Geek Fam with their composition, they haven't been able to get anything per se on the board.
Oh, the missile arrow though connects on to Fala. He still able to disengage for his team. Very good cover there. But Max right now is a level ahead of Janna QT. Another abyssal arrow finds its mark onto Max as he goes in for the turtle right now. That's going to be the enhanced chain, knocking Baloyski very low. Repo flickers forward to secure the kill. 3rd time this game that he's been caught out of position, trying to open up the map for his teammates. And even in that top side, Chadera was taken low. BTR will be able to secure this turtle for free.
Speaking of the discipline, right? And then how passive both teams have been. Fala has just been very aggressive at how he plays this Julian. At any moment, it's always a side combined with an empowered chain, and if it doesn't land, it doesn't matter. He just throws it out there to be a threat for Geek Fam. They're always constantly guessing, will Fala go for it? And if they focus too much on that, that is where Key can get a play. That's where Repo can just come in and beat someone up. So the golden staff, though, is complete for Kadera. Geek Fam might go for a big fight here, knowing that the power spike is available.
Nice map awareness by Marky there. Spotting the members from Geek Fam and stopping that engage from happening. As you can say, the Malefic Roar is doing wonders for the Beatrix.
Yeah, being able to bully someone like Jana QT on the Akai is not something that you want to be seeing, especially if you're Geek Fam. Right now, the pressure is on Geek Fam. They're able to push and put pressure in that top side now, hitching their bets in towards that mid side as well, clearing very well. And if Geek Fam keep pumping up like this, Key is going to have a great time with the Noon Blast.
Man, Jana said it in the interview that he wants to target Marky, but Marky is certainly just targeting Beloyski. He took him down twice, and with every Renner shot, he always connects it onto Beloy. It's really personal, man. Marky knows Beloy, how he plays. They've lived together on Onyx PH back in the day, so maybe they can read each other out.
Geek Fam, though, they want to go aggressive, but right now you can see that Key is always further in the back. They always send someone else, because if Geek Fam commit to someone else, the Numenon Blast can be an amazing counter-engage tool that Bigetron is taking full advantage of. On top of that, of course, Repo and Fala can also do wonders on their own left alone. And even if they don't engage, right, Bigetron Alpha has the advantage with the Renner in the hands of Marky, so they're content to just pick off the members of Geek Fam and take away the resources from the jungle.
Yeah, Marky already stealing that buff away from Jana QT there. So now Bigetron Alpha, they're really slowly pushing that pressure that they've already taken for themselves here in the 10th minute. Very low kill game here, 10 minutes, only 6 kills on the board. Geek Fam still unable to get anything or grab anything on the map, but you guys can grab some food here with the 50,000 discount, but look at this.
Yeah. BTR, they're pushing the pace again. They're just forcing Geek outside of their tier 2 turret to try to get more objectives on the map, and that's exactly what happens. They use the bait, bringing 4 members down below, even forcing the Esmeralda to make a decision as the Paquito, Repo, was just up top, getting the turret, sieging it down. Meanwhile, BTR, they don't commit Abyssal Arrow though, connecting onto the side of Fala. Heavy spin, not going to be popped just yet. That's going to be the Renner shot, connecting onto Jana. Still able to soak that damage. Abyssal Arrow once again. Elzura's been on point here. He goes for the Flicker. Numenon Blast onto Beloy, onto Jana. But Max comes in for the damage as well. They don't need the Retribution. Marky was somehow able to actually capitalize on that as Max picks up the kill with the Tempest Blaze. Now he's looking for the damage onto Chadera, who's going to fall to the hands of Marky again, gunning them down, picking up a double kill for himself. 8.4k gold lead on the hands of BTR with the Lord spawning as well. They got a 3-0.
Yeah, this Selena isn't working too well as well, because you can see even if it would land, it doesn't seem like he has enough damage as well. There's not enough burst coming in from Geek Fam so far to be able to capitalize on if those Abyssal Arrows connect. And you can see Elzura being punished already by the damage coming in from Bigetron Alpha.
The plan for Geek Fam is to actually land an Abyssal Arrow and then follow up with the crowd control. But right now, they just don't find the chance to make that happen. Kadera tried to go in there, but as always, Key is just playing super reactive. He just stuns him in the middle of the Blazing Duet, and once that happens, Marky can out-damage everyone with the Wesker. That is just why the Beatrix is so dominant, is so broken essentially. Fala goes in though.
Hands chain, finding Jana. Doomnout Blast cancelled out by Elzura. Max dishing out the damage onto the base turret up top. They're looking for the mid turret now. Bigetron Alpha, they can certainly siege this down. Marky's doing exactly that with the Renner, able to take it down. That's incredible value for the first Lord. Bigetron Alpha, 11,000 gold lead in 12 minutes. It's a complete shutout. Doesn't seem like Geek Fam have been able to actually do anything this game.
Yeah, they're playing the map really well. They're able to distract and, you know, take other objectives on the board. You can see that the Paquito has been used to do so, hit damage onto those turrets, take away all the infrastructures that Geek Fam has without even engaging into a fight in particular. And now it's difficult to see Geek Fam come out on top out of this. Do they have enough damage with the composition that they chose here in this particular game against Bigetron Alpha?
Probably not just yet. It's a 13-minute game. and Bigetron Alpha is 12.3k gold ahead. So Geek Fam want to farm up a bit more in the late game. In theory, right, Max will fall off as an assassin, and then Geek Fam might be able to get a lot more done with Kadira having a very wide angle with the ultimate. But right now, Bigetron Alpha, they're just waiting for a chance here. They can just abuse Marky with that render, man, but they're just controlling the base so far and playing with the waves as much as possible.
They're winning condition right now. Yeah, Elzura almost got shut down there. Was it Marky?
It was Max.
It was Max. So Max on this Ling. He's actually found his comfort hero, I guess, on stage, right? Again, he's performing really well on the Ling. A hero that we haven't seen in the MPL getting a whole lot of success just yet. But against an Esmeralda, I don't think he's going to be able to win that one. Again, though, back to my point, Chidera is the main winning condition right now for Geek Fam. If he is able to actually dish out the damage properly with his now complete item set, not fully complete, but as a Claude, that's what you need to deal damage. DHS, Golden Staff, and obviously the Malefic Roar. That's going to be the win condition, but, well, speaking of win condition, Marky is able to solo the Lord in the 14th minute of the game.
That should be illegal, man. That should be absolutely illegal. I believe he has the Hunter Strike at this point, and perhaps along with the Malefic Roar, he might have the BOD as well. Mid lane now, there's a Death Trap by Geek Fam, but Bigetron Alpha, they are setting up on the opposite side.
Oh! That's a painful one. If he had the Heptases, I think that would have been a one-shot.
Very well could have been.
He got Heptases now. Beloy caught once again. Going to be knocked up by Repo as the knockout strike connects. Only once though. Beloy's able to bring two members back in. I'm offended. Dooming Blast connecting on the two members. No follow-up now. But Lord is marching down the mid lane. Max jumping in with the Defiant Blades now as he goes in for the turret on the bottom side. He taking a whole lot of damage as they go on towards Chidera. Chidera falls. Luke as well. Marky in the back. Able to end the game. Ending it in the 14th minute of the game. Man, oh man. BTR leading the series 1-0.
I mean, who needs action if you can get all the objectives on the board and get it without going in for team fight?
Efficiency is key.
Exactly.
Key is also in BTR.
And I think it was
Marquee
huge
too.
that he chose the Lolita as well. Huge counter towards the Claude, huge counter against the Selena as well. He was able to get the Numenon Blast on point. The positioning that he chose was immense as well, hindering Geek Fam for even initiating anything on the board. And wow, what a performance by Bigetron.
I think it also comes down to the fact that Bigetron has that Beatrix to make plays around with. If the Lolita is paired up with a Brody, with a, I don't know, a Clint even, it doesn't have the same kind of ring to it. The Beatrix being able to do so much damage from far away just enables them to actually play so defensively and still get value. And with that, he just knows, being an engager himself, he knows exactly when Beloyski is going to try and make plays, and he denies every single time. So coming down to the second game right here, honestly, man, people need to start respecting that Beatrix.
Yes.
Put some respect on that Beatrix's name.
You know, every game that we've seen in the past 2 days, every game that Beatrix is picked up, the team wins, all right? So
I think
Beatrix is that powerful. It has 100% win rate in week 4. Day 1 through day 2. Every single game, every single match. Whoever picks up Beatrix, they win the game. In the last series, we saw the respect towards Beatrix.
Yeah.
EVOS Legends banned it all 3 games. But now Geek Fam, they had the chance to first pick the Beatrix, but they first picked
the Akai.
The Akai.
Not worth. I don't think so.
I mean, Akai should be. I don't know. Jana QT really didn't get much done on the Akai. The neutral objective control was non-existent, even though it was an Akai versus a Ling. That's a matchup that you should be able to, win in terms of the neutral objective control.
Yep. I guess the fact that Elzura is also a hero without good clear makes it very difficult for Geek Fam to follow up on those as well. And of course, there's the counter-engage potential that he was doing the whole time with the Numenon Blast. I think it's just a lot better of an idea to start with the Beatrix, and then from there on, being such a flexible hero, you can put on so many, you can fit her into so many compositions. Whereas if you pick up the Akai, you can only play a set certain way, so it's a lot easier to just draft against.
Well, we're going to take a look at the item builds here, Arashi. The fast game in the series again. I think because of a Beatrix, you're able to just siege down so fast. And man, Marky, 12,310 gold. Full set of items already in the 14th minute, coming into the 15th. But take a look, 1 kill across the board.
That's painful, man. This is the ideal circumstances. You pick for an early game, early game composition. Pardon me.
Are you okay?
Pardon me. What was that? An early game composition, right? And then, without giving up any shutdowns, you end the game at about 14 to 15 minutes. You have full inventory slots, and your opposition only has about 3 items. This is ideal from Bigetron. They know that. That's why they went for the end completely. And as you can see, Geek Fam tried to stop them, tried to clear the wave, tried to take them out. Not enough damage. It's just insane. It's so clean, so clear. And Max on that link, despite not going for aggressive emblems, he's still able to just have a lot of impact, a lot of success.
Wait. Arashi, in the end of the game, look, 51.2 thousand, 35.7 thousand. That's 15,000 gold lead.
Yeah.
In 15 minutes. So, wow.
The gold lead per minute.
The biggest I think we've seen in Season 10.
I think so. If you want to talk about the rate, right, the average, I think it's just it's just a big stark contrast, and that's what you can do with aggressive compositions. I think Bigetron, they just got so many good picks, like the Paquito, for example, like the Beatrix. These two heroes seem to be so critical right now, and wow, the post-game stats.
Show.
The post-game stats is so one-sided, exactly. No Lord Turtles or turrets for the side of Geek Fam.
They did 160 damage to turret though.
That's like what, 1-2 hits?
1 hit. Well, it depends which stage of the game, right? If it's an early game, I guess 3 hits, but late game, I guess that's 1.
It's not nearly enough, man. Rich Guy and the carry is gonna be Marky on the Beatrix. Yet again, the forgotten one is Fala. He is so aggressive right now, just having a lot of attention to his empowered chains and empowered skies, right? Allows Key and Max to just do whatever they want. Repo as well has a lot more flexibility, a lot more space to maneuver. So, I don't know, everything just works together so well. And that is, I think, the main takeaway. Because for Geek Fam, yeah, every single hero has potential, but they don't synergize together as well as Bigetron in game number 1. The MVP, though, for game number 1 here between Geek Fam and Bigetron Alpha by the Samsung Galaxy A series is gonna be Marky, 4-0-1. I don't know, man. What else can you say? It's the Marky show.
It is the Marky show in game number 1. I mean, we did see the other members step up as well. Obviously, Max, who secured a whole lot of neutral objectives, but it all came down to Marky taking all the turrets down. I'm curious to see the turret damage on this man because, man, he took every single base turret down. But here you go, Arashi, take it away.
Initially, you can see that Geek Fam tried to make a play, but Empowered Chain comboed with the all the follow-up coming in. Numenon Blast as well from the side of Bigetron. If you see it play out here, they just get completely rocked by that crowd control. And even in the mid-game, you can see that there's a lot of chances for Geek Fam to try and make something happen. But for the most part, Bigetron is able to just deal with it slowly but surely. And the counter-engage, that has just been the name of the game. It's always them harassing, and then when Geek Fam can't take it anymore, they get jumped on. The mobility from Repo, from Max as well, allows them to just chase whenever Geek Fam is already on the back foot. Again and again, that just seems to be the story here. And Marky is always in the right spot here. Even with the Blazing Duet being used, he just waits it out, goes in with the Flicker Wesker, and that's just the end of it. Towards the end of the game here, you can see the Blazing Duet as well as all the other ultimates is being used by Geek Fam, but it's just too little damage. It's just not enough, and Bigetron ends the game in dominant fashion, brute forcing it.
I feel like I have a curse.
You have a curse.
Yeah.
You have a curse.
Pre-game,
oh yeah,
I was like, you know, Bigetron has a one-dimensional gameplay.
It's the caster
and then,
curse.
You know,
The caster
Geek Fam
curse.
has a lot more to work with, and then in that game, bro, like the only damage dealer that Geek Fam had was Kadera.
Yeah.
Flat. And that was so easy to see how Bigetron was able to shut him down, and they weren't able to play off that. I didn't like Geek Fam's draft.
I didn't like
I think
it
it was
too.
horrible. I'm sorry.
Ooh. Whoa. All right, yeah, but I do agree. I think the main problem lies with the draft. That Selena mid, kind of, it's speaking of one-dimensional. That's one-dimensional there. Selena mid, high risk, very high reward. Well, no, actually high risk, mediocre reward, right? If you're able to find a few picks in the early game, you do get a lead, but it doesn't secure you the game. Selena hasn't really been a prio pick, especially in the mid lane, where the mid lane has been more focused in this meta to be cleared out. People who can clear waves out properly and faster usually have more time to rotate around the map. And that's what has been the meta right now. The mid control is very important because it enables your jungler, it enables your side laners as well. And that's why I think BTR were able to roam around the map so freely. It's because Geek Fam just did not have map control at all. Mid control, most importantly.
And the difference is we've seen a lot of double roamer strategies happening and it has worked. I like the fact that Geek Fam wants to explore and experiment with this double roamer strategy. But the thing is, when we see a double roamer strategy, we usually see the Faramis and the Matilda. Now, what do these heroes have that is different to the Ruby as well as the Selena?
Wave clear.
Exactly. It worked better. They were able to rotate better around the map, go with a quote-unquote hyper type of strategy, but that just did not pay off for Geek Fam at all.
I really feel that synergy is also a big problem. Okay, you land an Abyssal Arrow, and then what? Who's gonna do the damage?
Exactly.
Akai? Ruby?
There's no burst potential
Exactly.
other than Claude.
So you're really concerned about what is the point of that. Is it just to actually provide crowd control? Is it to use the Abyssal traps to find intelligence? Either way, I don't think it really worked too well with each other. That's the main point, right? It's not that good on its own, and it's not even that good combined with the rest of the teammates. So I think they need to change that, man, for sure. If you want to go for pickoffs, you need more tools. You need crowd control, you need burst. If you want to go for a lot of crowd control, then you need also a lot of DPS. You need to find a good balance between all these different tools and find out how exactly is the best way to use this against your opponent. That's always been the name of the game. That's the essence of game plan. And I think in game number 1, Bigetron just completely out-predicted Geek Fam.
And now there's going to be a heavy emphasis on the Beatrix. Well, at least I hope so. Because if Geek Fam don't respect the Beatrix pick, it's going to be a massive problem. The win that they were able to get yesterday in their match came in the hands of Chidera getting the Beatrix. Every single win we've seen in week 4, where there's a Beatrix in play, they win. Kabuki, many times. Every game, Arashi, literally every game, Beatrix has become that prio. And so far, the teams that have respected that has only been EVOS, with their bans constantly towards Beatrix.
Exactly, man. I think it, again, comes down to the fact that you can just pair that Beatrix with whatever team comp you want. You want to poke? You can do that. You want to dive in? You can do that.
Burst.
You want to go for AoE combo, right? You can do that. If you want to do DPS, that's also an option available. So, I don't know. It's
high ground, everything. You literally find everything on Beatrix.
Burst,
right?
clear, and poke.
Burst, clear,
everything.
poke. Yeah, everything, literally. And DPS, just everything. It's
Mobility.
a complete package. And mobility, not that much.
Well, you can have a jump, a roll.
You have a roll, but it's not like, it's not Irithel, it's not 1-1. So in terms of mobility, that's something that people can use to a weakness point, a weakness for Beatrix that can be exploited, but it really depends, right? If you have a Beatrix and you already have that kind of composition, no one's really going to be able to dive you anyway. So the mobility factor just becomes a non-factor for any team looking to expose that.
Well, if you combine it with Wesker, right? The fact that you can just hit them twice with a shotgun, and then you kite back, and now if they want to continue pursuing you, they risk getting blasted in the face yet again. If they back away, you switch to a longer range weapon. You can't really fail, right? You need to, like, teams that want to punish a Beatrix need to wait for the Beatrix to make a mistake. But in MPL ID Season 10, all the gold lane players are insane.
Or burst her down. I feel like if you can burst a Beatrix down, it's a little difficult for her to do anything.
Oh yeah, but how are you going to get that? That's why
Exactly.
Masha is usually the option to go for when you're up against Kadita, but it's always been... It's still sitting at 100% win rate too. I think you're right.
Voidsky can pick it up.
People have been tunnel visioning on the Masha being the main counter towards Beatrix. You're right, Kadita still has 100% win rate in MPL ID, but the only teams who've utilized this Kadita has been Aura Fire, obviously, Kadita, Godiva,
EVOS.
and Dreams.
Beloyski's used it.
Beloy has used it and he won on it. So they need to start looking for others. They can't really just stick to their comfort zone. They need to step out because right now, if you just go for comfort, BTR have your number. They've been banning the same heroes constantly. Again, the Fanny towards Hades, towards Jana QT, Franco even. They need to find something else here. Natalia, another signature of Beloy that will not be played, that will not see the light of day as long as Beloyski plays on Geek Fam.
Right now, Geek Fam has the first pick though. So hopefully, right, if Bigetron does not ban the Beatrix, Geek Fam will pick it up and put it to good use. Franco here will be banned out by Geek Fam, respecting again the potential for Key to just shut down the whole game with his engages, with his pickoffs. But here we have a comment from Bigetron Alpha, from Repo.
Instead of respecting Luke's Paquito, you better respect my Paquito.
That's season 7 Repo. That's season 7 Repo that I've missed, man. The taunt But
King.
this season, we haven't really seen a whole lot of taunts. Not at all so far. Maybe after this game, right? Maybe because they haven't really won a lot of matches. Maybe that's why he's not taunting. But BTR, now with the final ban in this last ban for BTR, what do you want to go for at this point, right? Like, Beatrix could be a solid ban here, but I think Valentina... Valentina, just leave it open. Honestly, you have the second pick. Leave this heroes open. Nope, they go for the Valentina ban. Geek Fam, this is it. They go for the Beatrix. There you go. The Prio hero secured by Geek Fam. BTR gonna go for that Kai Paquito, most probably now.
Honestly, Bigetron, we have to see what exactly will be their solution, because for against a Beatrix, as you mentioned, they can be burst, they can be zoning with a, let's say, a high ground hero like the Eve, or you can just dive towards him and deny him with crowd control with dive potential. So that seems to be what Bigetron Alpha wants to go for. They take the Paquito, they take the Julian, and as a response, a Kai that can zone, that can push them away, and the Esmeralda that can do a lot of damage if you're diving towards her.
Okay, now Geek Fam has a really good draft.
Very good. Like,
I don't know, what was Bigetron doing?
Paquito, Julian, we saw this yesterday. We did. Against Onyx, they went for the same pick. Paquito, Julian, leaving the Kai open for Kyrie, I believe, right?
I think so, yeah.
BTR now. Final pick.
I mean, Paquito and Julian isn't that bad. You know, we saw that Repo as well as Fala, they've been able to get a lot of value. What can they add to Julian and Paquito, though, that will ensure that they can get their hands onto the members that matter, onto that Beatrix?
They might secure a gold laner here. I don't know, I have a feeling. Bigetron, they like to go with their comfort picks.
Ooh.
And it is going to be the quad pick for the side of Bigetron this time around. So essentially, they kind of have swapped in that particular sense. And now entering the second phase, Bigetron, if they want to repeat the same thing, they might be banning out the mid lane. Once again, the Eve, the Lilia could be the way to go here. And the Lilia it is.
Lilia here to deny the slows, the very annoying utility that she provides, and also the security that Elzura can use to just avoid getting picked off by the aggressive plays coming in from a Julian Paquito combo. Balman, though, will be banned from the side of Geek Fam. So for Bigetron, I wonder if they want to ban a bit more disengage, because it depends. What do they want to go? What do they want to go with for Key? If he wants to go for something like a Khadija, then he can actually. They don't really need another, like, you know, they don't need this to ban disengage from Geek Fam, because they need to ban sustain heroes and protection instead.
I think BTR are going to go for the ban towards probably a Eve here. The Eve Beatrix combination has been very, very scary. And BTR can just go for the Sicilian, actually. Sicilian first pick, the mage. So they're limiting a lot of heroes towards Elzura, the heroes that we have seen on the hands of Elzura, and they're picking up the Sicilian to deny it. There you go. Eve, Lilia, banned out. Geek Fam going for the jungler. The Balman, maybe we might see. I don't think we're going to see another Ling here, right? Geek Fam might go towards a ban. Another no, they should just go for... Wait, Geek Fam haven't picked up a roamer yet. I think what they're doing right now, it's very risky, but are they trying to bait BTR to pick up an Atlas and then going for a Diggy? Remember, BTR have first and last pick in the second phase. It's very dangerous if they leave this open, because BTR can just play the long game. Pick the Atlas as the last pick, and if Geek Fam don't pick up Diggy, it's going to be very difficult. So let's see. What are they going to go for? There you go.
The Atlas instead. So I don't know. Even if they did go for the Diggy, what will Bigetron? How can Bigetron Alpha adjust if they don't pick up the Atlas? So I think overall, this makes sense.
Sicilian.
They need
or Lunox.
For who?
I think Lunox makes more sense, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't like the Sicilian.
There's tanky members.
They don't have that much range. That's the problem. If they go for the Lunox, they're full dive, and they don't have that much range. But whoa.
Hang on.
Masha.
Roaming Masha?
Roaming Masha, Paquito XP, Jungle Julian, or mid lane Julian, Jungle Paquito. We have seen Max play the Paquito in the jungle more than the Julian, so that's what I'm leaning towards right now.
Makes sense. Alright, so for, I don't know, I think the Lunox makes sense. It can dive together, and it can do a lot of damage to the tankier members. But Geek Fam, they pick up the Selena and the Cho, so a lot more aggression. And I'm wondering if it's going to go back to Elzura.
Now it has to be Lunox. If you play the Sicilian up against this composition, you're not really going to have a good time. Very smart decision by BTR not to pick that Sicilian or Lunox first. But this is This is actually better. Because now, okay, Geek Fam, they picked the
He
Selena
has the option
mid.
of Xavier though.
No, Xavier is going to be even worse than Sicilian. Much more vulnerable from the back lines. Geek Fam can just capitalize on that with the Selena. But again, Selena Ruby, why it didn't work is because they don't have wave clear. With the Cho provides the wave clear.
Yes.
So Selena can rotate faster. The double roam can work with this kind of combination. BTR. What? Secure an Angela.
Okay.
Fala on the Angela. This is something that we have seen from Fala in the MDL when he won in the Grand Finals with EVOS Icon. Angela, Sicilian were his two main hero picks. But there you go, another signature coming in from Fala. This is gonna be very, because they're up against an Esmeralda.
I'm worried about the fact that, well, there's an Esmeralda to begin with, but there's also the fact that right now, their only real counter towards the Beatrix is physical damage dive. There's not even any magical damage threats weaved into that. That's a bit one-dimensional. That means Geek Fam won't be struggling too hard to find an answer to that combo.
Well, we'll see here with the lack of range in BTR's composition. They're gonna have to go for the full team fight, just diving into that back line. If they don't find the Beatrix, it's gonna be a massive problem. But ladies and gentlemen, once again, game number 2. BTR have a chance to get the clean sweep. And for Geek Fam, they have a chance to equalize and force a third game in the series. Welcome to game number 2 here for Geek Fam BTR.
I want to see how this pans out, especially with the Cho now placed in that mid lane. Are they going to be able to repair what initially was their problem in game number 1 and, try and help JanaQ to contest for those objectives? Because it feels like that was the main problem. Elzura is actually going to be, once again, the one playing on the Selena. So this is a Selena mid here, but they will be able to get Fala in that early game.
First blood already taken away by Elzura, and that is the problem with Angela. You don't have clear. And Geek Fam, they utilize this. The mistake that they made in game number 1 is now being made by BTR with no mid control. The jungle is wide open for JanaQT to make the plays on as he tries to open up the map, but again, Max, even though he... Oh, okay. I thought he was going to be... I thought Beloyski might be able to steal that one. But both teams, again, disengaging for now. Beloy, caught, doesn't have the flicker. He's going to be immobilized, keep dealing out the damage. And this might be the trade back. Keep finding the kill. 1-to-1. Elzura, Elzura got the kill. Key got the kill. Roamer for Mage.
Well, that is the follow-up that we'll be talking about. Abyssal Arrow can now be followed up by Beloyski on the Cho. Can be followed by a runner shot from Kadera as well in the later stages of the game. So a lot more solid potential for Geek Fam, and they are trying to abuse it.
Purify though. Notice BTR, Marky. He went for the Purify, and that's exactly why. That kill pressure in the early game. Now that the Cho can help and clear the waves constantly, Elzura will actually have so much time to rotate around the map, and this is exactly what they were looking for in game number 1.
Yeah, and it's working out well. Look at the Abyssal Arrow just go and try and inhibit Marky so far. It did not land the second time though, but look at the snipes already coming from Kadira. We can already see, there you go!
Abyssal Arrow again, but that's gonna be hard guard. Marky not gonna be able to get out of the Biru's range. Chadera finds the hit. Geek Fam also on the top side looking for the retribution onto the turtle, and they find it. The mid control playing a massive factor here. The way the dragon was popped in onto Key. Key is gonna be able to actually get out of there with the sprint, but again, mid control. Same thing happening. BTR winning mid control in game 1, winning the game. Geek Fam right now getting a whole lot better with mid control.
1,000 gold lead to their name as well here, Miracle, in the second minute, but already Marky once again going to be the target. He is able to get away for now though, but that is a lot of gold taken for Kadira from that tower.
Elzura is not really picking any of the minions in his own lane. He just is focusing down, making sure that Marky does not get to play the game at all, shutting out that gold lane before it even begins. This is brutal, a very brutal approach from Geek Fam, and it's working out. Bigetron earlier, they have the liberty of just playing passively, poking away, and then counter-engaging. But right now, they are the ones that are forced to engage from the poke, pick up potential from Elzura and Kadira, and they don't have a good engage tool.
I think it's because they're playing double roam. So the Selena has the roamer item, so he just rotates towards the bottom side, gets XP anyways. Meanwhile, maybe Beloy doesn't have the roamer item because he's always in the mid lane. So they're swapping roles technically, kind of. I do think that the Cho will be building tank though. So the tank is still going to be Beloy, but the roamer is technically Selena.
Well, again, it's a very creative approach, and it is working out. If this goes on, they have the burst damage to actually back it up, because the Abyssal Arrow now, we saw that Key, full tank Atlas, can be two-shot by a full item build Beatrix, so Abyssal Arrow can be followed up in a similar fashion. This is a scary composition by Geek Fam.
Oh, they're looking for it. Beloyski onto the back, doesn't find the Jeet Kune Do. He had the flicker, but he didn't want to commit onto that. Geek Fam, they back off. They know the turtle is spawning back up. They do not want to go for any overcommitments here, but they do want to force the retribution out of Max. Staying disciplined though, BTR, they are able to disengage, but man, look at that turret down below. Chadera almost taking it down.
Really munching on that as well, and unfortunately they weren't able to bait the retribution from Max, but it does seem like Janna QT is going to be able to get this turtle uncontested. Understand that Bigetron, they don't want to contest for this.
It's going to sound repetitive, Arashi and Eterna, but the Turtles lane presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series is, again, how do they set up for it? Mid-control. Mid-control is so important in this meta, and man, Elzura gets another Abyssal Arrow, tries to put the trap down, gets it onto Marky, flickers in, but the hard guard is there. Elzura might find himself in a trouble position. Key goes in for the Thunderclap, finding the kill, but Chadera is going to be able to melt him down, using the ultimate as well, but is out of range. BTR now caught in a very, very bad position. Geek Fam can just keep on sieging the base, and I don't really think BTR have anything to respond with.
I mean, the silver lining with the Angela is that it causes a lot of miscalculations from the side of Geek Fam, and we saw that actually being able to get used. But oh my god, here Beloyski goes in aggressively onto Marky.
Very good, and there you go, the comment made by Janna in the pre-match video. I'm going to be targeting Marky. There you go, that is Marky being targeted a whole lot in this game. 2 deaths.
This is a crazy, like, alley of situation. Beloyski will kick someone backwards, and Janna can continue pushing him back, so it's an alley of setup for the side of Geek Fam, and they are abusing it for sure. And they can use Janna QT as well as Beloyski to even open up unknown areas of the map. So Bigetron, they need to try something different, because Geek Fam is having a free time just doing whatever they want.
And Janna actually stole away the purple buff. Again, BTR with Max on the mystery shop, not going to be able to go even, I believe, in terms of the pathing, in terms of the clearing up against Hades, or Janna QT, again, on the Akai.
Exactly, it makes it very difficult. Repo also has a very aggressive emblem at this point, but he isn't getting opportunities to try and, you know, hard counter. There's no follow-up, there's no backup coming in from the mid lane. Bigetron Alpha, one of their main weapons is that rotation, and they cannot use it right now.
5 more minutes to the next turtle. Sorry, now already spawned in the Land of Dawn. Repo still with the 1v1 situation against Luke, and so far it does seem like Bigetron might be the first one to set up for this. We can see the positioning of Masha, Key in particular, already first to start opening up the map. And now we can take a little look into the items, but before this, Luke here goes in very aggressively.
Oh, Malloy targeting Marky, but the Purify was there. Abyssal Trap already placed. Marky does not have the items necessary to deal out the damage just yet as Janna goes in for the Lord. The Turtle, actually. He secures it once again. 3 turtles, all the neutral objectives controlled by the side of Geek Fam. And even the turrets here go into the hands of Geek Fam as they take down the top side turret in the bottom side. He is the one sent down below to match up against the Esmeralda.
Wow. I mean, Key has a lot more options. He is, you know, Masha is good at the split push, but it's only a matter of time because Luke is a lot stronger. And this is the issue right now. They're just way too passive and they can't really do much. They're just waiting for an opportunity. Maybe make Geek Fam miscalculate with the hard guard, but then what? They can't really even capitalize on that. And the hard guard isn't even guaranteed to save the target.
Oh man, the damage from Kadira, even onto Repo, who is quote-unquote right now the person who can absorb that damage, realizing that Key is in the bottom side. It's a little too much right now. Geek Fam really able to put so much pressure, take away all those jungles away from the side of Bigetron, and they're actually leading with 4,000. Again, pushing that top side with Kadira at the helm of it all.
I think the only opportunity is for Marky to actually get a lot of items, right? Maybe get shut down, get some farm somehow, and then afterwards, try and make a play with the hard guard. That's the only thing I can think of. And if they all follow up on it, there is some potential, but can't even get to that point.
Well, Max is definitely not going to have a good time here, as that's going to be the Abyssal Arrow, and Jana QT with the response. Chadera is 4 levels ahead of Marky, and he just melts everybody down. One use of his ultimate almost took Marky down. How is Chadera 4 levels ahead of Marky? 3 levels now, because he just got his levels with the clear, but that's unheard of. Gold lane, we've seen it in the jungle. Gold lane though, Chadera's 3 levels now, but again, he was 4 levels ahead of Marky.
The map structure from the side of Geek Fam is too intense. Beloyski at all times already looking for an engage onto Marky in particular. You said time and time again, Marky is the main target that Geek Fam has seen, and that's exactly what they're trying to exemplify here in game number 2. Even without the presence of Beloyski, you can see that Elzura can open up the map really easily with the trap. So the map vision, the print. Oh, but what?
Elzura finding the Abyssal Arrow. Falla's caught there. Still has the hard guard. Marky going back to the BMI. No damage whatsoever for BTR. They can't melt through even the squishy members of Geek Fam. And Jana solo the Lord. We saw the Beatrix. Marky soloing the Lord in the first game. Now it's Jana's turn, man. Geek Fam with the 8,000 gold lead, and man, Elzura has been so on point.
He is the exact reason why Marky was 4 levels behind. He just stayed in that lane, didn't care about the mid lane at all, let Beloyski deal with that, and he ensured that Marky was just irrelevant. He didn't get any farm, no gold, no EXP.
My goodness.
And wow, Kadera is just he's in complete safety, and he's just dealing damage for free. This is so painful to watch.
He's 4 levels ahead again. Marky is not getting farm. 8.5 thousand gold lead, but the XP diff is the main issue here for BTR. Oh man, Chadera's having a blast. Look at this again. Oh my god, Beloyski going in onto the back lines once again, onto Key. Repo trying to go for the disengage. He will find Beloyski. Knockout strike as well. Wait, they're able to turn it around. Jana's taken low. Chadera and Beloy fell, and BTR did not lose a single member in that skirmish.
2 for 0 trade for Bigetron Alpha, and now they're able to clear that Lord rather easily. Geek Fam unable to get a single objective on the board, and with the pressure that they have, with the man advantage, look at the way that they're playing on the map now. Already Repo in that bottom side, looking to create some momentum for Bigetron Alpha and give them a little bit of an edge, taking away that turret.
This is valuable time without Kadera on the map, so Bigetron Alpha wastes none of it. They push all the lanes as far as possible, and that's a bunch of gold that's transferring back to Bigetron Alpha. Honestly, hang on.
No, he got it. He
got it, thank God.
But he had to Retribution while the buff was like 100 HP. It's pretty tilting.
Exactly. I mean, well, the Lord is not up for another 70 seconds though, so fortunately for him, that'll be okay. But for Repo though, Hardcore won't save him.
Man, another pickoff on the board for Geek Fam there. Even with the hard guard, it wasn't able to save his life. That is going to be a huge resource wasted as well as now.
Oh my.
Whoa.
There you go.
Now you see him, now you don't. Geek Fam just making magic tricks across the board as Key jumps in with a thunderclap, but does no damage. Oh my goodness gracious, Chadera with the flicker, one-shotting Max.
That damage is obscene, man. That doesn't make any sense.
Well, in this game, I would say that it does make sense. He is so ahead. 4 levels on top of the other gold laner. Marky with the Blazing Duet, giving no damage. Chadera one-shotting him again. Going for another. This might be the unofficial. Savage as Key is going to get pinned down onto the wall. That's another. Chadera with the unofficial Maniac. In game number 2, wreaking havoc, another Abyssal Arrow. Just keep on going, they're wanting more. But Geek Fam, they completely dominate BTR. 12 minutes in. My goodness gracious. Ban the Beatrix, get him out of here.
Man, so different to game number 1. Geek Fam was able to dominate in the same fashion that Bigetron did in that previous game. And now they've actually pushed this to another 3-game series here.
Hey.
Yes.
Whoever picks Beatrix, they win, man.
And wave clear is important.
Mid-control. Arashi mid-control. That Angela did not work out.
I don't know, man. I mean, I don't get what the plan was. Like, how are they supposed to actually contest anything when they have an Angela and they have a Masha as well? Like,
it's again. if you want to have a weak side mid laner, you need to have a jungler that can farm independently. You have a Julian, it's not bad, but you're up against an Akai. That matchup alone is not going to work because 3 people are going to be constantly in your jungle. Max was bullied in that jungle. He didn't get farm. He didn't get anything done in the early game. Why? Because no mid control. Angela and Masha, how are you supposed to wave clear up against a Cho?
You have no wave clear, you have no crowd control either to try and, pressure something.
Exactly.
I don't know, man. I really didn't think, I didn't see the potential, but maybe Geek Fam has practiced this in scrims and they thought it might work out. Geek Fam says otherwise. They completely shut down Bigetron Alpha all the way since the beginning, and that's just the most effective game plan right now, right? Shut down the gold lane. What better choice to do that than a Beatrix paired up with an aggressive roamer that can just constantly dive, constantly harass your gold laner, the opposing team's gold laner, all the way from the side lane.
But honestly, in game number 1, when Geek Fam picked up the Claude, I saw them trying to feed Claude in that mid lane. Do you think that was the goal of Bigetron? Just feed Claude, understanding that they do have poor mid lane, but because of the pressure coming in from Elzura, it wasn't possible for them to do. Because there must be a reason why they chose Angela.
Yeah, they wanted to funnel in a whole lot of gold into just the carries, right? The Julian maybe, even with the Claude. The Claude is definitely the optimistic route is the Claude. That's the efficient route. If Claude is able to get the farm, yeah, but you're up against a Beatrix, that's a losing lane. Put a Selena that can roam freely because you have no mid control. Marky's just not going to have enough space to do anything. Elzura was on point. That doesn't help BTR at all. Elzura was completely popping off, getting those abyssal arrows at will. And I do believe that in this game, Chadera has most of the kills, but Elzura, I'll give my MVP to him.
The fact that there's a lot more threat on the side of Geek Fam as well, with the Jeet Kundo, with the Dragon combo, the alley up into a heavy spin as well, you can see that Bigetron were concerned about those things, and when you're concerned about other sources of engage, that abyssal arrow will hit you in your blind side, and that is exactly what Elzura took advantage of. You can see the difference between the first game and the second game. He was landing it at will almost. And Marky, he only barely has the item spike, the golden staff, and the demon hunter sword. He has nothing. He is destitute in this particular game. This is a 12-minute game for the side of Geek Fam. It's even faster. We talked about the ideal timing about being about 13 to 14 minutes. Geek Fam just went for 12 minutes and called it a day, man. They just ended the game completely. Even that last fight, the previous fight, where Geek Fam was able to actually, where Bigetron was able to actually pick up some members, some kills, it's only off the back of Kadera not really respecting the burst potential. If they don't do that, if they all respect but the potential for Bigetron to turn it back around, they can't really get anything. A rich guy and the carry, it's no surprise. It's
985?
It's Kadera. Wow. 985.
Is that the highest we've seen in MPL ID Season 10 so far?
It's one of the highest. I'm not sure if it's the highest. I'm not quite sure.
We used to see 1,000 being just dropped by Ferrisic and Albert back in Season 7, but after the whole gold lane meta, it's been gold laners, but we've seen, I don't think, it's basic 700, 800.
Yeah.
985, that's an unreal stat. But it was all, again, enabled by Elzura, in my opinion, right? He made a whole lot of plays in the late stage, but getting to that point, it was Elzura. Roaming around the map, focusing on Marky. And I just feel bad for Marky. 4 levels behind as a gold laner. That's not something you see every day. That's not something you see at all. I've never seen that in my entirety of playing MLBB, of watching MLBB. 4 levels behind Marky. It wasn't Marky's fault. It was just no mid control.
Exactly. There's nothing they can do about it. That is demoralizing. The MVP for game number 2 by the Samsung Galaxy A series. It's going to be Elzura on that Selena. I mean, there's not much to say. He was just landing abyssal arrows. He was the reason why Marky was just not relevant. He just wasn't in the game. You can take him out of the game. Nothing really changes.
Yeah. Oh man, there was a moment where they were able to were the only 2 kills I think they were able to get across the entire game. But oh man,
we can take a closer look at that kill later on in the highlights. But I think I think Geek Fam, they can just do whatever they want, and as long as they respect the potential from Bigetron, it can happen. All the way in the early game, level 2, Selena already having a lot better of a time because of the crowd control potential. And the hard guard being used early on here wasn't enough to save Marky's life anyways. This is the alley up play, Marky yet again being the main target, and then Max follows suit afterwards. They just weren't able to find anything, and again, when they go back, this is the fight where you can see that Kadera was a bit too optimistic. He walked up too close, even though Bigetron has a lot of potential to actually do a lot of burst damage. He goes in, he gets hit by a bunch of damage at the same time by Repo and get hit by the knockup as well. But that was the only time they found success. It's due to the fact that Geek Fam wasn't respecting the burst potential. Afterwards, though, it's the same story again and again. There was just nothing Bigetron can do. It's just so painful to watch. And Geek Fam, they get a clean revenge in game number 2. And now it's back to, best of 1.
Back to the drawing board for both of the teams here, as we are going to be entering game number 3, ladies and gentlemen, of the series. I think both of the games have been won in the draft, actually. Game 1, game 2.
Agree. In game number 1, we saw that they didn't have the best wave clear, and in game number 2, they repaired that. But for some reason,
Bigetron opted the same game now, yeah.
Exactly. I'm like,
they went for the game, the same plan. It's like, you know what, let's try that. The strategy you tried
that
in
looks
game
interesting.
1. That looks interesting, right? The Angela, too. I mean, I have seen it in the MDL, and it worked for Fala, but not with this composition.
Nope.
With a winning gold laner, perhaps. With a winning lane, perhaps. With a jungler that can have a lot of pressure on the map, then maybe something like a Link could actually work. I mean, there's more chance of it working than a Julian who, again, that global pressure that Angela provides, not really worth it when she's so behind. A hard guard basically does nothing, and you're up against an Esme.
honestly, I think it could have worked with Claude. Because Claude has better mobility than the Beatrix.
But man, Elzura.
But that's the problem. That's the problem. Elzura was like, no, that's not happening. And you could see even Marky trying. He went, popped in that Blazing Duet, got one shot.
Oh, he was tickling the enemy team. Even the
wow.
Yeah, again, Arashi, that was... When he popped the Blazing Duet, usually we're used to seeing just a whole lot of damage.
Exactly.
But because he was 4 levels behind of Chadera...
It was a magic trick.
Against a gold laner, he was 4 levels behind. Can you imagine against Luke, who was an XP laner? The man who's soaking in XP constantly?
Yeah, they just stood there and took it, and it really didn't change a lot of things at all. The real damage threat was, I think it was Julian as well as the Paquito. Yeah. It was a very good first 2 picks. I think everything that came afterwards was a bit questionable.
I don't think it's a good first 2
Me
pick.
neither. We mentioned it in the draft.
Akai has been the reason as to how they've been getting games. They trade a Beatrix for a Julian Paquito. I don't know. I don't see... I think it has...
Maybe Paquito,
Akai, Julian. That's, I think, better there. But ladies and gentlemen, before we get into game number 3, we are going to take a short break here on the English desk. We'll see you in a bit. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here for game number 3 of this series. The impact player for both of these teams, Key and Chadera in game 2. As again, we are going to be entering game 3. We're going to take a look at the game recap first. What exactly happened in game 2, Arashi?
Utter domination. Lack of mid control allows Geek Fam to just take full control of the game. The Selena that was so lackluster in game number 1 became such a nightmare for Bigetron Alpha in game number 2. Marky got shut down so hard he was 4 levels behind. Bigetron, they need to change things up, man. They cannot draft like this. Geek Fam completely destroyed them faster than they did destroy Geek Fam in game number 1. What is going on? This is pure chaos.
And right now, the Beatrix is still sitting at 100% win rate in week 4.
Exactly.
Completely, oh my god, the Beatrix domination.
Beatrix domination and the lackluster in that mid lane is going to be 2 things that we need to look out for as we are going to enter the draft pick here in under 1 minute. But I can say that at least Geek Fam as well as Bigetron, both of these teams have been known to play towards their comfort heroes. And in this particular match, they are trying to draft out of it, even though it hasn't really worked out for both of them.
All right, you have to really wonder if the Beatrix is gonna show at all, right? I mean, after these 2 games, surely people will start respecting it. Or maybe they'll think that it's a different, a different problem. We'll just have to see. Of course, if they go and ban out the Beatrix, other heroes come out to play. The Faramis, the Valentina, the Akai probably. Depends on how, who gets respect banned as well. So we'll see, man. Bigetron, if they want to like let go, let's say, I don't know, if they want to, let's say, ban the Selena, then of course they have to adapt their composition, knowing that there are some heroes that has been respect banned again and again. That will be out in open for Geek Fam to play as well.
Yeah, they're gonna have to play around. Let's say the Natalia was always the choice of ban here from the side of Bigetron. Let's see if that is going to change as now we're entering the drafting phase here between Geek Fam as well as Bigetron for their deciding match presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series.
Let's see, again, Geek Fam and BTR, no changes. 1, 2, and 3. Geek Fam blue side, BTR red side. BTR just love the red side, man. I think, when was the last time they got blue? I really don't remember. They've always been red side.
They are the red team.
They are the red team, so I guess makes sense. But here we go. Geek Fam with the same exact bans. Franco, Faramis. There's another band that they went for that's not banned out here, though. Rashi.
Akai's different.
Akai is banned out instead of the Natalia, I believe.
Yes.
So, we'll have to see. I don't know, Geek Fam can still use that as an answer. I mean, do they want to pick that up in favor of the Beatrix? I still don't think so. So
we usually see the 1-1 banned out here. Now, honestly, I'd rather go up against a 1-1.
I feel like that's the case for sure, because 1-1 is strong, but it's not nearly as flexible. So Geek Fam banned it out. Bigetron being the second pick, it falls on them, right? Do they want Beatrix to be in the game at all? Finally, it will be banned out, but now Valentina is open, as well as, hang on, Paquito has been a very contested pick as well. Natalia, as we've seen, can be used by both Key and Baloyski. Let's see how the game differs when Beatrix is no longer in play.
Yeah, the Natalia is actually going to be the first pick here for the side of Geek Fam. Bigetron was forced to ban both the Akai and the Beatrix, and now the Natalia has been open for Baloyski to use to his advantage. Although putting the Natalia as first pick can be a little bit expensive, Bigetron may be able to draft around this. So let's see what they have in response to this. The Valentina is still available for them to pick up, as well as someone like the Paquito or even the Esmeralda.
I like that they finally respected the Beatrix here. Again, Beatrix just having a whole lot of power. It's bound to be banned out here. And finally, BTR, they go for it. Like you mentioned, Valentina is still up for grabs. They can just lock it up for themselves right now. But it's still Julian and the Paquito. They banned out the Akai, but the Valentina is now open for Geek Fam. This is so expensive, so expensive. It's going to be picked up instantly with the Esmeralda as well. Oh, man.
Oh man, indeed. Now the Valentina is going to be placed into the hands of Geek Fam as well. So we can say that they have a lot of wave clear potential. Esmeralda versus the Paquito, let's say, can be a problem for Bigetron. And we'll see. Julian is still a flex pick. Are they going to put it in the jungle again, or are they going to leave it in that mid lane? But if they do that, I do believe that the Valentina can actually come out on top in that particular matchup. But now Bigetron have closed their first phase with the Selena this time around.
This is not bad. This is not bad because there's follow-up, there's burst damage in the composition of Bigetron right now. That seems to be one of the main reasons for the failure in the first game for that Selena. But of course, knowing that the Selena is in play, you have to secure good clear. Mid pressure has been one of the key factors in this particular match. We've been spouting on and on about it again and again. Let's see what both teams want to do, because if Geek Fam wants to deny that, they can go for more clear themselves. Balman will be banned by Bigetron Alpha.
With the Balman ban here, they're trying to just limit down the hero pool for that jungle. But Geek Fam, I don't know, we haven't seen it, but honestly, the Esmeralda can be flexed into the jungle, right?
Yes.
So we've seen it too many times at this point. It's not even going to be surprising if we do see the Esmeralda flex there. Even Natalia, to be honest. We have seen Natalia in the jungle. We have seen it fall off, though, in the past 2 weeks. Not seeing it at all, but it's still a pick that can be played by Geek Fam. Can be still flexed if they are forced to. BTR, though, I think with the Julian pick, with the Bauman, and now the Kai, they're really limiting the hero pool from Jana QT. I won't be surprised if they actually go for the Ling ban next, because those are literally all the heroes that Jana has played in MPL ID. Let's see, is it going to be the Ling?
It is going to be Claude. Alright, so both teams have not secured a gold laner, and they are banning the Claude as well. Interesting. So I guess the idea is that Bigetron wants to go for a dive, right? They want to go for an Abyssal Arrow, follow it up with the Julian damage, the Paquito damage, and if they have an AoE marksman like the Cloud on the opposing team, then that can be a quote-unquote counter. So they ban that out, but Geekers have a lot of options to play around with. I'm wondering if the range department will be amended for both these teams, right? Because when you have Selena, you want some range as well, and if you want to play for counter-engage, range is also critical in ensuring that you can be active while not putting yourself at risk.
And this time around now, Geek Fam has opted to take the Eve off the board. So initially it was usually Bigetron taking it away, but now Geek Fam have opted to go for that as well. Bigetron now with the next pick. Are they going to be securing that gold laner? What is left? We have the Clint, we have the Brody. Supposedly, perhaps the Melissa could be a good choice against the composition that Geek Fam has brought, but they're going for the safer pick with the Brody.
The Brody pick here for BTR. Again, this leaves Geek Fam open to go for, I guess, the Irithel. That's the only hero that I can think of right now. Clint, Irithel.
I feel like they want some... Yeah, Bruno, I was about to say. They seem to have some burst, right? They have Natalia to work around with. I guess Bruno can work, but it's going to be so risky, though. He has a bit more crowd control potential. He can knock people back as well. So you can argue that there's a place for him here where fights are going to be very, very chaotic.
Clint is the safest. I think they just might as well go... actually, with this kind of dive comp, Irithel works better with their composition. So, what are they going to go for? Ah, there you go, the Bruno.
Okay.
They pick it up. So far, in Season 10, it's still sitting at a 0% win rate.
Picked only once.
Picked only once. It was by Marky. So, you know, maybe right now Chidera wants to show him how it's done. BTR with a final pick in this series.
They need some kind of frontline maybe, because I think...
roamer.
Again, yeah.
No, they already have...
Unless it's a... Hang on. Okay, now it's a bit confusing.
I think at this point, it's so hard to...
I feel like they lack a bit of tankiness though,
Let's
right?
go Lilia, honestly.
Lilia, huh?
Not a crazy ultimate. Valentina can't steal it away. And you have clear, but they go for a box shot. So it's Julian mid again here. And it's going to be the Selena on the hands of Key for the final game of the series.
Alright. I kind of like that though, because I felt like without a proper front line, then there's so many opportunities for Geek Fam to just catch them off guard. But now with Abaxia, it is a notoriously tanky hero. And if they overcommit, now Bigetron can actually go for the counter engage. They can also look for the initial engage with Abyssal Arrow. So it's a lot more well-rounded. But if they go for a big team fight, I think Geek Fam still has an opportunity to try and take it away.
My question is, who's going to be the jungle for the side of Geek Fam? Oh, it's going to be the Cho here. So a Cho versus a Boxia in that jungle position. What do you guys think about this?
2 tanks in the jungle. More playmaking ability from the Cho. just more solid front line for the Baxia. So it's a trade, playmaking versus front line. Let's get ready, ladies and gentlemen, for game number 3 for BTR versus Geek Fam. We're jumping into the land of Dawn to see the decider of this game. 1-1. It's time for both of these teams to step up and perform because their technically lives, playoff lives are on the line, 7th and 8th place.
And remember, both of these teams still sitting at a 17% match rate as well. So we're going to see who is going to come out on top and finally break that. Who will be taking that 7th place and who will be able to crawl their way in an easier position into that playoff position. But it seems like now we have a little bit of a technical pause. And before we get into that particular game, the decider game here between Geek Fam as well as Bigetron, we do have a bit of time to come back and talk about the draft. Because for game number 1 and game number 2, all three of us have emphasized on how important that drafting phase was and how it impacted the game. So in this game, what do you guys think?
I was about to mention that, talking about the playoff lives, right? Keep in mind, it's still only week number 4. It feels like everything is already hanging in the balance. As far as bans go though, the drafting goes, I think I would favor Bigetron more because they have a lot more flexibility in the situation, and I think it really amends their playstyle, right? They like going for rotations, they have the Baxia, they have the Selena, so a lot more mobility that they can abuse.
We'll see, right? Again, with this composition, for both of these teams, it's very pick style for the side of Geek Fam. Meanwhile, for BTR, it's kind of, it's a very good mix. But the thing is, both of these compositions can really, once they snowball, once someone gets rolling, it's very hard to stop them. Yeah, if the Natalia gets ahead, the Bruno gets ahead, it's going to be very tough for BTR. But same thing, if Key gets ahead with the Selena and the Brody gets ahead with everyone, this is a very snowbally composition. All 10 members in this team will have a chance to snowball.
Well, if that's the main point of contention, then for the side of Bigetron, surely the fact that they have a Selena hints that they can actually make a lot more plays. Although, again, with the Cho on the side of Geek Fam, you never really know, right? There's also the fact that Beloyski is on his signature hero, the Natalia. It was first pick, right? So you gotta expect some level of confidence coming in from Geek Fam because otherwise, there's no way they'll pick it as a first pick, right? Maybe second, maybe third, but first pick?
But on that note, Arashi as well as Mirko, if they're hitching their bets on Natalia doing those pickoffs, we know how the Natalia functions. She likes to play in those bushes, looks for those picks, deals that initial damage, and wait for the response from the other members. But Bigetron have picked up someone like the Selena, who can put in those abyssal traps on the very core areas and actually open up the map and give them more vision to prevent any playmaking from the Natalia.
Head and Shoulders player head-to-head though, right? Speaking of the playmaking of Natalia, I do want to talk about the playmaking of both of the gold laners because in both games, well, technically in both games, the closer of the game has been through the gold lane, right? Once you have that gold lane going, damage is just unreal. Chadera and Marky Arashi, what do you think of these two players?
I think that Marky has not had a lot of opportunities to show off his skills. You know, there's a lot of talk about how good he is, and he showed a bit of that when he had that V-Trix in game number 2, right? Oh, in game number 1, sorry. So I think he just hasn't had enough, air time essentially. For Kadera though, he has shown that he has performed really, really well, considering the fact that he isn't exactly a well-known name before he actually shows up out of nowhere in Geek Fam. So praiseworthy performance for sure. I think Marky has a bit more of a calculated playstyle, and Kadera is a lot more aggressive. So if it's true what you're saying, that both teams, it's all about snowballing and who gets the momentum, I think Kadera will have a slight edge in that killer instinct.
Oh, very interesting. Yeah, I mean, I think I kind of agree with that. You know, Chadera, definitely with a killer instinct, he has been the more aggressive gold laner. For Marky in the PH, well, in Onyx PH back in the day, he's always this efficient gold laner, right? He doesn't really make those crazy flashy plays, but he's always there to back the team up and obviously to follow up with the engages that are left open by his team. But again, ladies and gentlemen, we're jumping straight in to the Land of Dawn for game number 3, resuming after that pause.
It does seem like the Bruno has no problem with that wave clear against the Brody though, so that's actually something that Bigetron Alpha can utilized to their advantage, seeing the positioning happening as well. As we can see, Key as well as Beloyski already rotating upwards, but the difference is now Max already there as well.
Max has a lot faster clear on that Baxia. It is why it was one of the first heroes that were, one of the tank heroes that was played in the jungle initially. Now Bigetron has a lot more control, but Jana, they're looking for a play. Fala gets taken out.
Yeah, that damage, man, in the early stage. Like I mentioned, Fala's going to be very squishy to the hands of Valentina and Cho. One thing that Geek Fam has in the early game, not only damage, is that CC, right? There's just so much utility from the Terrifies on the Valentina, Jikundo with a knock-up, and obviously the silence from Beloyski as he is going to try to jump on his ex-teammate. Silenced in right here. Nope, not just silenced yet, but Chadera is looking for the play. One more shot might do it, but he's not going to risk it. Marky backing off, but there you go. Marky reading out the situation. Beloyski wants to go for that kill, but Key is here to provide the backup. Bigetron still surviving up top.
Now that's the thing, even if they wanted to go for that, Key with the trap is going to be able to open up vision on the board to prevent anything from happening. But Jana Cutie here already using that ultimate.
Oh, getting caught in the enhanced chain. Repo with knockout strike, bringing it back 2 times, but Jana still able to get out. Elzura now with the same thing, stealing away the knockout strike, putting it onto BTR. Getting Fala down 0-0 in the last 2 minutes as Geek Fam now have complete pressure of the turtle. It's going to be an uncontested one. Free turtle for Geek Fam.
So far, their plan has been working from the side of Geek Fam. They're able to utilize the Natalia to its utmost potential, already with 2 assists on Beloyski, as well as with the emblem. That is a lot more aggressive here, and he goes in once again onto Key. So again, the aggression that initially was the plan from Bigetron Alpha has been taken away from them.
Oh, out of nowhere. Repo
might actually be able to know. He almost got the orange buff here, but with Luke rotating, that was a very good catch, but maybe a little bit too greedy for the side of Jana QT. Beloyski nearly getting caught, but Max doesn't want to leave it to chance. He goes in with the Tourism Puissance as well. Beloyski's gonna fall. Elzura trying to do the same thing, steals away the Tourism Puissance, has a little bit more damage reduction there, but there you go. He used the flame shot, not enough to take him down. That was pretty greedy by Jana, yeah? It was very low. Turn for memory though. Solo kill up top. Marky showing Chadera who's boss here in the gold lane.
Asserting dominance in the very critical lane here. Beloyski already making his way up there. They have a lot more burst on the side of Geek Fam, but Bigetron Alpha, if they get a bit rolling, they get a bit more damage in there, they have the advantage when it comes to the higher area crowd control, and they of course have the intel gameplay with Key on the Selena. So both teams are just going toe-to-toe right now. Bigetron Alpha has the slight edge.
It's a very slight edge though. Very, very slight. 300 gold lead. I don't even want to call it a gold lead, right? Because these type of leads, the very small ones, very easy to just change up, turn around. But BTR, they have, I don't know, who has map control currently? I'm actually really confused now. It's going to be Jana QT who actually jumps in and steals away the purple buff. You see, BTR have the lead, but who has map control? It's actually Geek Fam who are able to invade the jungle and take that purple buff away.
I think it's because Bigetron Alpha, they were sending a lot of resources towards the top side, right? They want to make sure that Marky gets full control in the lane first, and then from there, they can work to continue asserting that dominance to the rest of the map. So Geek Fam very wisely went on the other side. They have control over the turtle now, and it seems like there's going to be a fight.
Where the dragon popped in, Jana actually losing on the retreat battle. He went for an early engage there, but he will lose his life. Another Abyssal Arrow connecting onto the back line. Chadera trying to run away, but that's going to be the kill. Picked up by Key. A double kill now as Repo jumps in again with a knockout strike 2 times on to Chadera, sealing the deal. Meanwhile, Luke getting 1v4. Beloy's running for his life. Max wants to get him. The shield into his popped in. Repo, he wants to get that jab. The second one did not connect. Beloy still able to get out of this one, but he's staying. He's staying. Oh my god. Nearly dodging away from that Abyssal Arrow, almost connecting. Oh, I don't know about this, Beloy. I think he should just recall. There you go. He listened.
Yeah,
wait. No way. Oh my god, Beloy. He jumps back in. Oh my god, almost getting the kill. Stunned up Repo with a knockout strike, stopping that play from happening. The wave of the world. Not enough damage to take Key down. Another Abyssal Arrow. The action does not stop. 8-3.
He's able to clear though, so that's a little bit of a good situation for Geek Fam at least. But my, oh my, Bigetron Alpha solidifying their gold lead now with 2,000, Arashi.
Now we can see that Marky has the Heptases, and he's really itemizing a bit of physical defense with that Dreadnought armor, so he will be a bit more durable, especially when the scraps get messy like this. Fala will be able to escape. He only has the concentrated energy, but maybe that'll be enough to save his life.
Enhanced Sword.
Enhanced Sword gets him out there. Of course, for Luke, Enchanted Talisman is available, but Bigetron, they just pull the trigger.
Torn apart memory, sniping him down. The fade away from Marky as Jana looks for a trade here. He jumps in onto 4 members. Definitely not what he was looking for. Baloyski does the same thing, forcing Marky to use that flicker. Elzura gonna get chunked here. Abyssal Arrow almost connecting. Max wants to go for another engage. Shield Unity onto Baloyski, and Key is there to pick up the scraps. 1 HP. Baloyski able to survive as Fala and Marky pick up the turret down below.
With a mad advantage, Bigetron Alpha now already rotating their sights onto the next turtle, and that's exactly what Bigetron Alpha wants. They're able to utilize the aggression as well as the high mobility from Max on the Boxia, being able to roam around the map, give the pressure that is needed, and finally take those objectives for himself. But look at this.
Another Abyssal Arrow finds Jana. He goes over the way the Dragon, bringing Max back under the turret, but it is not enough to take anyone down. BTR were able to use that to actually capitalize on Jana. He's 1-4-1 right now.
That's not a good result at all, and honestly for Bigetron, this Boxia pick is just paying out so well for them. They have the mobility advantage, and they have the engage advantage as well, and if the Geek Fam wants to try and fight Bigetron Alpha in those skirmishes, they are forced to deal with Max on that Boxia first. The same cannot be said for Bigetron Alpha.
Oh, Beloy. Oh, there you go. The shutdown picked up by Luke. Beloy did not use the execute. Torn apart memory, spawning Beloy back up. Fala trying to chase him down. Goes in with the enhanced chain.
Ooh.
Able to knock up Elzura. No more follow-up. Max coming in with a re-engage once again with a shield unity. Able to find Luke. No torn apart memory. No more damage coming in. BTR, they are going to back off from this one. Geek Fam winning out on the trade.
Max already has the Athena shield, so even if, let's say, Elzura wanted to punish his aggressive maneuvers, it's a little bit more difficult now this time around. Bigetron Alpha solidifying now with a 5,000 gold lead, pushing the pressure in that top lane as well as that bottom lane, as both of the structures have been taken away from Geek Fam.
Repo was able to steal the orange buff from Geek Fam, so that will be something that he is able to do. Bigetron Alpha, they can exert pressure with only 4 members, and Repo is free to make all the crazy plays he wants solo in the bot side, away from all the objectives. That Paquito pick, the mechanical outplay potential, is going to be so beneficial for Bigetron Alpha.
The beautiful thing once also is the fact that Max is able to maneuver around the map really well, and if Geek Fam wants to go in for a 5v5 team fight, the Boxia is going to be able to counter the sustainability that Luke has, and they're betting a lot onto Luke as the sandbag other than Jana as of right now. But you can see Bigetron already first in that Lord area, already setting up and even opening up the map, baiting Jana Cutie to make another mistake.
Repo's all alone, baiting out a lot of abilities. He will still be able to survive somehow. The way the road. Ooh, man. Repo, he survived out of that one. Elzura gets taken low. Flicker, torn apart memory. Elzura gets sniped down.
So good.
Marky with the play to secure a kill and a man advantage for the Lord fight right now.
That is crazy, man. Bigetron Alpha, they also have the combo, by the way, of using Max and Key at the same time. One stunt can lead to another, and that really is a lot of pressure for Geek Fam, especially if you're in the front line. Jana, Cutie, and Luke, they have to be very aware of that, and that is, allowing them to just like be a bit more difficult to deal with. And Repo just gets the solo kill onto Baloyski out of nowhere.
No, but how did he know?
Oh my god.
It's just pure skill, Eterna.
No, that was insane. How did he know that he was in there? But now Jana Cutie might be caught.
Yeah, but Marky with the killing spree, that's what it's for. You jump onto him. As long as he gets the kill, he's going to be able to sustain back up. But I do agree, that was...
What?
Yeah, that was Repo going full god mode. And he's doing it again. He's waiting. He's waiting for Elzura. He's
stealing
Sneaky Beaky. Oh, goodbye. Oh no, Elzura's still able to survive there. But I really wonder, is Repo building full damage? He's dealing a lot of damage. And there you go, the Taunt King himself just recalling Max as well. Oh no, they're feeling it.
Oh, this is a danger, like the confident Bigetron, that's dangerous, man. Hunter Strike for Repo, that's the answer, Mirko. He has a lot of damage. Oh, Abyssal Arrow lands onto the back line, so Bigetron Alpha, they can just wait for opportunities like this. This is why that Selena pick is so annoying for Geek Fam to deal with.
Yeah, they're going full siege right now, just taking those turrets. Marky not caring right now, able to receive a little bit of damage from that turret, but he's able to come back into it right now as that Lord is already marching in the bottom side. Slow push from the top side as well, as all 3 lanes are going to be collapsing.
Well, they're going to look for the siege once again with Marky. It does enable them to do that, but Janna gets chunked really low, and that's all just for one wave. Abyssal Arrow connecting onto the back line. Enhanced chain as well, comboed in. Not looking good for Geek Fam. They've lost 1 member, and it might be the end for BTR. They're going to go in all the way for the base. Repo doing the damage onto him as Janna QT is going to get taken down by Marky. Elzura, 1 HP, still able to bounce away, flickering out of that position, but Boloyski jumps on to the wrong target, onto the tanker. Max was able to soak in the damage, and now it might be the chance again for BTR to look for the close. They're clearing out the way slowly but surely, and Hashtane finding it again onto Elzura. He's gonna get taken down. Abyssal Arrow finds it, marked onto Chadera. Another dominant game, and it's on the hands of BTR, securing 7th place, winning it 2-1.
No longer 17% match rate for Bigetron. It has increased, and unfortunately for the side of Geek Fam, they are forced to stay in that 8th place position. But man, that was a one-sided game by Bigetron. Well done. I enjoyed game number 3.
It's just so clean of a performance. And this match overall just shows you the importance of drafting, man.
It shows you the importance of Beatrix too.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just so strong, and if you take Beatrix out of the equation, you can see both these teams get taken down a notch. But even then, Bigetron, they're able to come out on top due to, I really think in the end, that Baxia pick was one of the keys to victory for them as well. But obviously, it's a great performance from everyone involved. Marky, we said he was the more passive, the more calculative gold laner. He showed Kadera who's boss.
Not here, definitely not here. He's definitely the aggressor in this one, the initiator.
So good.
Those flicker plays with a torn apart memory. Marky making a statement again with this team as well. Repo actually, he waved the finger around to Beloy or to Geek Fam just now while he's walking.
The pointer finger, you mean?
Yeah. No, he did. Yeah, the pointer
point finger.
The point finger. And he was waving.
Saying the finger makes it sound a bit different, but so he was doing that. He's saying no.
Yeah.
Repo, man, he was a monster in this game. He was so active in the all this at the beginning, controlling the waves, going for the solo picks, controlling the jungle, and going for those crazy flanks as well. Repo, we haven't seen such a dominant performance in a long time, I think.
Yeah, gain back their confidence, but here we go, the
no way! On the Bruno!
I can't believe it. It actually happened.
I've been waiting for that my entire life. Here we go, though, the winning moments for BTR.
Wow.
Very good moment by Repo there. Again, I mean, he popped off. You know, I would give him the MVP for that one. Beloy just, how did he just read Beloy's movement
How did he
across
know?
the map. Yeah.
We can take a look later on in the highlights for sure. I think it's definitely going to be on there. But honestly, the fact that
that was crazy,
Yeah.
right? They were all grouped up for that Lord fight, and then for some reason, Repo maneuvered his way into the buff, and he just knew that Beloyski was there.
How funny would it be if he got an interview and he's like, oh, I got lucky. I was going for someone else and I just happened to connect with Beloyski who was invisible. That would be hilarious. Man, what a game. It's actually such a good game.
What a match to end the day, man. But again, Arashi, Geek Fam are 8th place. Even with the 2 imports here, not much has changed.
On this day, the only person with, it's only one single correct prediction. It still counts though. It's only Mirko. Me and Eterna completely wrong, 100%.
You're right.
You know me.
It's fine.
Well, we're going to throw it over to the interview with Mongstar.
Yay! Thank you para caster dan begitu luar biasa 2-1 untuk match penutupan di hari Sabtu ini. Budi Clara Mongstar tadi udah interview sama Maiden, sekarang sama Ki langsung. Halo Ki, congratulations. Nggak jadi PTS dong.
Thank you.
Thank you. Tadi semangat dari Maiden bikin kamu makin semangat dong pasti.
Semangat.
Semangat ya? Ada bedanya nggak sih kalau Maiden datang sama enggak?
Ada lebih hype sih, soalnya kan ngeliat dia juga kan.
Wow. Kekuatan bucin ya. Tapi luar biasa banget ngemenangin 2-1. Aku ngelihat gameplay Bigetron tiba-tiba jadi agresif banget nih. Apakah kalian udah menemukan chemistry antar player, terus juga mungkin udah ke-solve kah? Mungkin selama ini kekurangan-kekurangan dari Bigetron dari match-match sebelumnya?
Solve sih semuanya masih belum, kita masih banyak kurang lah. Contohnya tadi kan kita game 2 masih banyak kesalahan kan. Mungkin next be better lah.
Oh, masih banyak yang bisa di-improve ya. Tapi ini Ripo lagi girang banget kayaknya ya. Dengan hashtag 7 kayaknya tadi, super power Ripo. Ada artinya nggak sih dia kadang, kamu ngerti nggak sih kalau dia lagi nge-taunting atau lagi simbol-simbol gitu?
Gak tahu, emang agak nggak jelas orang.
Tapi seru banget semangat dari tim Bigetron. Leg 1 udah selesai untuk kalian. Kalian udah melawan semua tim yang ada di MPL. Paling berat lawan siapa sih Ki buat kamu?
Berat yang kalah 2-0, semuanya kalah 2-0 kan.
Iya sih.
Lawan Pos kalah 2-0.
Heeh.
Poni kalah 2-0, pokoknya yang kalah lah, kita semuanya berat.
Itu berat karena kalian kalah. Tapi
yang menang juga berat.
Yang menang juga berat. Berat semuanya ya leg 1 berarti dong. Leg 2 bakal lebih better kah?
Harusnya bakal lebih better, kita nggak mau kalah-kalah lagi kan di leg 1.
Posisi kalian lagi deg-degser sih. Iya kan?
Yalah, mau gimana lagi kita.
Yang
kan
penting do the best. Do the best. Tapi kalau boleh milih satu tim yang pengen banget kamu remake-in, ini kan leg kedua. Lawan siapa sih yang paling kamu tunggu-tunggu Ki buat leg yang kedua?
Ada sih semua tim kayaknya yang kita kalah. Kita pengen menang di leg kedua nanti.
Kalau playernya ada nggak yang pengen kamu, wow aku pengen ketemu lagi nih sama Romer.
Opai.
Opai.
Ya.
Pai, kenapa?
Awas lu ya.
Awas lu ya Pai, awas lu ya Pai, ditungguin sama Ki buat jalan-jalan bareng di Land of Dawn. Tapi Ki tadi Maiden kan udah nyemangatin kamu boleh dong kasih balasan buat Maiden yang udah sorak-sorai.
Tetap semangat ya jualannya, jangan denger hujatan orang-orang yang bikin kamu down.
Wow, dan itu pula berlaku buat kalian tim Bigetron, terus maju, terus semangat, posisi bisa dikejar. Good luck Evan untuk leg yang kedua.
Thank you.
Buat Biget Troopers?
Thank you Biget Troopers yang udah dukung kita di leg 1. Maaf, hasilnya masih belum yang terbaik. Semoga kita di leg kedua bakal lebih baik. Amin.
Semoga amin. Thank you banget Ki udah ada di sini dan kayaknya mau di breakdown langsung game kalian sama para caster yang udah bersiap di sana. Jadi langsung aja silakan casters.
Thank you, Mongstar, and thank you, Key. That was a relief, especially for me, and you're welcome, Key, for the support. Anyways, back again here. Oh, by the way, Pi, be careful, because Key wants to face you next time. 11:50. It's just a competition of who does it faster. Game 1, 14 minutes. Game 2, 12 minutes. Game 3, 11.
Wow. It's a great performance, and you can look, Max is just so tanky, man. That's just so annoying. He has a Sky Guardian helm, he has a Athena shield as well, and the Dreadon armor. And you can say that he has a lack of physical defense, but for the most part, Kadera as well as Baloyski aren't going to target him anyway, so it's great itemization choice coming from him. And of course, Marky, Heptases and BOD, that's all you need to get that execute damage. That's insane. And of course, with the Brute Force Breastplate, he's able to withstand a lot more punishment. I would think he would have a bit more magical defense as well, but I guess he just knows best. He knows what to do. He goes for the glowing wand though, so I'm not sure if he intends to just have a bit more harassment potential, but it worked out. He was absolutely doing great in that game, doing a lot of damage to the Squisher members as well. So overall, it's a great draft, and we already mentioned how good the draft can be. We take a look now at the post-game stats. Dominant performance, man. Rich guy and the carry. It's gonna be your boy, Marky.
Marky and Key. Marquee, that's how I call it. That's the combination,
Yes.
right? I mean, Key's name is literally in Marky's name, so why not
Marky.
just call him Marquee, right? So I really don't know who's the MVP though for this game. It was a stomp for sure, but everyone, well not everyone, but Repo, Marky.
It might have to be Marky, man. Having great solo performance, having great performance in the team fights as well. The number of people that comes to mind is, I guess it's Marky or Rippo. I was going to say Max as well, because he's
consistent. He's got...
Well, he is one of the reasons why they can be so dominant around the map. The speed and the tankiness, but...
It's Marky!
It's Key, not without the Mar. The MVP for game number 3 by the Samsung Galaxy A series. It's your boy Key, the key to victory himself. Ladies and gentlemen,
they
what
call
a
him
performance.
Key because his real name is Hanky. MVP presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series. Arashi.
Yes.
4-1-8.
4-1-8. It's just a stark contrast from the previous game's performance. But now we take a look at the MVP highlights all the way since the early game. You can see that in the early game, the burst coming in from Geek Fam is just a bit too painful. But after a few more levels, they caught up, and the tankiness is just too much. And Marky was doing so well solo. And look at that, every time the fight begins, you can see that Max just is in the front line. He doesn't care.
Yeah.
He stays in the front, takes the damage. Nobody is doing the same thing on the side of Geek Fam. Luke also needs some time to get to that tankier stage in the late game, so he can nearly match Max in that situation. So with that in mind, they can just keep getting the advantage, and they get the speed in the rotations as well. And of course, Repo and Key and Max, everyone, they're just so dangerous individually as well because of the crowd control. The Brody, the Baxia, the Selena, right? There's so many more tools for them to just punish Geek Fam when they catch them out of position. Of course, here Key gets taken out, but soon after, Marky, man, he just takes vengeance for his fallen comrade. And Repo, he's just insane again and again. We didn't get to take a closer look at the invisible play onto Boloyski, but you know, with that dominant performance, they were just able to just end the game just like that, man. There's not much to say.
And you could see even Elzura, he couldn't do anything. He chose the Valentina, was hitching on a big ult, but Bigetron didn't let that happen. In terms of their draft, there was not one ultimate that could be used except for the torn apart memory.
So those Puissance, he took that as well. So, I don't know. We have to see how this plays out later on in the mic check as well, because I think there's going to be a lot of hype, man.
Yeah, we're going to listen in to the highlights by TikTok right here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's hear for the players.
Nice one. Go, go, go. Mid.
Let's go.
I stand Selena. Main guys. Nice one. Fokus ah.
Ilak.
Lock.
Nice one.
Bottom Mark. Turtle. Nice clock. Nice. On the way Mark. Ito na bolte ha. Hey, guys. Ay, look at Masha. Patayin oy. No ulti Masha. Hey, Julian. Nah. No ulti cloud. Dead. Just wait for. Pakito. I kick Masha. Masha. Nice. I ulti 38 seconds. Hey, no flicker. Nice. Pele lagi deh. Wait Marky. Nice one.
Nice, Marky.
Nice. Extend, Joe.
So many stun. Go.
Aman. Nice Marky.
Nata no ulti.
Whoa.
No, let's go, Lord.
Nice.
Backup me, ah.
Hey, itu Nata. Mati dong dia. Balik.
Tap. Easy. Tap.
Sisi. Bruno guys.
Oh my god.
It's so fun.
Repo. Dude. Oh my Repo. Man. Repo's got me laughing, man. With the taunt, with this movement when he was walking down the tunnel.
Key,
and
Key looks a bit more calm in the interview.
Yeah,
in the game, Baloy!
He's screaming Baloy! And Repo with the random nice. He stayed quiet the entire time, and then that one nice. Oh, it's so funny. But again, DTR were able to get the victory here against Geek Fam. Geek Fam still in 8th place. Definitely not a position they want to be, especially with all the improvements coming in. Remember, they brought in 2 Filipino imports to get them out of the red zone, get them into the playoff stage. But right now, Rebellion, a team with no imports, have actually secured 6th place.
Oof. What are you trying to say, Miracle?
Oh.
All right, well, obviously there has been a few good performances here and there from the PH imports, but for Geek Fam right now, gotta say it, right? 8th place, 1 and 5 right now. It's still definitely not looking good for Geek Fam, but obviously throughout the season they gotta improve. It's only leg 1, only week 4, but Rashi, it's time to take a look at the key to success.
Well, the key to success is Bigetron's pick-off team fight. We said already that Bigetron... one of Bigetron's best weapons, right, that a lot of teams even respect, is that rotation. And now, with all the tools, with Max just rolling around, literally rotating towards the side of Geek Fam, with all the follow-up available as well, you can see that that is where they reach their full potential. So especially in that last game, I think it's just the pick-off gameplay being so much better because Bigetron has always been famous for doing that pick-off gameplay using Key. Now it's just the whole team synergizing together. I think it's great. It's a huge improvement. If we see them perform like this again and again, you might be in for a good time, Mirko.
Well, let's take a look at the standings though. Has anything changed? Did BTR... Nope, yeah.
Sorry, Aura Fire. Number one
Oh,
in
you're
the standings.
right! Wow! Presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series. A lot of changes actually. RRQ?
5th place.
Wow! The last time we saw this was in Season 7. My
cool.
goodness, RRQ all the way to 5th position. Rebellion, the team with no imports. Again, they're staying. They've conquered the 6th place here. Again, pushing BTR to the red zone. But you're right, Eterna, Aura Fire, number 1. For the first time? Is it?
Yeah, first time.
I think so.
First time.
How the mighty have fallen though
First
for
time.
RRQ to be all the way down there. Aura,
wow,
you deserve all the credit, man. It's a great performance so far. It's only week 4 though. You keep forgetting.
And it's we're not even done with week 4. Remember,
Exactly.
Onyx still have a match tomorrow. EVOS, no, not EVOS, Alter Ego still have a match tomorrow.
Yes.
Onyx versus Alter Ego. It's gonna be the battle for the top 3 position definitely here, ladies and gentlemen. Again, we're here. We're week 4, day number 2. Can you? I can't even believe it. I cannot believe that we're still in week 4, day 2, because the matches, the stakes, and the pressure, everything is. It feels like a playoff. It feels like a playoff match already. But here you go, the Season 10 MVP rankings. 25 points for Albert still, with Skylar as well. Even though they're 5th place, they have accumulated most of the MVP points. But Sutsujin, with 1 MVP earlier, is catching up. 3rd place, but they're all in the same points. Facehugger making his way to the top 5.
Exactly. And on that note, where's Clover? Wasn't he on this?
Yeah, you're right.
Kicked out.
Clover was here.
That's pain.
That is pain. Ladies and gentlemen, Facehugger coming up. And again, RRQ, EVOS, Onyx, Aura. Splendid, splendid MVP standings here. Again, we're going to have to see what the second leg holds for us, and even what tomorrow holds for us, because the standings can change. Alter Ego, they're a few points shy from getting in here. Nino, especially. Udil, as well. He's got an MVP, probably very close to come up into the top 5. We're just waiting for a moment tomorrow. Onyx versus Alter Ego for the standings and for the MVP standings.
Everyone's just so close to one another, because even in that red zone, Bigetron as well as Rebellion, they're only like 1 game apart.
They are
Exactly.
1 match apart.
Exactly. So it only takes 1 more match for that to turn around, and perhaps more swaps coming in to mark the end of leg 1.
That is exactly why the season has been so exciting, right? No one is just dominant and no one is safe. At any point, your favorite team, all the way from the top, all the way down, all the way from the bottom side, can start from the bottom and end up here. That's just insane, dude.
Season 10 has a whole lot of surprises. The season of surprises. That's why it's called hashtag MPL Celebrations, ladies and gentlemen. With Season 10 being as close as it is, I will not be surprised when it comes to all the dark horses performing again and all the upsets that we have yet to see in the second leg. Maybe even tomorrow. Again, we're still week 4, day number 2. Tomorrow is going to be the final day of week 4 to end off leg 1. Will we see another upset? At this point, we're just going to have to see. We're just going to have to witness, because it's been Mirko, it's been Eterna, and it's been Arashi. MPL ID Season 10, we own this!
Kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus, and if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita kan dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani